Good morning and welcome to the Sir Vivian Richards Cricket Stadium in lovely sunny Antigua. Beautiful morning here for the fourth and final day's play in the clash between the Leeward Islands Hurricanes and the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force in this West Indies 4-day championship second round match. Players are just about to take the field, and the Leeward Islands in reply to the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. First innings total of 418 for 9 declared. Overnight reached 243 for 7. They still need another 26 runs to avoid the follow-on this morning. As I say, a very good morning to former Leeward Islands and West Indies batsman Sylvester Bouncing Joseph. Good morning, Sylvester.
Good morning, Terry. Another lovely day. Hot.
Yes, lovely day for cricket.
Yeah. Early start, making up from the first 2 days. But the Leeward Hurricanes, this partnership is going nicely, and they're going to need this pair, to go as long as possible, and also to push them over the hurdle in terms of getting some more batting points.
Yes, most definitely. And so still all to play for. Trinidad and Tobago, only realistic hope of maybe pushing for an outright victory, but that will all depend on the last 3 wickets for Leeward Islands. Rakim Cornwall and Hayden Walsh Jr. are at the crease now, and they've put on 43 so far for the 8th wicket. Cornwall on 33 and Hayden Walsh Jr. on 18. So, as you say, Sylvester, very important this partnership keeps going, and they keep edging away at the first innings of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. So players just taking the field. To Leeward Islands not out batsmen in Cornwall and Walsh Jr. are ready, and it looks like Terence Hines will open the bowling.
Yeah, Terence Hines had a good outing yesterday. He came out, especially I think in his third spell from the Sir Andy Roberts end, really aggressively, bowling a few short balls. He got Kofi James, stick up from a short lifting one. But he has shown that he has a capability of bowling a few quickies.
Yeah, a few decent quick ones too.
So he's short in stature, but he looked like a very strong young man, big, broad shoulders. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, we really want to get early inroads to get them out as quickly as possible, and to see how they can push the game forward, hopefully, but from evident in terms of coming back to bat yesterday morning, we're wondering if they have the nerves to try and push an outright win.
Yes, yeah. It was a surprise to all that they kept batting yesterday. From their position of 369 for 8, they continued on with Imran Khan just missing out on a century. He fell for 92, and that brought about the declaration from Captain Darren Bravo.
Wonder what the Hurricane team thought process last night, if they had a meeting or this morning. What are the plans going into this day? Because the only objective is they are the most likely team. You would say if anybody was to lose this game, they are the most likely team. So
Hines in the first delivery of the morning round the wicket to Walsh Jr., who defends towards mid-on, and there is no run. Hines is bowling with 2 slips, a gully, short extra cover, a mid-off. There's a deep backward point on the boundary, mid-on, mid-wicket, and fine leg.
what do you think? So what do you think the plans are at this morning?
Well, I think they just need, first and foremost, get past this follow-on, because they certainly don't want to be sent back in. That will open the door widely for Trinidad and Tobago. as Walsh pushes through the covers for the first run of the day. So Leewards move on to 244 for 7. Walsh is on to 19. And then if they can negate that, let's get as close as they can to Trinidad and Tobago's first innings of 418 for 9 declared and take it from there. But the first hour of play are vital though, Sylvester, as far as Leewards are concerned.
Yeah, and the early start give it some more time, and we see that the Red Force bowlers, especially the spin bowlers, they get through their overs very quickly. So they will eventually bowl extra overs if possible. So this partnership, the first hour, very very important. But the Leewards need to continue to play positive cricket.
Definitely. As Hines runs away from us from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end into Cornwall, and a rising delivery outside off stump. Cornwall leaves it alone through to Django, and there's no run. So for Cornwall, he's got 2 men back on the hook. A fine leg and a deep backward square leg. 2 slips a gully also in play.
I like the attacking ploy where he tried yesterday. I think he can try a few at Cornwall and see what he does. The big man, who I think will want to take him on, and you want them to come out of their shell and try something different.
And that's short, wide, and cracked through the point region. Won't reach the boundary though. There's cover out there, and they just jog through for a single. So Cornwall's underway. He moves to 34, and the score 245 for 7. Yes, they need to remain with their positive intent, that's for sure. And these two have done well. Of course, Cornwall was dropped late last night. Low chance to slip. As Hines back around the wicket to the left-handed Walsh Jr. And that one, good delivery. Walsh Jr. leaves it well through to Django, no run.
Cornwall has been an integral part in the lower half, in the 2 games so far. He has a good outing in the first game, and here again, he's exhibiting some very good qualities, some stickability, and adapting to the situation, so it's really good to see how he's going so far in this 2023 Cricket West Indies for the competition.
Certainly, and he's letting the selectors know that once he's placed back in the West Indies Test team as the over comes to an end. So at the end of the first over here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, Leeward Islands Hurricanes 245 for 7, Cornwall's on 34, and Walsh Jr. is on 19. Yes, and he's certainly putting his best foot forward, both with bat and ball, as you say, Sylvester.
Yeah, but this is the way to go, after you've been overlooked by the West Indies selectors. Well, as far as I understand, he was selected. and then I don't know what went wrong there, but this is the way, that is a situation where it would, drive any player over the edge.
Definitely.
But he has the willpower, to continue and to come and put up these kind of performances for the start of the competition. He speaks well about his motivation and his mind, his strength,
and his character.
And his character, yeah.
He's showing great resolve to put that behind him and just keep plugging away. Surely, consistency in performance. We were talking about that yesterday, Sylvester, with batsmen making centuries, and then that's about it. They're not going on with it. They're not consistent. He goes for a big lofted drive, 4 runs straight over mid-off by Cornwall. Good shot that off Brian Charles. The first boundary of the day. So the Leeward Islands Hurricanes move on to 249 for 7. Cornwall moves up to 38.
Yeah, we saw him play one similarly to that yesterday, even a better one that went for six. He opened up and hit that one against the turn because we saw yesterday how Brian Charles was getting a fair amount of turn and bounce, but he, with his reach and power.
Charles again, and this one down the leg side. Cornwall looking to sweep, doesn't make contact. Nice take by Django. Charles operating round the wicket to the big right-hander.
Seems he be more attacking to the off spinner.
And Cornwall nudges this up to long on for a comfortable single, and that brings up the Leeward Islands Hurricanes 250. They're 250 for 7. Cornwall moves on to 39. Walsh Jr. back on strike. He's on 19.
But in terms of selection for the West Indies team with Rakim Cornwall, I still believe, and many people around here may not like or want to hear what, but I just believe his preference. In terms of his performances, his selection is not about performance.
No.
He has performed over the years consistently. He has been the best off spinner, and I think if he's not one of the best all rounder in the West Indies, he's up there in the top 3. So his performances over the years have, spoken for themselves. But I just think that is the selector's preference in terms of if they're gonna pick him, because he has, in terms of his fitness and running between the wicket and even in the outfield. You as a team, his selectors, they have to decide that they're gonna go with him and know of his shortcomings.
Yeah, most definitely, Sylvester. And as you were saying yesterday, you've got 2 in the team at this current moment in time in all-rounders in Mez and
well, 3.
Reefer.
Reefer,
Yeah,
Holder, and you have Holder.
Similar, and then Holder, right? And if you look at Holder's stats after becoming, making it to the number 1 all-rounder in Test cricket, now he's dropped down to 6. So that reflects, on his performances of late. As Cornwall has been very consistent. And you talk about that Australian tour where he was selected and then he wasn't selected, and whatever happened there, as Hines comes into him now, and that full delivery dug out by Cornwall. What a bonus he would have been in Australia with the bounce that he extracts and the bouncing pitches there. If you look at Lyon, who was very successful off-break bowler for Australia, the bounce he got, now imagine what Cornwall would have extracted.
Yeah, well, I mean, Cornwall is a top off spinner. Anywhere he goes, he's gonna produce that type of spin and bounce. He has that quality. I think he's a world-class spinner when it comes to in terms of his bowling. And he has proven that when he got the opportunity for the West Indies team. So as I said, I don't have any problems in terms of his skill set on the field. I think the problem is his shortcomings, especially in the field and in his batting in terms of running. Are they going to take the chance? And obviously that they don't want to do that.
Yes.
Running between the wickets where he should get 2, or maybe looking for 3. He settles for 1.
That one beats him outside the off stump, good bowled up by Hines.
So those are the areas I think, anyone that is close to him and who he listens to, because sometimes when you say certain things, these guys think you're against them, but that is a reality, whether they like it or not. So you have to see this is where your shortcoming is, and if you can do something, if you can do anything to help improve, well, it's up to you. But that is the reality. He keeps performing.
Hines is lofted over mid-wicket by Cornwall into the boundary, 4 runs. Good-looking shot just straight into the pads was Hines. Cornwall onto it quick as a flash. His second boundary of the morning. He moves to 43 and the score 254 for 7. So they're within, 12 runs? Avoiding the follow-on.
And they just obtained 2 more batting points. 2 batting points, 250 within
There we go.
Yeah, you get potting points. Now, I think the next phase is supposed, try and get 300. 300, you get an extra batting points at two,
Right.
That is the important thing because, first innings points, you're not getting anything. If
Mhm.
there's no outright win, both teams get the same amount of points. So he's just picking up those points between.
Hines in again, short, wide. Cornwall goes for the cut. And misses through to Django, no run.
But Cornwall is a head and shoulder above the rest.
Most definitely,
When
yeah.
he's bowling, you can see the difference when he comes out to bat. And you can see the respect that each team gives to him.
Yes, yeah.
Moment, even before he faces the delivery, they open up the field.
Yeah, the field spreads.
The
Yeah.
field spreads, and he just come and, bat with such authority. He has that presence now and respect from his peers. So he's up to the selectors,
Hines in again to Cornwall, and Cornwall cracks that back with a point. Top shot. 4 runs. He moves to 47 and the score 258 for 7. That was a lovely cut shot, that one. Backward of point, went like a tracer bullet. His third boundary of the day. So he started off in fine form this morning. 258 for 7, and they move even closer to that 269 target of avoiding the follow-on.
And this is the way I think that they should go. Cornwall is there, as we see with Hayden Walsh Jr. as well. He is a positive player. He's the one that you see implementing those reverse sweeps and and very positive in his approach. So the approach this morning from the Leeward Islands Hurricanes has been spot on. It's for them to persist and go as long as possible. And how deep they can go, especially this pair.
Definitely, and they played so much cricket together. Sylvester, they know each other backwards, and they bat very well together. We saw that last week in the first round match against the Jamaica Scorpions. Charles in that attempted sweep by Walsh Jr. Attempted stumping too by Amir Django, but not out.
Just need to watch it a little longer.
There is a man down on the deep backward square boundary.
He's sweeping from in front, and I want to go more in front of square. The way he's sweeping from way in front of him. So I guess those go shot.
One's driven nicely up to long on for a comfortable single. Walsh Jr. moves to 20, 259 for 7 of the Leeward Islands Hurricanes in reply to Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 418 for 9 declared in their first innings. But yes, it would be a crying shame though if you keep performing day in, day out, season in, season out. You end up as the leading wicket taker, or in the top 2 or 3 as far as all rounders are concerned. You're contributing with the bat also, and then something like, as you say, his fitness, as in running between wickets in the field and everything, keeps him out or cuts short his career, would be detrimental not only to the player himself, but in my opinion and a lot of other people's opinions, to West Indies cricket in general.
But I think the onus is on the selectors, even the chairman, or somebody from the board, to, if they have a problem, whatever problem they have,
Address it.
Call him in, have a word with him. Not unless they did that already and he continue in his ways. I don't know, but he's a valuable asset, I think, to the West Indies setup. So it can only help both parties. If you give him an ultimatum and he doesn't match up to that, then you can say. But if you have the player out there, he's human, no matter what. He's still human. He has feelings, he has family, he has friends.
Exactly.
He has people who supports him. So it's disheartening to know that he keeps on performing and no one is saying anything.
Right.
and they're still not picking him. And when they do pick him, they didn't walk with him. So,
No.
so I don't know. So they need to let him know how the situation is, and then let people know what is it. But it's good cricket here this morning. Positive 260 they're up to. The Leewards, this partnership is growing nicely.
Yeah, they put on 17 this morning in quick
60
time
now.
with 3 overs. Hines to continue from this commentary box. So quickly Ambrose into the ground. He's into Cornwall, and Cornwall is driving that, slashing it down to third man on the bounce. He gets a single.
Everyone's stunned.
49.
All the Trinidadian fielders, they are stunned that the fielder didn't make an effort.
Didn't move. Yeah.
Maybe he picked it up late, because that wasn't the intentional spot for Cornwall. It seems like he wanted to hit it like over mid-on, long-on area. And he peeled off to wide third man. And the man down there stood still. And then everyone on the field stood still watching him like,
what are you doing?
What happened? So.
Catch it.
Even Cornwall stood still a while ago.
So watched him. Yeah.
Like maybe he didn't pick it up, So Cornwall is showing his intent clearly this morning, isn't it?
Definitely. Hines over the wicket to the left-handed Walsh Jr. And that was a good rising delivery through to Django. So he's still getting a bit of lift, bit of bounce out of this surface, Sylvester.
Yeah, I still think this is a very, very good pitch if you apply, the principles of batting. And you put in the effort when you're bowling as a fast bowler. You will get something from it, but it's only when you see the fast bowlers running and put that effort you see some
something
balls
happening.
taking some balls taking off, balls seeming more more pace.
Hines again into Walsh Jr. That's wide outside the off stump. Went for the big drive, missed. No run.
But when you look in this context, the Red Force has basically two fast bowlers and medium fast bowlers, and if any of them get any wicket, it's an additional point points or whatever.
Yeah.
So in this case, you don't want to be giving
These
them any
guys,
these guys any wicket unnecessarily. If they give you a good ball, but you have to play it smartly, because it's a competition and all you and around the same in terms of points. So you don't want to afford any team points that you can avoid.
Definitely. That delivery bounced a bit on Walsh Jr., but he did well to steer it down to backward point for a single. So he goes up to 21. The score 262 for 7 brings Cornwall back on strike, who was on 49. Yeah, that's right. There's a lot of cluster Barbados getting the outright win yesterday. But Trinidad and Tobago hung on for a draw last week. And, of course, Leeward Islands Hurricanes just missing out by 1 wicket for outright winners. Jamaica hung on against them. So they're even Steven, basically, on the points table. Hines into Cornwall. Cornwall advances. I think that's missed everything. Django got a glove on it, but it still beats the fine leg into the boundary. And no, it's called runs. So that's the 50 for Rakim Cornwall. Flick down the leg side to fine leg. Moves him on to 53. Score 266 for 7. Well played, Rakim Cornwall. Once again, another 50. Back-to-back 50s.
Yeah, and very, very good innings, especially in context of the game. Leeward Island needed someone to stay there after Casey Casey was the man that was holding the innings together, and showing some positivity in the batting when he goes.
In again, steered nicely by Cornwall down to third man for a single to complete the over. So at the end of the over, Leeward Islands Hurricanes 267 for 7. Cornwall's on 54. Walsh Jr.'s on 21. which means they just need 2 runs now to avoid the follow-on, which would have been their first objective of the morning. But they played some good positive cricket and moved on rather smartly. 4 overs, 23 runs, so about a run a ball this morning.
Yeah,
Still trailing by 151, of course, but done well.
indeed, and they're operating in the way that they are to go, in that positive attitude and try and get over the 300 mark.
Brian Charles to continue to Cornwall, and Cornwall's just stroking this nicely up to long off for an easy single. 268 for 7. Spot on 150 behind now. Brings Walsh Jr. back onto strike. Brian Charles will stay around the wicket to the left-hander. He's still employing the deep backward square leg. He's got a mid-wicket, short mid-wicket, and a long on, where that one travels to for another easy single for Walsh Jr. So these two playing some smart cricket this morning for the Leewards.
Yeah, rotating the strike on Jimbo Cornwall, getting a few boundaries in his aggressive nature. You see the intent. He's trying to score. It will be lovely to see that they go over 300 runs and keep building. It's positive stuff. And on the Red Force's behalf, they need to stem this flow of runs. They have been scoring pretty freely from
That's a big slog sweep there by Cornwall on the bounce out to the deep mid-wicket boundary for another single. So 270 for 7, which means Trinidad and Tobago will have to bat again. Walsh Jr. back on strike. So as it stands now, Sylvester, with the 418, how many points would Red Force have picked up with that?
in terms of batting points.
Yeah, batting points.
I think they may get either 3 or 4 points, because they made the 418 within over the 110 overs.
Right.
I think they made about I have to check the scorers, but you have to make what, 350 and up within the 110 overs to get 4
Maximum.
points.
Okay.
And you have to make 400 plus within to get the maximum. So they really, that's why I was saying that I don't know the purpose for them coming back out to bat yesterday morning, because
right.
they're already over the quota of overs, and you just like they wanted to give Imran Khan an opportunity to score a century. You should have the score of 450 to 399, 350 to 399.
Right.
To get the 4 points. But I'm not sure if they scored the 350 within that wide. Yeah, within that time frame.
Yeah, I think they were well over 110 by then. No?
Yeah. So they may end up with 3 batting points. We have to check the stats and make sure. But I think the maximum batting points they would end up with is 3. But Leeward Islands have a chance also to get to that mark if they can get over
the 300.
Over the 300 within the next
7,
maybe 16 overs.
Right. Okay. Hines into Cornwall. Cornwall's advancing and clipping it beautifully through the mid-wicket region. 4 runs. He's in fine form this morning, the big man. He rolls onto 60. And the score, 275 for 7.
I'm surprised that they continue with Terence Hines. I thought they would maybe brought in the left arm spinning Anthony in Pierre, Carrie Pierre. Cornwall has battered him fairly easy this morning, scoring, basically at will. He's getting a boundary. So, I thought I would have, thought that they would have made a change from this end, but that is to the benefit of the Hurricanes and Raheem Cornwall, who moves up to 60 from 89 balls.
Hines in again to Cornwall, and this delivery is cut, comes off the edge all the way along the ground, beats the only slip into the boundary for another 4. Cornwall more rockets up to 64, 279 for 7. These are good runs for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes.
Indeed.
Got 5 men out for Cornwall. Got a deep backward square leg, or a wide fine leg, whatever you want to call it, and deep mid wicket, and a long on. And on the offside, he's got a deep backward point and a third man who's very wide. 1 slip and a gully. The slip is standing more at a second slip, so the field is spread wide by Darren Bravo. And Cornwall is taking advantage as Hines is in again. And that one very wide, Calder wide. Second wide of the over by Hines, so he's rattling him, that's for sure. As you say, Sylvester, might be time for a change.
Yeah, I was surprised that he still got another over. Because the thing is, it's not like Cornwall is just scoring on one side of the pitch. He's scoring on both sides, so you can see some inconsistency there in the bowling, and you don't want that, especially when a batter is going. Set the field to one side. He's trying to bowl outside the off stump, but I think he's bowling too wide.
Yeah, he's lost his radar a bit. That one was a bit closer, but left alone by Cornwall through to keeper Django, and there's no run. It was surprising yesterday too that Yannick Karai didn't get the ball till about the 64th over or so.
Yeah, and he came on and he bowled pretty well. Pick up a few wickets. He has a different way of bowling his leg spin than Imran Khan. Imran Khan, these guys picked him off rather easily.
Yes,
And he bowled a fair amount of overs. He bowled about 2 or 3 spells before
Karai
got a turn.
Again wide outside the off stump, left alone by Cornwall. So Hines trying to starve Cornwall outside the off stump.
But as you can see, when the real captain is on the field in Darren Bravo, he doesn't really get any opportunity to bowl. He got the ball in when Mohammed got a little stint.
True.
And as soon as Bravo came back in, he was pulled out of the attack.
Pulled out again,
so I guess he's not one of Bravo's favorite leg spinner. He's not in Bravo's mind as a playing as a bowler in this team. So
Hines in again, and that's a full toss driven up to mid-off, who shies at the stumps, but Cornwall makes his ground. And that completes the over, does it? Yes. So at the end of the over, Leeward Islands Hurricanes, 281 for 7.
No, he just
Still going right.
Yeah,
swapping over.
Yeah, one more delivery. The fields men are so far and wide that when they switch, when the left-hander come and strike, it seems like the over is finished. You have so much movements.
Definitely, and I saw Django go
like
retrieve the helmets.
Yeah.
There's still one delivery left. There's still one delivery left in this 94th over.
Hayden Walsh hasn't had much of the strike, and when he does, he's not as fluent as he was yesterday. But he's still there, looking positive. He's batted well.
He has, as he faces up to Hines, and this delivery He's defended to short extra cover for no run, so that completes the 94th over. And at the end of the over, Leeward Islands Hurricanes 281 for 7. Cornwall is on 65, and Walsh Jr. is on 22. So they've advanced nicely this morning from their overnight position of 243 for 7. Put on some 38 runs this morning.
The Maroons, where the Maroons?
Maroon Warriors?
Warriors, they should be playing that now.
Yes. Well, I saw in the 4th over, they were batting first. They were 20 without loss. But that was earlier on before we came on air. Yes, playing England women in their first World Cup match. Big shock yesterday. South Africans don't play World Cups very well, do they, Sylvester?
Well, the men don't. But it seems
and
like
the women,
hopefully
it's
women
carried over.
Hopefully women doesn't fall in that. The women don't fall in that trap.
Yes, beaten yesterday by 3 runs. Brian Charles starts a new over, and that's strummed nicely through the cover region for a casual 2 more to Rakim Cornwall. He moves up to 67 and the score 283 for 7. So Hurricanes have added 40 in good time this morning.
I don't think both bowlers, have been effective and even, containing.
Well, they haven't contained, have they?
No. And they persisted with them.
Charles in again to Cornwall, and he covers up. In defence, back to the bowler, no run. Now the Leewards, it's been the Leewards morning so far. They've scored at a good clip and haven't lost a wicket. It's Charles again, a sweep shot, big appeal he's been given. Well, he went for the sweep. It was a fuller delivery by Brian Charles. Big appeal, and the umpire says you're out. So Cornwall, good innings comes to an end. LBW to Brian Charles for 67. Charles picks up his 3rd wicket. Leeward Islands Hurricanes 283 for 8.
That's pretty
adjacent, yeah.
That one was
missed the sweep, and it looked like it was going on as we just watched the replay now. Tossed up nicely, hit him on the back leg.
Yeah. I think that one he held it back a bit. He bowled it a bit slower. Good variation in this length, and the release point up there a bit slower, a little bit of flight.
Yeah, beat him in flight. I'd say.
Yeah, that I guess I spoke too early in terms of the
not being effective.
We got to take that mic from over there, but these guys may be hearing us. What good stuff there by Brian Charles. Well deserved,
yes, he's bowled well.
Yeah, he's bowled well, and even though he's been belted for a few 4s and 6s by Rakim Cornwall, he still persists. And even starting with the new ball and the second new ball,
right.
he bowled decent, very consistent. They're very confident in his approach and
definitely
very positive. And I think he hit good areas, and get a bit of bounce of turn. So I think he's a well-deserved wicket added to his first 2.
Yes, so he's at the moment 26.3 overs. 6 maidens, 3 for 77 as Brian Charles figures. As Colin Archibald comes to the crease, so we've got 2 left-handers out there now. Round the wicket is Charles to Archibald, and a big appeal again, but not out. I think he might have got a tickle on that one as he came forward in defence. Still with the 3 men out on the onside, long on, deep mid-wicket and deep backward square leg as Archibald keeps that one out from Brian Charles.
It seems like he's bowling a little bit slower now, trying to
entice the batsman.
Yeah, and get some more bounce and turn. The slower that you bowl, you get more bounce turn.
True.
They give the ball time to do a bit more.
So the over comes to an end. A successful over there for Brian Charles. He picked up the wicket of Rakim Cornwall. And at the end of the over, Leeward Islands Hurricanes 283 for 8. Walsh Jr. is on 22. Archibald is yet to get off the mark. And after more comments from Sylvester Bunsen Joseph, you'll hear the voice of Vernon Springer.
Yeah, and we have called for the change, and the change in Harry Pierre is in the attack now. I think it's a necessary change. Hines hasn't been very effective this morning. He's like his energy and his, areas that and a bit of aggression that he had yesterday. But this morning, Cornwall was equal to the task. The big man came out firing this morning and, let Hines know that I'm the boss and my team needs me to put some runs on the board, and I'm here to do that. And he showed it with confidence. Good morning and welcome, Springs. It's been a minute.
Morning to you. Carrie Pierre coming into the attack from the Circuit Ambrose end. Umpire Christopher Taylor from Jamaica just saying to him that you're running on the danger area. Taylor into his 30th first-class game, along with Patrick Gustard, who just gave Cornwall out. Pretty much interested, Sylvester, listening to the talk with you and Terry about Rakim Cornwall. I'll get back to that in a little while. In the meantime, the Leeward Islands, they're 284 for 8. Archibald has just come to the crease. He was one of the players who scored 100 last season. I'll get back to that. He gets a delivery and he just spanks it out to the sweeper on the offside, coming around nicely. And they'll get 2 runs quite easily. So Archibald is off the mark. More or less a giveaway delivery there from Carrie Pierre. We say good morning to the folks in Trinidad and Tobago, in Montserrat, all over the world listening to the Cricket West Indies YouTube channel. It's the final day here in Antigua and Barbuda of this all-important counter. Leeward Islands, Trinidad and Tobago, the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Archibald sneaks a single down to the third man area, just opening the face very quickly. Walsh sort of turning blind. There's going to be a little more urgency in the Leeward Islands running once Hayden Walsh is at the crease. He's 23 from 46, and Archibald moves nicely up to 4. They trail by 130 runs. Sylvester, have a little conversation with Sylvester. When you look last year, Devon Thomas, one of the players who scored 100. Archibald is having us a heave over, splitting the long on and long off for 6. So he gave himself some room, really good extension, and hit the ball down the V. And there's a really good cricket shot by Archibald. He goes up to 10, and you can see the intent. And Carrie Pierre just ambling up, really. I don't know if he's woken up yet, but the score goes to 294 for 8.
Yeah, and you can see the intent from the Leeward Islands batters this morning. I guess they had a talk last night, and they realized that we have to be positive in our approach. And the batters that comes out this morning started by Cornwall, and now we have Colin Archibald, who we know, when he gets going, if he gets going, he can hit the ball a fairway.
11 runs off the over so far. So the pressure just being placed back on Pierre. Comes forward is Colin Archibald, very decent cricketer. A nice little all-rounder shaping up. Scored 106 last year. His debut made in first-class 100 at this level. Karen Powell also scored 139. Archibald defending a nice delivery at the end of the mindset. So at the end of the over number 96, 294 for 8, and the Leewards, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force plugging away. So, and I'm just giving you a little thought process, Sylvester. One of the things that I would have been talking to last night's meeting, or even this morning, would have been to Cornwall, would have been to say to him, listen, try and get 100. You haven't got 100 in a very long time for the Leeward Islands at the first-class level. I think he got one in 2014. Since then,
2014.
He's just came close by. And when you look at the ratios of centuries, Sylvester, before this championship, there were 170 centuries scored, and I'm talking from 2014 to 2022 under the professional setup. We'll get back to that. Brian Charles is bowled well around the wicket to Walsh. Walsh is looking to undrive, can't score. Amir Django is excited.
For what? I don't know.
Well, you never know.
That one was in the middle of the bat, Springs.
It's mind games. It's mind games. You have to.
As Terry said, he has been playing a lot of mind games, but he's not taking the catches when it comes.
Comes quietly forward again. Amir Django was with the Leeward Islands Hurricane for some time. So just giving you an idea, Sylvester, of the centuries before this year's century. So I'll give you a breakdown, and so you'll understand. I don't know if you've been paying attention, but it's been a major concern for me in terms of the Leeward Island players scoring hundreds at this level. Break for a while. Charles bang on target here. His first 3 deliveries have been spot on. Well negotiated by Hayden Walsh Jr. Walsh comes forward again. He's not going to give his hand away here for sure. Still like to see Brian Charles maybe bowl over the wicket. He's coming around the wicket, especially to the left-hander. There are 2 left-handers here now. And because of the purchase, sure he can cause more damage. Quicker, faster delivery. Walsh on top of it and just playing it down to backward point. And the score remains on 294 for 8. Into over number 97. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes trail by 124. Brian Charles goes past umpire Patrick Gustard around the wicket, and bat and pad close together, coming head well over the ball. Maiden over here by Brian Charles. He's bowled well, 3 for 77 so far. The latest score here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. The Leeward Islands fighting on in reply to Trinidad and Tobago's red force of 418 for 9 declared. They're 294 for 8, 97 overs ball. So just to give you an idea, Sylvester, from 2014 to 2022, there was no tournament in 2020 and 2021. Barbados, 36 centuries. Guyana, 34. Trinidad and Tobago, 28. Windward Islands, 29. And Leeward Islands, 19.
Bottom of the pile.
Well, not even so much the bottom, but the concern and the hunger to be able to get centuries was always my major concern. And I'll give you the little list, Sylvester, so you can be able to go through it so you'll understand what's happening. I think you would have had centuries in the first year. Sherwin Peters, 136. Orlando Peters. Raheem Cornwall in the first year. Could remember Monson Hodge also would have scored some centuries. Jamal Hamilton, you know. Casey Cathy, Devon Thomas, both for the Leeward Islands and Jamaica Scorpions at this level. We'll come back to that. Archibald, he's on 10. Stands up straight and was looking to just look at a little fancy, but the left foot didn't move. You needed to just get deep into the crease there, trigger movement, and just turn that into the square leg area. There are vast acres of land here at this Sir Vivian Richards Stadium for him to get 1s or 2s. Massive outfield pair to Archibald. Archibald stands up straight. Still would like to see him get that left foot, Sylvester, that trigger movement. Just get right back across, get deep into the crease. He's got good hands. And just work it around into the leg side area. He can get a couple of runs.
Use the crease.
Pair to Archibald. Archibald is driving inside out and gives his hand away. Gives his hand away. Caught it long off. That was an unnecessary shot. Just hit the ball down the ground and get a single. A wicket to Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. 294 for 9. Khan takes a blinder.
Indeed, that was a magnificent catch. The way that he was going for it, I thought he wasn't going to reach. But I guess that's his way of moving. Even his batting, he has so much time, and so he just went and dove forward and catch that, and make it look so easy. Brilliant catch there by Khan. And the Leeward Islands, in terms of their understanding of what is going on. If they score 300 runs, they get an extra batting point. So I don't know if these guys are thinking about that, but they are 6 runs adrift. And if they're thinking about that, 1 point can make a big difference. And they know that because over the years it's been a decent point that knocks them out.
the concept of Archibald, this is a big ground, Sylvester. It's about 90 meters. So for you to really clear it consistently all the time, it's going to take some real hitting. Archibald is good enough to just come and just stroke the ball down, because there really was a nothing delivery there by Carrie Pear. Turned out, I mean, Imran Khan pulled off a blinder, and that's what you have to do in this context. The catching in this tournament so far, based on the matches that we've seen here in Antigua and Barbuda, has not been excellent. There's just been too many drop catches. And as you rightly said, 294, they could get up and get another point, get another batting point there, but maybe the Leewards maybe not interested in the batting point. I don't know, Sylvester. So we'll take a break here, Sylvester, as there's a water break, and Trinidad and Tobago Red Force getting refreshed, and we'll be back right after the break. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force picking up the early wickets, 294 for 9. Leeward Islands Hurricanes trailing still. And as Sylvester said, I'm wondering what's the mindset in the team, because the first objective would be to get to 300 and get yourself a batting point. And it's so important, Sylvester, that the players have to understand what's around them. You have to be able to read the scoreboard.
Yeah.
And you have to be game awareness. I don't think you need a coach to tell you that. If you're following the game and you're following the rules of the competition, one of the things that you'll be sorting out is to figure out, like, okay, we're 294, so I need 6 singles. If I get 6 singles, we get 300 runs, and our next target, and we keep going all the time. Somebody just needs to remind you. Berridge gets his first delivery, and he comes quietly forward. Over completed, so he keeps out. Carry Pear with a maiden wicket over.
Because when you look at it from the point system, if they get the other point, they will basically, even though I think they have more points than Trinidad Red Force, even though Trinidad made 400 and odd, they had more fast bowling points. They got maximum bowling points because they get 9 wickets from the Red Force, and if they get the 300, I think they end up with the same amount of batting points they with Trinidad. So they're still, even though they're behind of the 8 ball, in terms of the batting, they can still accumulate more points than Trinidad, even though Trinidad seems like they're in the driving seat.
So, Charles, he's 3 for 77. He comes around the wicket to bowl to Walsh. Walsh is cracking that out to the sweeper. He has no intention of running. like to see Brian Charles come over the wicket.
He hasn't, I don't think he bowled the ball to the left hand over the wicket for the entirety of the game.
That's a cardinal sin. Because of why is a cardinal sin, Sylvester? And he's getting the ball to rip. And he's improved from since the last time I saw him here in Antigua in 2022. So he just has to be understanding that I'm bowling to a left-hander and I'm going to get the ball to rip across that left-hander. Right now, as I feel, he's playing right into Hayden Watch's arc because Hayden Watch is seeing everything.
Yeah. But this is the art of the day, Springs. These guys, left-hander, you go around the wicket, your right hand, they come over. And this one.
Here's Hayden Walsh going for a big one. That's gone. Over long on, wide long on for 6.
Well done there by Hayden Walsh. At least, they get the 300 and they get that extra point.
So Hayden Walsh, just a little bit of loop there. And so I'm saying Charles can't be into that groove now. It's almost like Hayden Walsh knows which area he's going to bowl. You've got to give him something else to think about, especially when you're aspiring to go to the next level. Because everybody's going to pick you up. The video analysts are going to be working on you. Now you could just imagine if he was just coming over on Hayden's blind side right there over the wicket. You realize what would have been happening there? Might have maybe got a peel off, nicked off and gone to pair at first slip.
That was a good one still, those Springs. Pitches and about half stump, but that little turn just, take it away from the edge.
Because he's coming around the wicket, because he has to push that one. Almost like he's going to have to bowl a quicker, faster delivery. Sure. Here's Walsh just paddling this one around. And because Walsh can sweep, he can be able to sweep length. And just a while ago, he just swept a length delivery and got an easy single and keeps the strike.
Yeah, he manipulating bowling nicely, taking control of proceedings. He knows that Chino Berridge is the last and he's not really too capable, in terms of other batters. But he's taking the responsibility to face most of the delivery. Early on, he got an easy single and he turned it down and, struck a massive 6 over long on. So he's playing accordingly and good to see. Good to see the thought process and, someone taking responsibility and moving on.
They trail by 117, 301 for 9. Hayden Walsh is on 30 and could maybe fancy himself by getting most of the strike to get even a decent half century here. He's quite capable. Stands up straight and plays that out onto the offside. He's a retained West Indies cricketer. And Sylvester, I know you're not the captain, but from your observation here, I thought Hayden Walsh has bowled less over so far. Something of major concern for me as to why he's not bowling. He's paddling this one around. Oh, he changed his mind. He's upset with himself. He wanted to get that square enough. But
he wanted 2.
Yes, he wanted
he misjudged that.
Yes.
He misjudged the angle and the pace of that sweep shot. That reverse sweep. Maybe...
Or switch it.
Switch it, yeah.
Yes.
He struck it too nicely.
Too nicely.
He got good timing on it.
Yeah.
I guess it surprises him as well.
But the pace also from Carey Pierre is what carried it there. Because he came up the middle lovely. He's still upset with himself that he really didn't get it square enough that he could have been able to get to. But he got one in the end.
Yeah, he didn't want. He doesn't want any one. He wants the strike. He don't want to expose Sheena Berridge too early.
Berridge can hold his own. Let's see what's happening. He's out caught leg slip now coming off of the pad, and he's just playing around that one. Berridge is going to have to be careful. He sort of fell over there playing that delivery. Leg spinner, always worrying the right-handed batsman. Good morning, Basil Morgan. Berridge comes quietly forward. He's talking to himself.
He's trying to stay there with.
I think Carey Pierre just needs to just put it up just above his eye line, give him something to think about, make him dance. He's playing this up to mid-on. Imran Khan almost started to run and then settled into a jog. Nice early morning jog.
He has this ease, Imran Khan. He moves with like he has no stress, no worries in this world.
He's been a servant to West Indies cricket and also Trinidad and Tobago cricket pair. He's come on in leaps and bounds so far in this competition. That ball is pitching, maybe just going down. And Berridge survives. He's not. 90, at least 100 overs bowled, 302 for 9.
Pierre is not.
The cat and mouse game continues.
Yeah, that might just be missing. Angle down a bit closer than it looks, but the umpire.
I think it's the arm is sliding it.
Yeah.
When we pushed it, Django already, left foot was already moving, going down the leg side. Django needs to stay down a little longer sometimes. Here's Walsh going, is out caught. That's an excellent catch. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force catching has been excellent based on what I've seen so far. Is that Yannick Karaya?
Yep.
That's a beautiful catch there on this huge ground here. So Walsh goes for 31. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes bowled out for 302. Berridge left not out on naught. And Brian Charles ends with 4 for 84. Thought Hayden Walsh sort of tugged that one, really. Didn't really get to the pitch of the ball, but look at that catch by Yannick Karaya. That's a beautiful catch. So we've seen 2 excellent catches this morning. Imran Khan and Yannick Karaya, but I'll say to you, Sylvester Joseph, I don't think you'll see anything more special than the one from Shamar Springer, Robert Coolidge. You got to see that. You got to look into the highlights package and see that one. Yeah. Goalkeeper style. He was like Superman. Pulled it off at backward point. It was a beauty. So Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they lead by 116 runs. Leeward Island Hurricane bowled out on day 4 on the morning before lunch, just after the first hour's play. What do you think the approach will be by Trinidad and Tobago? I don't see Darren Bravo, and I've never seen Trinidad and Tobago as a team that will try to make us a sporting chase out of this. So it's going to be interesting to see what the approach is going to be coming out.
Well, I mean, it's only in their interest, I think, to try to put some runs on the board, some quick runs on the board, and maybe look at lunch, a little after lunch, to have a declaration and give the Leeward Islands an opportunity to see what their decisions.
250.
Their decisions will be. But this is what we want, I think, in the West Indies. We want to see some positive, some positive intent from teams trying to win games. Because, and this is also going to be an opportunity for the Leeward Islands players team also to collect some more points, because every wicket that the fast bowlers get it's an additional 2 points. So it's all about accumulating as much points as possible, and Leewards are in a better position, I think, to get points. The only points that Trinidad can get now is by winning the game outright. And so it's all in their court, and decisions have to be made, and hopefully that they will make some good positive decision, and we see some exciting cricket this afternoon.
So on behalf of the team this morning, Terry Laraje, Sylvester Bungton Joseph, former West Indies captain, and Vinod Manchan, I'm Vernon A. Springer, letting you know that Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they lead by 116 runs. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes bowled out on the morning of day 4 for 302. Rakeem Cornwall scoring 67, and the half centuries so far that have been scored, I think it's around about maybe 28 half centuries that have been scored to date, and 4 centuries. So we're looking at an exciting competition. When we come back from umpire Bernard Joseph, the standby umpire is just supervising the rolling process. The teams, any minute now, the Leewards fast bowlers will be coming out to get a warm-up. We'll take a break, a Lucas Aid break, and we'll come back and we'll be calling it for you. You'll be hearing the voice of Terry Laraja and Vernon Springer, continuing with the play here this morning at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Vivian Richards Stadium, and exciting times ahead. Terry, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force leading by 116 runs. The breeze picking up nicely here. We're seeing the flags of host country, Antigua and Barbuda, Trinidad and Tobago, the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, and the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, which makes up of the British Virgin Islands, the U.S. Virgin Islands, Montserrat, Nevis, St. Kitts, Antigua and Barbuda, St. Martin. 8 territories, almost more than Cricket West Indies.
Very true, Vernon. And they did well this morning. From their overnight position at 243 for 7, the first priority was to avoid the follow-on. They did that. They got up to 302. Rakim Cornwall once again with the bat in hand this time. 67. So that's back-to-back 50s for the big man.
Well, and I'm glad that you're on with me. And if I was the management team, Denmo is going to join also this broadcast here, I'll be saying to Cornwall this morning, you got to get 100. You have not made 100 for a very long time. There has to be a mindset and a focus to challenge him. We know Cornwall is going to get wickets, but he's a batsman. He's somebody that can bat. And we really need to really get him going, to get him excited. And said, listen, hey, go get yourself organized and get 100, get a big 100. And that would have been my conversation this morning to him. So I'd have been saying to him, get 100, and Hayden Walsh, you get yourself a 50, if this is possible. And if you're maybe not even sure, you maybe even can get 100. I think that's how we have to begin. I was going through the list, and I was speaking about the players on the Leeward Islands who would have scored hundreds. Starting back to Akeem Saunders, 101, Sherwin Peters. In the first year, Rakim Cornwall would have scored 101, along with Orlando Peters, who scored 104, and Sherwin Peters, who scored 136. And if you look at the pattern of before this series, the Leeward Islands, in terms of centuries being scored, 19. Barbados 36, Ghana 34, Jamaica 24, Trinidad and Tobago 28, Windward Islands 29. A total of 170 centuries have been scored since the professional system has come in place. There was no tournament in 2020 and no tournament in 2021. So to have 170 centuries being scored, and you know the amount of half centuries that have been scored.
Yeah, right.
I mean, we look into this game and we see Casey Catty would have floored himself. He'd be very much upset with himself by not getting 100.
Definitely, because it was the only full stroke he played. He looked fantastic yesterday.
Got to get hundreds. And that's what I would be saying to Cornwall. I'll be challenging Cornwall right now for the remaining 3 matches whenever they come back from the break, and saying to him, listen here, you have to get 100, and a big one, and not just one. Get 2.
Get 3.
If it's possible. Well, like I said, the law of averages sometimes doesn't permit that. We have a small break here. I'm trying to figure out what is happening. The umpires are out, the fielders are out, but we seem to be having, don't know if something happened in the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force dressing room, but we finally look like we're going to be on our way here to be getting something happening very soon here, Terry.
Yes, as soon as the umpire collects his hat that's blown all the way out to the boundary. But be interesting to see the Trinidad and Tobago approach. They got a lead of 116. Will they try and look for quick runs or just simply bat out the day? Maybe that's what they were discussing.
Have you recognized who has come out? I know you didn't see that.
No, I didn't see that.
The captain down Bravo.
Oh, well, there you go.
Taylor is having a torrid time in finding his hat.
Yes, he
doesn't want
just
to
strolled
throw his
after it.
No, he picked it up, and the wind blew it out of his hand again. Look at the replay. I get my producer to be able to pull up that one again so you can see that one. You see what happened? The hat doesn't want to stay on.
Why?
Christopher Taylor.
He's had his exercise for the morning.
Yes, excellent guy. Really knows he knows sport, in particular football. So the Leeward Islands Hurricane will be looking to get some fast bowling points. So starting with 3 slips, a gully, a sweeper on the offside, mid-on, mid-off, undercover. Jeremiah Louis starting from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end.
What they've got to make sure of, though, Vernon, is that they hold their catches. Too many catches have gone down. Simple catches, too.
Don't wind me up this morning, Terry.
I won't. I'm sorry.
Don't wind me up. Denmo keeps talking about it all the time. Seth Burton keeps talking all about it all the time. Vinod Manchan.
Well,
we have franchise cricket. These guys get paid to play cricket in the Caribbean, and we got to begin to examine what is happening in the franchises. Down the onside, Louis starts Hamilton with a lazy dive.
He loves stirring them up, no? Why didn't you take the single? I was about to shy at the stumps.
So, there's a little more or less debate taking place. I wonder if Louis felt that there was a little tickle there off of Simmons. If I can get my producer to maybe just replay back that delivery again.
Didn't look so, though. It was very wide.
It didn't look so. But I just want to just make sure, because
just adjusting the field now, too.
Yeah, there's something just wasn't right there. There was a little body language taking place. Now, they have now moved the cover in Kofi James and put him now in mid-wicket.
And they've
moved out
the gully out.
The gully out. Interesting. Let's wait and see what's going to be happening. Louis starts to Simmons. This ball is doing something here. It's moving around. Louis gonna have to control himself here. I know, Terry, that you.
Here we go.
Did he get a tickle onto it?
I don't think so.
I don't think so. But Louis maybe sort of. There was a little banter going on. I don't know if Louis maybe felt that Hamilton could maybe scoop that one up and then he would have maybe appealed for a catch. We don't know, but that's history. Third ball of the morning. Simmons gets a wide delivery. This young man would have come to the West Indies under 19 setup. He's got some potential. He's been talked about for some time now, Keegan Simmons. He's got a bright future. Cornwall Ward Hodge supporting the captain Jamal Hamilton.
But we've been speaking about this, but they're very close together, though, that slip cord.
Well, one of the things which I've picked up so far, Terry, is that none of the teams seems to be able to understand how to set up the first, second, and third slip. Maybe you have to get in Sir Richie Richardson and Viv in there and let them understand what's happening. Simmons squeezing this one out to the sweeper on the offside. He's off the mark. I think if you look in the old-time days, and Denmo can correct me if I'm wrong, if you're at first slip, you're at first slip. The second slip and the third slip are two critical folks who are going to be further up, because that's why Richie Richardson and Carl Hoop and those guys were so brilliant, because no lot of balls really stayed in front of them. They picked up those. But you have to be a good catcher to go into those positions. I think what we have is more or less we have ornaments who are in the slip area on some of the teams. You know, somebody says then more go to first slip, somebody says go to second slip. You have to know where you're going there and what you're looking for.
I like that description of ornaments. They stand there like statues.
Well, if not only that, the positioning, you got to be low. Your center of gravity of your base has to be as low to the ground, because most of the time the ball is going to die in front of you.
Right. but also when you stand that close, surely you must be the person standing next to you must be in the corner of your eye. So it brings in hesitation.
It is a step, Terry.
Yeah.
You create a step. You see where Ward is?
Yeah.
Ward has to be a little further up.
Right.
Right?
But look at them. They're basically touching.
Oh, good bumper there. Ooh, had to get under that one.
That's
Bravo.
better. That's what we want to see.
So, over one comes to an end. Simmons gets a single, and Trinidad and Tobago Red Force lead by 117. Bravo has come out to send a message to the Leeward Islands Hurricanes that he means business. He's looking for a declaration maybe after lunch, or hour after lunch. That has to be the intent.
Has to be for himself or for him to move himself up the order, try and get some quick runs, and then see if they can put the Leewards later this afternoon. Second session sometime under some pressure, which is good intent, good to see, good positive intent rather than just play out time.
Now I'm going to tell you something here. I know you might maybe not agree with me, but I'd have gone for Archibald right now.
Well, I can't understand why Archibald doesn't get the new ball. He's been the pick of the bowlers as far as the seamers are concerned for the Leeward Islands in both matches, but Hamilton just seems to hold him back. And every time he bowls, he creates opportunity.
I've gone for Colin Archibald. On a morning like this morning here, where you want
strong
to get
breeze.
fast in bowling points, I would tell him to run in and really fly at Bravo and Simmons, especially Bravo, short, on body line, back pad, early o'clock.
Which he doesn't like. He's always had trouble with the short pitch delivery.
3 slips, a sweeper. I mean, the backward point in Hayden Watch going right back. Berridge to Simmons. And he quietly just plays that up to Ward.
But
In fact, it's Casey Catty, sorry.
if you look at that though, Vernon, where the 3 slips are standing now, right? I mean, you always spread yourself and the tip of your finger just brush the tip of the person standing next to you. Now, if they put their hand halfway out, they're already coming across the person standing next to them.
Has to be a step.
Right.
Munson needs to go a little further up.
Right.
Right? You got to know the mindset in terms of what you're looking for. You can't overcompensate. And I don't think Berridge has the pace that will even maybe reach as far as where Munson is. So Hodge can afford to take a couple of steps forward. So too can be Terence Ward. I can see Rakeem Cornwall and Jamal Hamilton, the keeper, maybe just into that regular area. But a gamble could be taken with Hodge and also Ward. Berridge over the wicket to bowl to Simmons. Bowl him! Played around a straight delivery.
Pitch it up, as Hamilton said. Good delivery, though.
Played right around a straight delivery, Simmons. That's a ball that you look to hit down the ground, down the V there. His head was leading over to the mid-wicket area. We played right around the ball. Let's look at it. Good work here by our production crew. Pitched up. Look at the bat face.
Yep.
Over mid-wicket.
Right around
Played
it.
right around a straight delivery. And Keegan Simmons goes back for one. Bravo is in the conversation. Who's coming out now?
Looks like Muhammad, is it?
Well, you have to send out the stabilizer. And the stabilizer is Jason Mohammed. Serve West Indies cricket has been around for one time. In fact, one time, Terry, he captained the West Indies one-day team.
He did.
He was right in among the conversation. But it's something that the selectors of the Caribbean always continue to execute, and it sort of it stuns me sometimes, where you be making runs, and they just don't pick you. It's Salazano who's come out. So another left-hander. And Salazano being one of the unfortunate cricketers from the West Indies to have made his test debut and then got in and ended up getting injured.
And they bought the Gullion. No, Hayden Walsh Jr. is going back to deep backward point again. I don't like that, Vernon, because a lot of runs were scored in that vacant third man, down towards vacant third man area in a Trinidad first innings, just simply running it past third slip there.
1 for 1. Salazano driving up the mid-on. Archibald fires a return back to the Leeward Islands Hurricanes captain Jamal Hamilton, who himself has represented the West Indies at the test level. 2019, made his debut at Sabina Park in Jamaica along with Rakeem Cornwall, when he automatically should have made his debut right here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium against India. Joining Amari Banks. Once a good morning to Amari Banks in Anguilla. Banky Banks, Val Banks, all of the banks. Salazar easy on the eyes, just stroking this up onto the offside out to Kyron Powell. And getting in a very easy single. Salazar.
He must feel very unfortunate, though, Vernon Solozano. I mean, he was picked in the test side against Sri Lanka, toured Sri Lanka. Unfortunately, got knocked out at short leg, didn't get to bounce, never picked again.
Yeah, I think when he came back, and that, the concussion, you know, getting hit into that area, that you have to recover nicely out of that area. And that's one of the reasons I feel that Nkrumah Bonner has not been able to, he needs a little time off from the game, especially when you get hit in your head area.
Definitely, and the amount of times he's got hit.
Yeah, it's, you know, you got to also maybe look at your technique to figure out, you know, hey, how do I adjust? Got to go to the nets. Got to get sharp on your feet. Bravo wants to get sharp on his feet here to a bare delivery. Tongue the onside. Very comfortable. I think that might be a leg by umpire Christopher Taylor. Don't think Bravo got back onto that. So he's still on naught. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force captain. And the end of over number 2. Trinidad and Tobago with a lead of 118, you could say. They're 118 for 1. It would be fair for me to say they're 3 for 1.
Yes, and a good wicket to have there by Shino Berridge in his first over, getting the Leewards underway. The more wickets they take, the better it is for them. As far as Trinidad looking to get on with the game and maybe set them a possible target later in the day.
I think I like what I'm seeing here from the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, the intent, and I like that Bravo has decided to get really innovative and said, listen, let me take this team on my back. If I can really lead the fight against the Leeward Islands here today and push on and maybe play a 20-20 innings here, I could maybe put some pressure back on the Leeward Islands. Let's see what his approach will be. So far, he's not been able to get anything that we can see what his intent is. You get a delivery now from Louis, wide again outside the off stump. I want to see Louis attacking the stumps more. You've got a brand new ball in your hand, attack the stumps. Really bowl wicket to Bravo. Get it up, get it in there, attack those stumps, make him play. You got 3 slips, make him play.
Yeah, it's just the control that's lacking at the moment for Louis. Strong breeze blowing from east to west across the ground is taking the ball further away from the left-hander.
Bravo. That's much better.
That's better.
Just feeling his way there and almost just played around his pad. But he stayed low to the ball, got a single out onto the offside. And I support you, Terry, that I just don't understand the concept of having the sweeper out onto the offside, or maybe just needs a backward point. Had you had a backward point there, that would have been a dot ball.
And yet they persisted with it throughout the match so far.
If you're having the sweep out on the side, it means that Louis has to bowl short balls to get that man into play. You're looking for him to uppercut one of those deliveries down there, and I don't think it will carry to where the fielder is. They are sweeping on the offside. Louis in now to bolt. Oh, that's a good one to Salazar, who's on 1 also. So Louis is showing some intent. And you see, I want for Cricket West Indies for us to change the rules, where it's our competition. And
should be able to bowl as many as you want.
We introduce where, you've got to bowl 3-4 bumpers. Our batsmen need to learn how to play sharp bowling.
Too true.
You need. Things are too friendly for them because we're being exposed once we go to the next level. Louis, can he get it right? Pitched up. He's coming forward, playing it right up to cover. Hayden Walsh. Very close into that area. Conversation taking place with Kyron Powell and Bravo, 2 former teammates for the West Indies team. Kyron Powell also a former captain of the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. West Indies A-team captain. At one time he was being touted to be West Indies captain. He It was that close. Louis with this delivery, with the ball dancing around here. Salazana just easy on the eyes, just backing across and just working it into the leg side area. Kofi James had to come around. Now brings Bravo back into strike. Leewards sung flat. They need some energy. They need something spectacular.
Yeah, they should be right up, you know, with the chat and everything. They've got the early breakthrough. Should be saying, listen, if we can knock these guys over for 100.
4 for 1. Bravo. Just coming across and defending his off stump. Over bowled here. Some 3 overs bowled. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force lead by 120 runs. Terry, you're the coach. What do you think?
Always get the good jobs, no?
What do you think they're looking for?
Who?
Trinidad and Tobago Red
Trinidad and
Force.
Tobago?
They're 120 now. That's the lead.
I don't. I think they'd have 250 on their mind. The lead, 250. So
how many overs remaining in the day's play, Terry? We also have to weigh up that option.
It was 98 to start with, wasn't it?
Yeah, it would have been 98 if we started at 9:30 this morning.
Right.
So I think you're on the money. They would want to give themselves at least, I would say, 60 overs. Is that fair enough for me to say?
That's fair enough.
Trinidad would want to give themselves at least 60 overs so they can go on the Leeward Islands, make it competitive. Also, if I was the Leeward Islands, I'd be thinking about trying to bowl out Trinidad and Tobago.
Exactly.
To put some pressure on them.
You've already got the early wicket as a save. You can pick up another couple quickly.
Bang on target. Well played. He came back on a cross. Didn't get deep enough into his crease, but he just walked across his crease and kept his eyes on the ball. Berridge with a brand new ball hitting the bat very hard there. 5 for 1. At the end of this over, we'll have a double change. We'll have Sylvester Joseph and the voice of Denmore Roberts, the mayor from Liberta. Liberta not doing too well at all in football. I gotta ask Denmore.
Don't mention the football. Please don't mention the football.
Gotta ask Denmore.
It upset Seth yesterday.
What is happening? Here is a...
There's so many mayors in Liberta, though, you know.
Fire back a return right there.
Assistant mayors.
Yeah. No, Denmore is more than the mayor. He's a councillor.
Oh, there you go.
He's a councilman.
Chief councillor.
Yeah. But got to find out what's happening with Liberta. Garden Stars, they're on a roll. They're really playing some good football. They have, I think, easily some of the best young and exciting footballers in Antigua and Barbuda. You got Wilden Cornwall's son. Oh, he's what a talent. Paula wants him to play cricket. I said, I'll leave the young man. Let him play everything. He's good. Bravo. Pulling this one away. Short. Pass. Kofi James in the air, but he went like a rocket down into the square leg area for 4. It was short, and Bravo's eyes opened up. And he pulled it. He made sure that he went down. It would have been a blinder. Kofi James could have maybe pulled that one off.
A top shot that. He was onto it quick as a flash.
10 for 1. Bravo goes to 5. Salazano, 3.
At least this, though, that they've moved Hodge basically to a gully. They're taking up more ground. Because I tell you, if they keep steering that ball down to third man like they did in the first innings, scoreboard will tick over quickly.
Bravo driving over Powell. So that mid-off down to the boundary for 4. Half volley pitched up. And Berridge, you got to hit the deck here. It's just too friendly. Bravo is in a T20 mood.
Stand and deliver that time.
Yes, and that came off the bat sweetly. It was there. It was in the arc.
Straight out of the screws.
Bravo on the go here. He's 9. 9 runs out the over so far.
As the field spreads.
Let's see what the approach will be from Berridge. He's got to hit the deck. Just too friendly. That's why I'll be starting with Archibald. Short, pulled away. Kofi James can't get there. 4 more. The Sir Vivian Richards Stadium is being lit up. Darren Bravo is in an attacking mood here. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force captain. 3 boundaries. He's on fire.
Excellent shot once again, but buried short, full, short, 3 boundaries in a row.
18 for 1. We say good morning to Stanfield. So Stanfield shipwrecked Joseph. He's got all the names. Hardest working man in cricket. Slow ball. At least he kept that one out. Bravo is upset with himself and saying, listen, I should have hit that over mid-wicket. But he's still there. Over comes to an end. And 13 runs coming off of Berridge is over. 1 for 14 from 2. And Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they're 18 for 1.
Yes, and Darren Bravo certainly showing his intent, first of all, by moving himself up the order to open the innings. And then had a few sighters, really went after Berridge in that over. Good clean hitting. As they look to see if they can make a declaration at some time today, put the Leewards under pressure. But the Leewards with the wicket can... the Leewards with the wicket can certainly make some more inroads into this 11. See how we go. But Bravo certainly taking up the challenge, throwing down the gauntlet to Leeward Islands Hurricanes. Welcome Denmore Roberts.
Louis continues outside the line of the off stump. The fact that Bravo came out at the opening position today showed intent, and I think that in the last over, Berridge was found wanting. He was all over the place. Didn't try to hit that consistent line and length. He was short and then full and then short, and Bravo was prepared for all of those deliveries. Louis has been a lot better in terms of his length. Here is he with one that is pitched up. They're going to get an easy single. Salzano, again, not trying to hit it too hard, just working it into the gap for a run. 19 for 1.
Yeah, there should have maybe been a bit more alert there in the field, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. Denmore, we saw in the first innings, even though Bravo made 100, he was on a roll, and then they kept him quiet by starving him of the strike, basically. And it took him a bit more time to get going again.
They're going to have to do something similar in this innings. They're going to have to not bowl him those 4 deliveries, those boundary deliveries. They're going to have to be consistent in terms of their length, the length that they bowl to Bravo. We know that he is very strong on the back foot. He likes those short deliveries, and he likes when they're not just short, but he also likes when they're short and wide. So they're going to have to look at the length that they bowl to him. A lot more deliveries like that one there from Jeremiah Louis. Not full enough to drive, or not even close enough to Bravo to get him to open it, to free his arms. And they're going to have to be mindful too that Bravo is there trying to get quick runs, trying to set this game up so that Trinidad and Tobago can try to push for a victory. Sylvester Joseph has come alongside me. Jeremiah Louis is bowling in bright sunshine, another short delivery. We've seen some of those from him this morning offline, but he's been trying to work up these Trinidad and Tobago batsmen. Strong breeze blowing across the ground here at the Sir Vivian Richards Cricket Grounds, the official name. We call it the stadium, as Trinidad and Tobago look to try and set this game up, try to put the Leeward Islands under pressure. This is Louis, full and wide, called wide by the umpire. That one got away from him. and just got away wide outside line. 19-20 for 1. Sylvester Joseph, good morning to you. How are you doing?
Good morning, my good friend. Nice to have you.
Yep.
It seems like it's only on Saturdays that we can
you
get
see
you.
me only on a you seem to see me only on a Saturday.
But it's all good. It's all good.
It's
you
all
know.
good,
Yeah.
yeah.
Man, catching up with you.
What do you think would have to be the approach for the Leeward Islands as we watch Louis continuing from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end? Better delivery outside the line of the off stump. Bravo doesn't have to play into the gloves of Captain Hamilton. No run. The end of the over has come up. TNT, remember they made 418 for 9 in their first innings. Leeward Islands getting to 302. And of course, they're now 20 for 1 in their second innings. They have a 136 run lead.
Well, I'm hoping that the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force will come out and play positive cricket and try, set a target maybe to give the Leewards an opportunity to go back in probably after lunch, But after looking back on the second morning or the third morning when they came back out to bat for no reason, you wonder what are the plans for the Red Force. But in terms of the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, I think the best thing is that you don't bowl Shino Berridge to Darren Bravo. He takes a liking to Shino Berridge's bowling from even since the first innings. No matter where he bowls, Bravo likes the challenge when Shino Berridge's bowls. Because if you notice, when Jeremiah Louis bowls any short balls or whatever, he just took on it. He has respect.
Yes, he has respect.
He showed respect for Colin Archibald and Jeremiah Louis, but in terms of Sheena Berridge, he doesn't really have that respect.
Is it because
for
Sheena Berridge doesn't seem to have that wicket bumper, or he will bowl short, but when his short balls are more of a long hop type version rather than those type that's steeped up and maybe the lack of pace?
Yeah, it's mainly the lack of pace in terms of especially short balls because he bowls consistent hitting that length.
Short delivery that is pulled away into the mid-wicket region, 4 runs.
A very good position there by Solanzo.
Solzano. That's Solzano who just got a loosener delivery there from Colin Archibald. Just pulled it down, no pace, and Solzano was quickly onto it and hitting it forward of square and into a straightish mid-wicket boundary and picked up 4 runs. In the olden days, they would say not a man move as that one crashed into the boundary.
The one who hit with
was hit with disdain, was hit with real confidence by Jeremy Solzano. A lot have been said about his unfortunate situation that he had. Better delivery from Colin Archibald. This one covering up and playing it positively again is Jeremy Solzano, getting the opportunity into the test squad, getting into the squad and then getting injured while fielding and didn't get to bat.
Didn't even get an opportunity
and
to
then
bat.
he didn't get another opportunity after that.
That says something about either the selection or the selectors, because I don't understand what's the reason for the young man. It's good that he's strong and he's still there. I guess he has good support.
Good pace from Colin Archibald outside line of the off stump. So Zano thought of really helping that one on his way, but the one flashed through into the gloves of Hamilton, taken above his head, no run.
We have seen in terms of the pitch, the bowlers that comes in and put in a good effort. They get some reward.
Good support.
Yeah, from the pitch. So I give the Kuwait a good accommodation for, I think they have a good pitch here. If you apply the principles of batting and the energy and effort in bowling, you can get reward.
Just staying this one square of the wicket is Solzano down to Hayden Walsh, who is at a deep, very deep point position, and the batsmen are able to cross for a single. That's the kind of pitch that you want in matches like these, pitches where the bowlers have something and there is also something in it for the batsmen. Makes the game even, makes it a balanced game, and then what you would have to do now is differentiate the difference in skill. see who are the more skillful players in terms of how they apply themselves to the conditions. Let's see what Archibald has, and he's running in now fast and hard, and gets a no ball. That he's playing quietly is Bravo, just shaping in line and playing it back along the pitch. Archibald seemed to have overstepped the crease, and one more to the total.
You had an opportunity to see any of the India-Australia test match this morning?
The thing is, I started to watch, I dozed off, and by the time I woke up, they were having the presentation ceremony. By the time I woke up, they were having the presentation ceremony. I was like, what? But the Indians really crushed the Australians. India, just to give you the score, India 400, Australia 177 and 91 in that match there today. And the Indians going away with a big victory by an innings and 132 runs. An innings and 132 runs in that encounter. And the Indians were all over the Australians, especially in that second innings. Leewards would be hoping for the same, to be all over the Trinidadians. This one is steered away down to that deep point position where Hayden Walsh, as always in the game, has a shy at the non-striker's end, and the batsmen were able to cross for a run. 27 for 1, TNT Red Force batting a second time.
Yeah, since the first innings, I see the captains employing the deep point, and we have seen a few chances go to point where the regular point, should be. And you haven't seen the batters really taking command and hitting balls to point on a regular basis to get 4. We saw a lot of, especially first innings, majority of the runs, maybe 40% of the runs comes through the third man, second slip third man area, and they never really employ a third man until maybe late in the yesterday, late in the innings. But they persisted and still persisting with the deep point, deep backward square. And for what reason, I don't know. It seems like they have a plan, and no matter what the situation is, they're going to stick with that plan, even though the plan is not working.
Seems to be the type of captaincy we've seen from Jamal Hamilton for a little while now. Just so that you know, West Indies women made 135 for 7 in their 20 overs against the England women. And currently in the England women, they are 49 for 1 in over number 5 of their reply. 49 for 1 in over number 5. So the England women having a strong reply to the 135 for 7 made by the West Indies women.
It's good to see that the West Indies women passed the 100.
Yes,
haven't passed the 100 for a while.
They haven't. Let me just give you some scores if you were not following. Hayley Matthews, she got 42, 3 for Stephanie Taylor, 34 for Shemaine Campbell. Gajnabi got 2, Chanel Henry 14, 9 for Shideen Nation. As we continue here, just a single to
I find Shideen Nation is always been around in the team, and she hasn't really. She's
been around for quite a while,
and she has never done anything
not
really.
Flourished. Yep. Afi Fletcher making 10, Zayda James 2, and Shamila Connell was not out on 1 with Shideen Nation, who was a 9. 135 for 7, 3 wickets for Eccleston for England, and a wicket for Siva Brunt in Catherine Siva Brunt, and also another wicket for Sarah Glenn for the England team. And Sophia Dunkley is not out on 34. Alex Capsey is not out on 4. 50 for 1 at the end of over number 5, the England team in reply. So they're going at a good rate in reply to that 135 for 7 made by the West Indies. Looks as if the players are going to have some refreshments, is it? Yes,
Yeah,
looks like they're
looking,
going to...
they're looking for the groundsman for some repairs on the bowler's
On the-
foot mark.
bowler's foot mark. They're just signaling to the ground staff. In the meantime, the umpires and the players are going to refresh themselves, just take in some fluids. Gives us an opportunity just to look back at the game that has happened so far in this match. The Trinidad and Tobago team, they batted first, made it 418 for 9 declared, 100 for Darren Bravo, 34 for Jason Mohammed, 52 for Yannick Carrera, 31 for Amir Django, 92 for Imran Khan. And Imran Khan too is a name that has been around for ages, forever. Terrence Hines got 51 and 33 for Carrie Pier. Right at the end there, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, 418 for 9. Declared the Leeward Islands, they got to 302 all out. Ended this morning, 23 for Monson Hodge, 95 for Casey Carty. Kofi James got 23. Jama Hamilton, 15. Terrence Ward, 21. Raheem Cornwall, 67. Jeremiah Louis, 6. Hayden Walsh Jr., 31. Colin Archibald, 10. And Sheeno Berridge was left not out on North at the end. Extras, 10. 302 all out. The wickets for the Trinidad and Tobago team, Brian Charles, he got 4 wickets in his 29.1 overs. A wicket for Terrence Hines, 3 wickets for Carrie Pier, and 2 wickets for Yannick Carrera in the Leeward Islands innings. And of course, Keegan Simmons, he was bowled by Sheena Berridge in the second innings for 1, having faced 7 deliveries. Darren Bravo is not out on 15, and Jeremy Salzano, he's there, not out on 10. Total 30 for 1, and we've had 6.1 overs, but the umpires wanted the ground staff just to do a little bit of repairs to the bowler's foot marks. They're just trying to ram in some soil, we would say, at that area. They normally throw in a little bit of damp soil, and they use something resembling a rammer, and they just try to ram it firm to see how best they could. So we just see them there just applying a little bit of water to the area so that they could try and ram it once more, just to try and get it integrated into the surface, and then they're just doing a little bit of marking just to freshen that front line.
The Thomas brothers?
Yep. Looks to be
Musai and his
and
brother.
Shastri. Yep, yes, Musai. As a matter of fact, they're not Thomas brothers.
They're brothers.
They're brothers by the same mother.
Oh, okay.
They have the same mother, Musai and Shastri. And of course, the different surname, but I think Shastri is a Martin, if my memory serves me well. But Daryl Thomas. And Musai has been around for quite a while, coaching and grounds work, and he was my coach in school.
Yeah.
Would you believe it?
Yes.
Yes. Yep. Musai Thomas was one of the coaches in school, and you don't misbehave as a youngster with Musai. Has those strong-looking arms that that would really keep you in line. Make sure that you. But he was a very good guy to work with as a youngster. So we're just about to get back on way. We're going to be back on way shortly. The players have refreshed themselves. The Leeward Islands probably would have used the opportunity to have a little bit of a chat, a little bit of a meeting as to their approach, how they're going to go forward, and how are they going to try and restrict the Trinidadians today and not allow this game to get away. What do you think? Do you think all 3 results are still in play at this stage?
I think,
Or is it leaning in heavily towards the Trinidad and Tobago team?
I think it's one result in play at the moment. This seems to be it's going heading in the draw category. I'm more leaning on the draw than any other result. I see a bit more intent there by Salazano and Bravo, but I just don't see the Trinidadian.
You would think that
pushing.
they would need a lot more runs before lunch.
Yeah, and
If
I don't see that they're pushing for a victory after what we have seen yesterday morning when they came back to bat, and in the bowling department, they tried, getting the wickets, but the urgency, you don't see that the urgency is there, and they're trying to push to get a victory. I'm not seeing it, Maybe it's still possible, but I'm not seeing it. The Leeward Islands have to really do something out of the ordinary in order for them to have that opportunity to
Probably have a major collapse or something of the sort. A really poor batting performance. You ready to go again? And this is Jeremiah Louis with a good delivery. First up, after we had that little bit of a break. He's just still having a look at that front crease. He's approaching it a little bit gingerly. Still probably not as confident as he wants to be with where his boot is landing. So you can almost see him looking down at that spot before he plants that front foot into his delivery, no doubt. As Jeremiah Louis just wondered, just looking at Kofi James as he was waiting there for that ball for quite a while. Outside the line of the off stump, another delivery that starts on or about the line of the stumps and shaping towards the slip region. 3 slips still in place. And Leeward Islands, they've dropped quite a number of catches in this tournament so far. Remember that catch right at the end of the first game where Terrence Ward at that slip position, almost celebrating before he took the catch, put it down, and that was the difference between Leeward Islands' victory and the game being drawn. Here is this delivery that is driven and past Kofi James, and it going into the mid-off boundary for 4. Thought a lazy effort by Kofi James, almost as if he made up his mind late that he was going to dive for that one. Dive right over it, and the ball going under his body and into that wide mid-off boundary, long-off boundary, and picked up 4 runs.
Yeah, beautiful shot there by Bravo, one of his trademark extra cover drive, and but Kofi James, a bit of sloppy feeling there. Should have made a better effort, to stop that ball, but a good shot there by Bravo.
Good shot indeed by Bravo. He faces up now as Jeremiah Louis with a short delivery. He just ducks under it, allows it to go by into the gloves of the wicket keeper. No run, and that seems to be the approach, especially to the short ball from Jeremiah Louis. Just pick it up, duck under it, allow it to go by. We've seen them pull those from Berridge, but like you said earlier, the short ball from Jeremiah Louis seems to just be a respect delivery, where the batsmen are just happy to duck under it and allow it to go by into the gloves of the wicket keeper. Leeward Islands waiting for something to happen. Here is Jeremiah Louis, another short delivery, this time with a little bit more pace, a little bit more carry through to wicketkeeper Hamilton. Really put his back into that one, and there is no run. The end of the over has come up 34 for 1. We've had 7 overs in this TNT Red Force reply. So 34 for 1 and 16. That means they lead by 150 runs. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. What do you think they would be thinking would be a good score, maybe even with a session to go to challenge the Leewards? Think 250, 300, they would think?
I would maybe think 250, 275 between there, to give them a challenge. Maybe another 100 ones if it's possible. But they have to show some more intent, to get them in just after lunch. But we'll have to wait and see what the intent is. But we just
Archibald is going to come off, and we're going to see Raheem Cornwall. Maybe this could be the opportunity that the TNT Red Force needs, a slow bowler. Maybe they could try and say that, they're going to target Raheem Cornwall. I've not heard many teams say that, though.
I don't think many teams can. That's what I was wondering. I was wondering what you were saying. Yes. When you said slow bowler, I understand the slow bowler, but in terms of the effectiveness, he's the most effective bowler that the Hurricane has.
Didn't get any wicket in the first innings, but was very economical.
Yeah, That's the thing about Joaquin Corn. Even though he doesn't get the wickets, he
First delivery, and the batsman is forcing away off the back foot into the cover region. Finds Powell. No run. Is that Powell posted there?
yeah, that's Powell.
That's Powell. Cornwall quickly in. And here is the delivery that the batsman having to hustle. One that didn't bounce as high, just kept a little bit low. And on the back foot again, Solzano playing this one respectfully. Cornwall with just a walk, then breaks into his stride. And this delivery, the batsman is picking it up outside the line. You have to pushing that front leg at it. Spinning into the gloves of the wicket-keeper, no run. So he has a slip. A man at City Point and a short leg. They go down now as Solzano gets one that he's just trying to force away on the bounce.
If I was a captain, I would maybe tie up one end with the spin bowler and then rotate the fast bowlers, because in the second innings, every wicket that their fast bowler gets, you get extra points. So
you want some fast bowling
especially in the
points?
situation with the Leeward Islands.
Not winning first innings.
Well, they don't have first innings now. You ain't check it's not about first innings.
It's about
batting points and bowling points.
Okay.
Yes.
This delivery, batsman is forward and driving. Joaquin Cornwall fields his own bowling, and there is no run. End of the over, maiden over by Joaquin Cornwall. TNT Red Force remains 34 for 1 with a lead of 150 so far in their second innings, and Bravo and Jeremy Solzano, they are at the crease.
Yeah, and as we see, we've been talking yesterday with Terry, and we were talking about the pitches in the Caribbean. We have seen one last week up at Coolidge when the fast bowlers run in and put the effort in. They get, you get some bounce and pace. So same thing here. The cries of the Caribbean is that the pitches are not up to standard. But are we sure that the pitches are not up to standard, or the fast bowlers are not really putting in the work? It seems like some of the fast bowlers are the comfort is just coming and bowl.
I remember last week we were having a discussion where we were talking about Jeremiah Louis opening the bowling for the Leeward Islands. And here is Louis in, and this delivery is driven in the air. Kofi James drops it. That one went straight to him. He should have taken that one, Kofi James. Don't know what happened. He didn't look confident. Looked up, we saw him looking up, but it's a no ball called by the umpire. So they will get 2 runs. But again, even though you want to see the fielders take those that one looked very, very poor from Kofi James, that effort, even though it was called a no ball. Should have just collected it cleanly, just even for the confidence sake. So,
but quite interesting, he seems like he's saying that the sun is in his eyes, but he has on the dark shades and he's hot.
He needs a new pair.
He needs a new pair.
Yeah, he needs to probably go to one of those Vision iMobile. Yeah, he needs to check iMobile and get a new pair. Because if you're in dark shades and the sun is still bothering you, it means you have on a cheap pair. He probably needs to get one of those brand name ones.
It gotta be Oakley one.
Yes, you have to get one of those brand name ones. And being a professional pair coffee, you need to call up one of those sponsors and say, hey, I need a shades sponsor. Here is Jeremiah Louis in, and this time the batsman is playing defensively to a good delivery. I was saying that in the heyday of the Leeward Islands, when you had the Curtly Ambus, the Kenny Benjamins, the Weekses, the Winstons, what's the dentist? I'm trying to John Maynard and so on. Those were the days when Leeward Islands fast bowling. No comparison when we talk about the pace that a Jeremiah Louis and Sheena Berridge they're having. So you are correct. Maybe it's a fast bowling problem that we're having and not a pitch problem, this delivery. They're going to steal a run, as that one just went into the thigh pad region. Maybe just had a little bit of a tickle onto it. We'll wait to see what the signal is from the umpire. There was none. So the ball just coming off the bat and falling away into that onside region for a run. But in those days, when you have people like a Whitmore Quinn and a Ricky Christopher and all those guys, those great fast bowlers, when we talk about express pace fast bowlers, if it was those kind of bowlers on this kind of pitches and we're not seeing anything, then we could argue.
In Bangor the Western, you could.
Oh, yes.
These guys would just run in and just hit that
And
ball.
hit that deck.
Man, hit that deck. Whether you're slow or not,
Yep.
you gotta feel that some
Here
heavy,
he's going to
heavy
get a
balls.
boundary as that one just flicked off the hip of, is that Bravo? Or is it Salzano? Salzano just coming inside and just helping that one, a badly lined delivery.
Oh, it's
from
Bravo. It's
Jeremiah
Bravo.
Louis.
It's Bravo.
It is Bravo.
Yeah.
And he picked up 4 more runs. 41 for 1.
Back to his jumping. You know, when you bowl him in that area there, he tends to have a jump. But I believe, man, when you look at it, and the more and more that you see the first class setting, is the fast bowlers. They're not putting in there like they're preserving energy. You know, the fast bowlers that we had back then, even those that didn't really make it to the top. When these guys have that ball, they're gonna apply some pressure.
They are going to apply some pressure. We even think of, we continue to carry Jeremy and the likes. These guys put the effort in all the time.
All the time.
Always running in. And I remember even recently, Kenny Benjamin was saying to some fast bowlers, hit the pitch.
Hit the pitch, yeah. You got to hit the pitch.
He says that, he loves to talk about that they're resting the ball rather than bowling the ball into the pitch and allowing it to do some work. Hit the pitch. That's what the fast bowlers want to see. He uses delivery, one that is just almost floated in by Jeremiah Louis, the batsman picking up the line early and just allowing it to go by into the gloves of wicket keeper Hamilton, and there is no run. 41 for 1. We've had 9 overs so far. We're just about 30 minutes or so before the luncheon interval. We see 2 guys standing by. One looks like a springer. The other one looks like he's from somewhere in the southern hemisphere.
I will get there.
We'll do one more, and then we'll invite Vernon Springer and Terry Laraji to come in and bring us the play before the luncheon interval. So we'll do one more for Raheem Cornwall, Sylvester Joseph,
Hope
and Denmore
you're
Roberts.
hoping that we can take a wicket with us?
Yeah, we're definitely looking for a wicket here with this over, trying to bring one for Raheem Cornwall. Raheem Cornwall, I'm here. Just so that he knows. Here is this first delivery. He's forcing it away off the back foot, hits it straight to the fielder at cover, and there's no run.
But Solazano looks more interested today, but he's not really finding the gap, but he's timing the ball nicely.
Solzano comes forward to a delivery that is just pulling him out of his crease by Raheem Cornwall, and he plays it to the defensive bat. There's no run. So, Cornwall in once more. This delivery, he's finding the gap. He's going to get at least 2. Comes back for the second run, and Powell giving chase. It's good to see that Powell won that race between himself and Hayden Walsh Jr. Giving chase and getting there ahead of Hayden Walsh and having a strong throwback. 2 more to the total, 43 for 1.
Well, Vern, I will tell you, athletics and sprinting is a very big thing in St. Kitts and Nevis.
Oh.
From primary school, they have some
I know.
serious
I've
competition
actually
out there.
seen the Nevis. I've seen the Nevis primary school competition, and I would love to be there to watch that. It seems to be a big event. I even saw a minister of government posting on Facebook this week of his daughter doing well in the primary school championship in St. Kitts. I think he's a Calypsonian as well, but he's now a minister of government. I'm trying to remember his name. Conris Maynard, that's the name, Conris. Saw him posting up this week. Seems to be Vernon doesn't like his party, I should tell you. Here is this delivery outside on the line of the stumps, and the batsman is just reaching forward and playing quietly, and the batsman can't score. The end of our stint, 43 for 1. Bravo they're not out on 24. Jeremy Solazano is on 13. We'll have a double change. You'll hear Vernon Springer and Terry Laraji.
Notice that Denmo is not answering the political questions raised by Sylvester Joseph about what's happening with the Bertas football. You know, Sylvester has been able to ruffle set. He can't deal with that pressure situation. 43-1, Trinidad and Tobago leading by 159 runs. Solanzano, 13, Bravo 24 from 27, so he's picked up and he's come out with some intent. It was interesting to listen to Sylvester and Denmo talk about fast bowling because Sir Andy Roberts, Dr. Sir Andy Roberts, you know, days of old they used to tell you that Warner Park is a dead track.
Right.
But every time Sir Andy came to St. Kitts, he would pick away 10 and 11 wickets out of the game. So, and Mr. Roberts says he doesn't know anything about, you don't have to have no grass and no wicket or anything. You just have to understand where you're going to put the ball, land the ball in the right area. Because even if you leave grass on the pitch, the guys are still going to bowl something else. So,
Very true. Look at the success he had in the subcontinent.
Sylvester couldn't say it right, you know what I mean? What we really need is another factory. Factory produced a number of outstanding fast bowlers in Antigua and Barbuda, and that's what we need. We need to be able to go back to those days. You know, that's what I think that we need. Here's Archibald bang on target. And I don't think Denmo could have said it any better. The fast bowlers have to run in and they have to hit the deck.
Put the effort in because we've seen it in this match. Every time they've put the effort in, they've produced some good deliveries, troubling deliveries, as fast bowlers should. But there's too much of this concentrated on just getting the right line and length and just, you know, having tidy figures rather than trying to blast the team out.
Here is a slash from Bravo. It's gone. One bounce down to the third man area for 4. So Bravo on the go here. It was a good quick delivery outside the line of the off stump, and Bravo really threw his bat at it. Flew off.
Threw his hands at it. He had the width to work with.
Yes. Almost
like flew for 6.
A T20 style innings here. Being displayed by Bravo. He's 28. I want to really also feel that the modern day tactics of the modern day cricketer, I don't think the fast bowlers are running enough. I think they're concentrating more on being in the gym rather than going and putting some miles on their legs. Here is Bravo getting a ball, tucking him up from Archibald. Archibald switched from the Sir Andy Roberts end now to the Sir Curtly Ambrose end.
But saying that though, Vernon, if you're a professional and you're not getting the results that you require or the team requires, wouldn't you look at things like that and say, all right, I need to do more leg work, I need to do more running, I need to put the miles in?
But we have to ask the backroom staff, from the head coach down, we have to start holding them accountable.
Right.
And I think that's what we're not doing. Here is a delivery by Bravo, just turned into the deep backward square leg area. So good morning to Peter Abraham, who will be glued to his tablet or maybe even having it coming through his television. One of the things which I feel is not happening, and sometimes I look at the training methods of maybe even the fast bowlers. If you speak to Courtney Walsh and Sir Curtly Ambrose and Andy Robertson, those guys, they did a lot of beach work. They ran a lot.
Right.
You know, they put miles on their legs.
Yep.
Full toss, driven down the ground to Powell.
Alternate between the soft sand, the hard sand.
Yeah. A lot of back exercises there. I find that the modern day cricketers and the folks who are in the backroom staff who are the trainers, they have the players going in doing a lot of gym work. And I'm not saying that gym work is not good, but I'm saying you got to come up here at the Sir Vivian Ritter Stadium and you have to run because that is what is going to be required for you. The West Indians are normally natural athletes. So you have to just bank on that. That's what you have. That's after you have to seriously work on. Not a short delivery here from Archibald. I think over comes to an end. Patrick Gustard, the umpires, and Christopher Taylor, the umpires today. 48 for 1. And Trinidad and Tobago, they're really, more or less piling on the pressure here. Bravo is 29. They lead by 164 runs. 5 runs coming out of the Archibald's over.
But you're right what you're saying, though, Vernon, and isn't that where things started to go downhill after we lost the title and everything like that? They
No, what
started
has actually happened,
copying.
Terry? We have people who are coming here to try to tell us how to play cricket.
There you go.
And that's
so
just
the
a
West
fundamental
Indian
problem.
style of cricket has gone completely out the window.
Everybody else is playing West Indian way.
Right.
The days of
Except West Indies.
we've come up with a new brand of cricket.
Which doesn't work.
It's amazing sometimes when I hear we're saying that we're trying to bat 90 overs. We want to bat 90 overs.
Yeah.
You can bat 90 overs and only make 200 runs and lose a test match.
There you go. Sylvester was making the same point yesterday. What is the point in batting 90, 100, 110 overs if you're not getting a score on the board and you're still giving time to the opposition to defeat you?
And when we look even at before the competition here, we see, let's say Terry Laraji, who's batted for a long time. You might have made 100. You faced 300 and odd balls, right? So your strike rate is high proportion in boundaries. So when you look at the scorecard, we know Terry has hit in that 100, maybe about 14, 15 boundaries. But you have blocked so many other balls there because you've not been able to find the gap.
Right.
That's
right.
where I think that we're missing. We just come forward. If we look here, the teams have worked out around the Caribbean. Hey, let's keep Cornwall out. So you saw what happened in the first innings. Trinidad and Tobago said, we're not going to give Cornwall a wicket.
Right.
And that's what most teams are going to execute. Make sure that you keep Cornwall out. Here is Bravo back and just steering this one out to the sweeper.
But you talk about the athleticism and everything that come natural to West Indies players and so. We should not be talking about how the standard is dropped, not just with Leewards, but right round the Caribbean, with the fielding. But you make the good point all the time, instead of staying on their feet, they're always tumbling, sliding, everything like that, because they see others do it. They try practice what others do, but it doesn't work. Surely there must come a time, look, guys, this is not working. Let's go back to how we field.
The catching in this tournament for
It's been
professional
woeful.
cricketers is not good at all. I want to know what's happening in the franchises because players are getting paid, coaching staff are getting paid. What is the program? It looks as if teams are practicing from 9 to 12.
Yeah.
There's no fielding session in the afternoon. It's obvious. You got to be catching. Over comes to an end. 12 overs bowled, 50 for 1, 50 up for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. And the Trinidad and Tobago team will be maybe looking to get up to 266, maybe add another 100 runs, give the Leeward Islands maybe another 60 overs, maybe to go at it, make a game of it. They also be mindful that you got Cornwall, Powell, Hamilton, and company in the hut. So you don't want to open the game, but you want to make it competitive.
Yeah, you want to open the door, but you don't want to open it too far that you put yourself under pressure. But I think they're going about it in the right way at the moment. This partnership is worth 49 as we approach lunch. So maybe another 90, 100 runs. And,
50 minutes to go before lunch. The flags fluttering here. The Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. National hero of Antigua and Barbuda, Archibald bongs away. Worked into the leg side area. And they get a comfortable single.
but I like the intent, though, Vernon, shown by Trinidad and Tobago. At least they're trying to remain positive. They're trying to open the game up and look for a possible outright. They could have quite easily come out, just batted out the rest of the day. You wonder if the boot was on the other foot, what the Leewards approach would have been.
50 partnership with Salazano and Bravo. 51 for 1 as Archibald moves away nicely. And Bravo just rolling the wrist over and just hitting it down and getting a couple of runs quite easily. Louis coming off to the fine leg area, firing and returning. Score goes up to 53 for 1. Leewards have moved from 3 slips. They're now down to 2 slips.
Yep, vast open spaces. Just work the ball in, keep the scoreboard ticking as far as the Red Force are concerned.
If we look at this field placing here, it means that Archibald will have to bowl short and wide. And if he's going to bowl, he has to bowl some bumpers, which will be above Bravo's head. That has to be the intent.
Like that.
Leeward Islands tournament coming up in St. Kitts and Nevis on the 18th of this month. Exciting times. Hope that we have some youngsters embarking and coming through.
Yeah, and excellent though, as we've been saying, Vernon, that at least the opportunity now with the 3-day tournament back, they can put some pressure.
I'm not too sure about that, Terry, because most of the countries are really not prepared to play sort of 3-day tournament. And I say that because when you look in terms of what's happening in St. Martin, they only play 20 over cricket. Anguilla, and the list goes down.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if, outside of Antigua and Barbuda, who maybe plays 2-day cricket, 50 over cricket and T20 cricket, most of the other territories in the Leeward Islands don't play that amount of cricket.
Right,
so
right.
I am almost very much concerned as to how that tournament is also going to be executed. So I'm waiting with my breath to see in terms of what's happening.
Waiting with bated breath.
Yeah, your preparation is also key. It's all well to say play Leeward Islands 3-day tournament. Here is Bravo just steering this out to the sweeper. Berridge coming off there. But we have to look at the preparation of the territories on a whole to make that happen in the scheme of things.
Mm-hmm.
I felt, and this is just my own thought process, is that territories who are part of the structure of the Leeward Islands Cricket Board, you have to mandate them that this is what you want to see happening. You know, you want to see T20 cricket happening in your neck of the woods, 50 over cricket, you know, and make whether they have 20, 24 players, make that happen. The club structure in some of these Leeward Island countries also have depleted, more or less. The end of another over here, 13 overs bowl, 54 for 1. Now, economically, we also have to take that into consideration as well, because
that's always been
the
the
work
argument,
system has changed. Let's look at in Antigua and Barbuda. A number of the cricketers who maybe want to play club cricket, where do they work? They maybe either work on construction, they work in the hotel.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost going to be a challenge for them.
To get time off and
right?
so.
Consistently.
Mm-hmm.
You know, to come weekend in, weekend out. You know, all these things you have to wear. Same thing you would say in Nevis, in St. Kitts. Small population in Montserrat,
Mm-hmm.
Anguilla. They're driven by tourism. So you got to take all these things into consideration. And plus, it's very expensive right now. Airfare is a headache.
Most definitely. Took the end of that time.
Cornwall getting an edge there.
Bit of bounce. But that was why it was refreshing to see who was the boy for Guyana that took the 5 wickets yesterday.
Yes, good. Oh, well, you didn't see him before. Joseph.
Right.
He's a good find.
Shamar
He's
Joseph.
a good human interest story. Down
Very
the
good.
onside.
Because he was doing construction and then security. But he backed himself, obviously.
Yeah, but how many other players will take that risk?
Well, that's the...
and have the support system.
Right. So
You got to take that into consideration.
So a lot of these things that we talk about still comes back to the player wanting what they want.
Yeah, but it's the support system and the economics that are put in place, because people have to feed their family.
Right.
You know, we always have to remember that. Mm-hmm. He's got a young child, so thank God that his girlfriend stepped up and decided that she's gonna help.
There you go.
Down the onside, Cornwall. Just like to see Cornwall come over the wicket. He's come around the wicket. Just come over the wicket to Bravo. Think he can be able to nick off Bravo, go caught it first slip by Ward if he comes over the wicket. But he's around. And Alex Sylvester told me it looks as if it's the new norm now.
Well,
Everybody.
That's why I got upset with the first test, bowling to that balance. They know balance. It's not as if it's the first time they ever saw him or played against him. I never saw one delivery bowled over the wicket to the left-hander as soon as he walked out there. Now, okay, the guy gets set, you know. But before he gets set, and he goes on and makes 100, but before he gets set, try something. It's not working coming round the wicket. He's playing you with ease.
So 2 runs worked into the offside there by Bravo off Cornwall's over. The score in the meantime goes up to 56 for 1. 14 overs bowled. And Cornwall's 4 so far, score 6. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they lead by 172 runs.
But in this instance, I think you're right, though, Vernon. If he come over the wicket, ball spinning across Bravo. Bravo looking for runs. Brings the slip into play, the keeper into play.
Archibald will be looking to continue. Lunch is about 8 minutes away. Exciting times ahead here for this game. I think it sets up nicely. If Trinidad and Tobago maybe can bat maybe another hour after lunch and get some quick runs, maybe can force a lead up to 260, 270. Make a game of this. Coming down late on this delivery there, but most important thing is that he defended his castle. So good morning to President of the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board, Mr. Assam Bassarat, and all of the other members of the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board.
They've done well, haven't they? Getting their cricket back up and running because COVID has really
I also want to say good morning to
them.
Richard Kelly Jr. He's got his own academy now, assisted by his dad and Anthony Simmons. Congratulations, Richard. Great job. Coming quietly forward. Red ball cricket is also being reintroduced in Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Borders, they've opened the scenario. I saw something last night, Terry, that I was supposed to send you. It came from, yes, Barbados. They're going to Dominica to play some 3-day games and some T20 games. They picked on, I think it is an under-21 team.
Okay. Well, that's excellent then.
They're going on a tour. 57 for 1. I think our leadership in the Caribbean in terms of our captains and what we see. I need to get Sylvester Joseph and Dave Joseph and company in some sort of sessions in the Leewards to really sort of help out our captains. The strategy is mind-boggling. Here is the real by Bravo just worked into the down into the fine leg area. Louis coming around, and they get 2 runs quite easily. And it's not just the Leewards, you know. I mean, I saw Paul Palmer. Sylvester Joseph comes in, and long on and long off, he's on north. He hasn't faced the delivery yet. Mid on and mid off, going back to long on and long off. I mean, I really couldn't understand those things. I mean, you couldn't have a coach or a manager like Taddy Arundel, and that's the kind of field placing that you're going to get, because you know that Taddy is going to be shouting from the pavilion, Sylvester, what are you doing?
Well, we saw the same thing here with when Terence Hines come out to bat.
Slashing wide delivery. I think we're playing name really, rather than the situation, the game situation.
But they don't seem to study the game situation at all.
If you see Denmore walks out, are you going to say that Denmore is going to clear the boundary?
Right.
I mean, I looked at Shane
From
Darwish.
ball one?
Jamie Merchant comes out, and all of a sudden the field is spread all over. I'm saying, come on. He's come out, he's on north. He hasn't faced the delivery yet. But as you guys always telling me, Sylvester likes to tell me this, Springs, this is a new day. New method. So I may be from the old school, short delivery down the onside. But I know.
Still the game of cricket, though, isn't it?
Sylvester Joseph came up under Otto and myself and Taddy Arundel and company. And you always had a piece of paper in your book. So if it got to a time where Barbados was 80 for 8, Sylvester knew that it was time either to call Kerry Jeremy and said, come here, son, let's shake up these guys here. So you have to have a trick. You have to have something ready to prepare yourself as, hey, what's going to happen if somebody holds you up? Number 8, 9, 10, Jack. How are you going to deal with that? But everybody just has one set pattern.
One plan.
And that's what they work with all day. Short delivery. Bravo on top of it, spanking it out to the sweeper. And they get an easy single. Score in the meantime at the end of over number 15. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they're 60 for 1. Bravo is 38. Salazano is on 16. And some 4 runs coming out of Colin Archibald's over here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. The lead is 176 and climbing.
176, so they say they go to lunch about 180 or 180 odd in front. Yeah, about another 70. So I'd say they're still on target. I think they're
quick
looking
70.
for. Yeah, I think they're looking for
It can't be a roller coaster
250.
70.
No, run a minute type thing. First hour after lunch. Could be a very interesting afternoon.
No, you
Come
see,
on down to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium if you're in Antigua.
I
Got
see
the
that they've
faithfuls here.
They've made a bowling change here, but I would have gone for a Hayden Walsh just before lunch.
Yeah, Hayden
With
hasn't had
spinner.
much of a bowl in this match. He's gone to.
You never know.
Kofi
He might have come on and Bravo might have mistimed one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what you need. You need your wrist spinner is key to any bowling attack, and you gotta use him. Kofi James, he starts round the wicket.
Round the wicket, left-hander, round the wicket. Doesn't matter.
Bravo, showing some urgency there, trying to put some pressure on the fielders. Terence Ward put under some pressure there. A short mid-wicket. Kofi James goes past umpire Christopher Taylor short and banged out into the offside. Now, as an off-spinner, that's a bad delivery. There's no way you're supposed to be bowling that line. You got to be looking to get Bravo to hit the ball down the ground, just above his eye line. Make him use his feet. That's what you want. But it's similar here because Kofi James is really not someone who flights the ball. He's someone who pushes to the ball. Shot again, spanked again, pass. Hayden Walsh at backward point, out to Powell. And they get another easy single again.
He's too short at the moment, James. Batsman got plenty of time to rock back.
James around the wicket. Strange enough, we have not seen Terence Ward bowl in this series so far. I wonder if he's injured or he's okay.
He's been very quiet. He came out of his shell yesterday and played a bit of a cameo until he threw it away.
Comes quietly forward. Bravo is saying, next time, you're going. It was there.
It was.
And he knew that. He just almost was in two minds there, but I think the next one will go. This time it was flatter, faster. Bravo just made the adjustment, opened the face of the bat and steered it down to the short third man area. Hayden Walsh coming around. Can't stop the single. And Kofi James' first over scores 3 runs. And the score at lunch, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 63 for 1. Bravo 40. Blistering 40 so far from him. And I like this intent and change of attitude from young Bravo. The lead of 179. I think we have a game on here. Salazar is on 17 from 37. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force at lunch here 63 for 1. On behalf of Denmore Roberts, Sylvester Joseph was having an early lunch with some Lucasade and Terry Laraji. I'm Vernon A. Springer saying thanks to the 360 television crew team. They've done an excellent job led by Vinod Banchan. We'll take our lunch. Maybe we'll go across to Bonju Bites and get some lunch, Terry.
Yeah, we've been over there.
I have. I'm going to be looking at the Super Bowl from there.
Excuse me.
And we're back at the Sir Vivian Richards Cricket Stadium for play after lunch on this, the fourth and final day of this 4-day professional encounter between the Leeward Islands Hurricanes and the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. And the Trinidad and Tobago team, they are batting a second time. They're 63 for 1. They have a 116-run lead on the first innings, and we're going to have play after lunch. Leeward Islands players, they're back out on the field. The pace at which they're walking look as if they had a heavy lunch during the luncheon interval. They don't look very active. The only person that looks militant, that looks ready, is the bowler, just striding back out, making sure that his mark is still the same, that he's back intact. And we're just waiting for the Trinidad and Tobago batsmen to emerge. Something we saw at the start of the innings as well. The Trinidad and Tobago batsmen coming out pretty late from the dressing room. Still no sight of them. The Leeward Islands team and the umpires are out on the pitch. Maybe the Trinidadians are just using every minute of that 40 minutes that they have for the luncheon interval. What should be their thinking coming out after lunch, Trinidad and Tobago team? What do you think that the targets they're having in mind?
Well, the intent shown just before lunch, it seems like they have a plan to have the decoration sometimes during the afternoon session. I would hope that for the first hour, they will try to get up to maybe 250, 260 there and see how they can declare and insert and put in the Leeward Islands Hurricanes and see how the game will go from there. But the interest that we are seeing from them even coming back out to lunch, from lunch, you're talking about the Leeward Islands look a little bit lethargic, they had a heavy lunch. But what say you about
the Trinidadians were very slow. They're still slow.
So what say you about the Red Force batters? They must be enjoying it.
They probably had enjoyed the lunch. They probably had some curry for lunch and would have enjoyed it. They're still slowly getting back out. That is Bravo and Jeremy Solzano. They're now approaching out, just walking casually back out to the mark. Looks as if it's going to be Sheeno Berridge who is going to be bowling for the Leeward Islands from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. Bright sunshine here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. A very strong breeze blowing across. When we look at the flags, they're really fluttering in the breeze. And if you look at the trees on the western end, Sylvester Joseph suggests that there is a pretty decent breeze. So it shouldn't be too hot for the players out there, even though the sunshine is out. Because of the strong breeze, it should have a cooling effect on the players out there. The Leeward Islands, they are going to start pretty much with a defensive field, you can say. Just one slip for Sheeno Berridge. The field is spread. You have a man at a wide long leg. You have a man on the deep mid-wicket boundary. There's also a man on the cover boundary, and you have long off that is out. First delivery just squeezed the way into the lone fielder at probably, you can say that's a gully region, more of a gully than a backward point region, and there is no run. So the field, you have a slip, have a man at, is that point, or would you say that's gully, Bouncing Joseph?
It's kind of between.
Then you have cover is on the boundary, extra cover is short, long off, mid on, a man at straightish mid wicket, a deep square leg on the boundary, and a man down at a long leg position. Sheeno Berridge from the northern end in, and one that's keeping low. The batsman not moving his feet on that occasion. Bravo just trying to force it away with the bat. The ball bouncing through to Hamilton behind the stumps, and again there was no run. So the lead is 179. So Bouncing Joseph tends to think that the Trinidadians are looking for about 70 maybe, 70, 80 more runs in this, probably the first hour or so after the luncheon interval, hour and a half, to give them time to try and prize out the Leeward Islands. Here is delivery right up, and the batsman is squeezing it out. He wants a second, and he's coming back for it. His throw is wayward. They're going to get a third as That throw was from Colin Archibald, was way away from the wicket keeper and coming all the way down to the fielder on the boundary on the offside, and the batsmen were able to come back. What looked to have almost been a tight 2 ended up being a comfortable 3.
Yeah, and that throw was so wayward. You had Hayden Watch backing up the wicket keeper and also Terence Ward, going across, and yet still he bisected.
Got past all of them. Yeah. Was really wayward. This delivery again down to Archibald in that long leg position. This time he is again not having a good throw. Archibald is going to have to reset his radar.
Yeah, he definitely has to.
He's really off target, and he has to just make sure that he gets that radar back in check. He's going to need it when he's required to bowl again.
Well, the good thing is he can't really throw it. He has to bowl it.
Yeah.
When he's bowling, so he should have a bit more
Let's
control.
hope that he has a lot more control when he's bowling it. Berridge would continue from the northern end. He's in bright sunshine, so good conditions for cricket. And this is easily driven out to the long off region. Gets another run. This time a good throw back to the wicket keeper. One more to the total. So 67 for 1. So 4 runs so far from this over. .3.1. That's what it has been so far for this over. Sheeno Berridge. And at one point, Sheeno Berridge was the leading wicket taker, as you remember, in the Super 50 competition, and many persons thought that he should have gotten an opportunity at the next level. Here is he with this one right up to the left-handed batsman who's digging it out, is Darren Bravo, and he's can't score. The end of the over has come up. At the end of it, 67 for 1. We've had 17 overs bowled in this Trinidad and Tobago second innings. The TNT Red Force, they lead by 183 runs.
Yeah, and good positive start again here by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, especially Bravo. He takes a liking to Sheeno Berridge's bowling. Every time Sheeno comes on, he looks even more aggressive. But Sheeno Berridge, going back, over the years, he has been a very good worker, good performer for the Leeward Islands in terms of taking wickets over the years. He was given his props, but for the past 2 seasons, season and a half, he has declined in somewhat. But he has experience in terms of his pace. I still think that he bowls a good line and length when he gets it right.
Cornwall to Bravo, who has removed his helmet and is batting with the cap. He's now wanting a second run, but sent back. So you can see that there is a little bit of intent in Bravo, in the sense that he's trying to push things along, trying to turn those ones into twos. And he was looking for 2 just now and having to go back. Earlier, I heard it was Vernon who was suggesting that Raheem Cornwall might want to come over the wicket to some of these left-handed batsmen. I would love to see that as well. I think that would probably create a little bit more doubt in terms of in the mind of the batsmen.
I don't think I haven't seen him bowl over the wicket to any left-hander for the competition so far.
He did in that match up at the stadium last week for a couple of overs. He came over the wicket, and it did, especially when he was bowling to Mansingh. I remember he came over the wicket, and it sort of changed the whole way that Mansingh was approaching him. This one is struck away in the air, but will fall safely. So one more to Salzano, one more to the total. I would just love to see him come over the wicket just to see what happens. I think that the batsmen are able to read him very well with him coming around the wicket. They're having a full sight of the arm, and they can read what's taking place. So I would think that just to change the angle, just to create some doubt. Here's this delivery. The batsman is playing it into the offside field, trying to play it with a little bit of soft hands to try and steal a single, but Hayden Walsh Jr. and Jamal Hamilton, they're very sharp. Cornwall is in, and this time they're going to get the single as Bravo just comes across and works it into the onside field, short backward square position, and takes off and gets the easy single. 71 for 1, so Bravo looks like he wants to push things along. Jamal Hamilton, though, just still trying to keep things under control. He's back in place now. Cornwall is ready, and Salzano is back and forcing this one. Gets it past a tumbling Hayden Walsh Jr., and the batsmen are able to get one run. So Raheem Cornwall yet to get a wicket in this match. 10 runs coming off his 4.5 overs so far in this second innings. Here is he in, and Bravo is again just on the back foot trying to work one onto the onside. The ball takes a leading edge and falls away into the offside field, and there is no run. The end of the over has come up. The end of it, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force batting a second time. They are 72 for 1, a lead of 188 runs.
Yeah, we have seen an increase, in the momentum for the Red Force, which is really impressive so far. You can see that they are trying to manipulate the bowling and try to get some quick runs. Wonder what the target is, but at least we have seen some positive cricket here by especially the captain himself, Bravo, who is batting well again on 46 after the century in the first innings. This 46 looks pretty good, pretty composed. A lot of
He had initially refused the helmet when the 12th man was bringing it on, and then he decided, you know what, I'll go safety first. Sheena Berridge is going to continue because he had stopped him from bringing it on at the end of the over.
Yeah.
And then he decided against it. I think that's the better option.
Well, at this stage, his rafters can't be. He has to go to get some dentures, if anything. So, precaution.
Yep. At his age, teeth growth has long gone. Here we watch as Berridge comes in and bowls, and a delivery that Salzano is driving out to deep cover or extra cover. The fielder coming around, having to run a couple of paces around Casey Carty, somebody that we've seen patrol those areas for a number of years for the Leeward Islands. It seems to be one of those specialist boundary riders, something like a Evan Lewis when he plays for Trinidad. If you want to find Evan Lewis in the field, let's say you look on the boundary somewhere close to one of those boundary areas, and Casey Carty seems to do that job as well for the Leeward Islands. They're now sending back the long off and long on fielders onto the boundary as Berridge is going to be bowling to Bravo. Here is he in. Good delivery. Started just about leg stump, angling towards the offside. The batsman can only play a defensive stroke. There is no run. So, just with the little bit of increase in terms of the urgency for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, we've seen a little bit of a change in terms of the field placements for the Leeward Islands. Fields a little more spread, trying to probably protect the boundaries more so than the singles. Here we watch as Berridge is in, and delivery that is steered away, square of the wicket. Hayden Walsh Jr. picks it up on the bounce, and there is no run. So,
you see, the captain and vice captain, Hamilton and Cornwall, in deep discussion. What do you think they're discussion?
Cornwall is just, I see him pointing all over, just probably saying, Skipper, I have nothing really to tell you, but let me point. So people think that we're having this big discussion. They're probably just looking at field placements,
they
though.
at the point now, so probably that the discussion is all about Hayden Walsh Jr. is going back.
Here is this delivery. Cut away between past the man at backward point and into the boundary for 4. Hayden Walsh Jr. was sent back, but he didn't go all the way back onto the boundary. He was about 3/4 ways to the boundary. And Bravo was able to bisect the field get it to the left of Hayden Walsh and much to the right of Casey Carty, and picked up himself a boundary. Hayden Walsh Jr. caught in no man's land on that occasion.
Yeah, most definitely. It seems like the bowler didn't even recognize that Hayden Walsh is going back. So the captain is setting the field and the bowler is not aware of the situation.
Yeah, it was. He went in and bowled while Hayden Walsh was still on the move, and Bravo picking that up and just able to steer it past a stranded Hayden Walsh Jr. and picked up a boundary. Burridge is going to change his line of attack. He's coming around the wicket to the left-handed Bravo, who is now on 50. So another half century to follow up his 100. This 50 coming off 66 deliveries. The Red Force now lead by 193 runs. Burridge is in, and a delivery that is played defensively by Darren Bravo, just covering up and playing into the offside field, and there's no run. Do you think that some good knocks from Darren Bravo in this competition could put him back amongst the selectors, in the minds of the selectors, or do you think that his international career is long gone?
Well, in terms of his international career longer, no, I don't think so. I think, but in order for him to get back there, I think he has to score some big centuries. I think the whole Caribbean know his capabilities, but he has to perform and show us that.
Yeah, he has to get back that confidence. Here is
50 and 60.
Not going to cut it.
No, even that 100, a square 100. You need 180, 200.
He needs to show dominance.
Yeah, he needs to dominate.
He gets a single to end the over. The lead is now 194. He's on to 51 of 68. Salzano is on 21 of 42. TNT Red Force 78 for 1 at the end of over number 19. Are you of the opinion, there was a discussion the other day, somebody sent me a little bit of an opinion that somebody was sharing, and they were saying that there needs to be a shake-up in the West Indies team in terms of the middle order. The person was saying people like Blackwood and others need to start to compete for their places. And do you share a view like that? Cornwall starts a new over. This delivery is steered away backward of point. Tumbling save there from Kofi James. No run.
Yeah, most definitely. Especially if you have players who are on the verge and making runs. You have to try and mix it up and let them know that they have to work for the play. It's something that is. I think also in some of the first-class teams, there are players who are quite comfortable in just being in the team and making, maybe you fail when it's most important, but at the end of the series or at the end of the competition, you make a 50.
Bravo is sweeping one that he's going to get a boundary for, gets it down to a fine leg position, vacant position, and he gets Salzano. One from Raheem Cornwall that just strayed on the line of the leg stump, and using the sweep shot and getting it down to a fine leg position was Jeremy Salzano. Picks up himself another boundary and takes the total on to 83 for 1. Just seeing the replay, just followed it with the angle of the delivery from Raheem Cornwall and picking up a boundary. And this is why I'm saying that I think that if Raheem comes over the wicket, he could create a different kind of angle. You're going to get a single as this one. He's just using his feet, dropping it into the offside field and taking off and getting a good single, good cricket on the part of Salzano and Bravo on that occasion. That's why I'm saying that I believe a difference of an angle would make a difference. The 200 has come up in terms of the lead for the TNT Red Force. They now lead by 200 runs. So they've just upped the tempo just that ever so slightly, just trying to put some pressure on the Leeward Islands. TNT, I believe, thinking about a declaration. Here is this one, just hitting the inner portion of the bat. Bravo sprints through, wants 2, and he's going to get 2 because Hamilton having to run back, and the ball hit with soft hands, but it was just carrying enough away from Hamilton to allow the batsman to rush back for a second run. 2 more to the total, 86 for 1. So 202, the lead. Sylvester Joseph thinks that Trinidad is thinking about 250. I'm thinking that they would probably be more comfortable with about 300 in the lead. Here's this delivery. And then just give themselves an opportunity. I don't think that they might realistically win the game, but they would want to give themselves an opportunity. Probably maybe just about maybe an hour or so before tea, and see what can happen with them, and if they could get some quick wickets for the Leeward Islands run. So that's over for Raheem Cornwall. That 8 runs came from it, and TNT Red Force ending it on 86 for 1. 86 for 1. Bravo on 54. Jeremy Solazano, he's on 26.
Yeah, I mean, you have to give them a total that they think they can also
They can
chase
get.
down. Yeah, I think if you give them like 300, that is going to take some doing, and I don't think that the Leeward Islands would even think
They would even try to approach it.
Yeah,
Right.
so that's why you want to give them a total, whereas they think, yeah, you're in between, like you're going to take a dash at it, and you can pick
Then
up a
you
few
can shut
wickets.
down if something happened.
And
Right.
if you pick up some early wickets and they want to close down your, because Trinidad and Tobago has a lot of spinners.
A lot of
so
spinners.
the
Correct.
pressure will be always on the batters with players around the bat and so on. So, but I like the intent, and I just hope that they would have done this since yesterday morning, and set the game up properly, give themselves a better opportunity at going at a victory. But albeit they're still out there trying, to push on.
Berridge pushes one through. That slides all the way on the ground through to Hamilton. Hamilton would have, probably that one would have just struck him somewhere on an unprotected part of his thigh. Those hurt. Especially that ball that is still pretty hard. Only 20 overs old. So still pretty new. Berridge is in and fishing outside the line of the off stump, and he's out caught behind. So just that one just a little bit wider from Sheena Berridge, and pushing the bat as it was Jeremy Solazano. Edge found into the gloves of Jamal Hamilton. Success for Sheena Berridge, and Trinidad and Tobago, they are now 86 for 2. Wide of the off stump, and you can see clear deviation there, just pushing the bat away from the body and steering it almost into the gloves of Jamal Hamilton. That's the end of Jeremy Solzano, and Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they're now 86 for 2, a lead of 202 runs.
Yeah, and I think if the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force serious about setting a total, maybe they should have, they have the opportunity now to send up Hines, Terrence Hines. He was the one that he hits the ball a fairway, and he's very attacking. I think he can increase the scoring and getting some big ones as well. But I see Jason Mohammed is coming out, a West Indies ODI player, so it's not a bad choice as well, because he's an international player at a stage, the white ball stage, where you have to look to be aggressive and score runs. So this is the nature, similarly, in this situation. So he should be more than capable of pushing on the total.
Well, he was an ODI captain for the West Indies, so he has the ability to score and to push things along. I don't think that Jason Mohammed is going to come out and be in a blocking mood here today, especially at this stage. They're already 200 runs ahead, and they would have had a discussion probably during the lunch and interval of targets and what they want to do. So I'm sure that he's coming out with a clear mandate or clear instructions in his mind as to what he and his team wants him to do.
And he's the vice captain now, so the vice captain and the captain is out there. It's their team, so they are quite.
So they together can make the decisions as to how they want to approach things. Here is Berridge. It is One is angled back into Mohammed. Mohammed playing that one more with the bat. His feet didn't move on that occasion. Sort of looked ugly, but got it away effectively in the end, and there is no run.
His first delivery. But, this is some of the things that you look at in the field placing. Mohammed just came in his first delivery. You don't know what he's going to do, but you have what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 fielders on the boundary. You don't want to give him some easy singles and get him
in form. Yeah. Here is he slashing at one outside the line of the half stump, cuts it away down to a deep point, who is on the boundary. Throw is back into the gloves of wicketkeeper Hamilton. One more to the total. So a spread field, Sylvester Joseph would have suggested just now, just a slip, a man at short extra cover and short straightish mid wicket. Those are the close infielders. Everybody else on the boundary. Deep backward square, deep mid wicket, long on, long off, deep cover, a man at deep backward point, or you can even see a wide third man. Here is Berridge in, and this delivery is driven to the fielder at that short extra cover position. Looks to be Hayden Walsh Jr., and there is no run. Do you think Hayden Walsh Jr. has gotten enough of a ball in this competition so far? Or should he have gotten a lot more overs?
Well, to be honest, if you look at it from a team perspective, in terms of team selection for the final 11, you have to put a question mark on his selection. He's batting at number 9 and not bowling as much. So
certainly you
so
have to wonder what is the purpose of him being in the team. I personally would like to see him bowl more. I think that even though he gets a couple wrong and maybe gives away some run, but I think that if he gets to bowl a lot more, he could bowl himself into form. He could start to remember the good things that he's doing and get his action right and get those deliveries coming out of his arm. But he's not going to do so by just being on the field and not given the opportunity to bowl. So I would love to see him be given the opportunity to bowl a lot more by the captain.
Yeah, knowing and understanding that like the wrist spinners, those are the ones that you have to, give the opportunity more often than not.
So a new one this morning for Australia, taking 7 wickets. Cornwall is in, and this delivery is played away into the offside field. There is no run. Our producer is saying something to us. He'll speak with our ears sometime soon. We'll understand. Probably having a difference of signal. We don't know what that signal means here. As this one is played away into the onside field, and just another single. So Cornwall looks as if he's going to come over the wicket now to the right-handed Jason Mohammed, as the slip fielder is in place. Here's Cornwall to Mohammed, and Mohammed gets a delivery that he's turning on the onside, doesn't score. He's just playing it quietly into the mid-wicket region, no run.
That should have been an easy single, but Bravo just didn't trust Mohammed enough, because that was way too Munson Hodges right.
Right, yes, correct. Here is.
He's not the fastest of fielders, so that was placed really well.
I thought it was a single. When I saw it first, I was surprised when Bravo held his hand up and signaled for the change. Cornwall is in, driven straight to the fielder at that extra cover position, and there is no run. So just a single from that Cornwall over. 89 for 2 the total is. 22 overs, 205 runs the lead. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. the partnership. Just starting 3 runs between Mohammed and Bravo, who is on 56. Do you think that Bravo would be thinking of a personal milestone, maybe getting a second century in the second innings as well? Do you think that would be on his mind?
I don't think he's thinking it on a personal mind. He seems like he wants to get to a target. You know, this attitude in his batting, his positivity shows like he displaying that there's a plan that they want to achieve, and they're on his way to that. Hopefully he can get another century, but he's on his way. Honestly, he's batting well, rotating the strike, and
Here is a loud appeal from the fielders. That outsays the umpire. Raheem Cornwall and Hamilton were excited behind the stumps. As ball went into the pads of Bravo. We're just trying to turn this one away. Bravo has a lot of looks like Brian Lara when you just look at him. Posture and batting and even just the size of him. Sheena
copy,
Berridge.
he's a good copy of the great man.
Very, very good copy, I'm telling you. Here we watch as Berridge is charging in and going in, and he's going to get runs here. Bravo, he sprints through, wanting the second. He's coming back for it. He gets it easily in the end, as that ball just kept moving away from, is that Hodge?
Yeah, that's
Munson
Munson.
Hodge, who, as you just indicated, not the fastest in the field, and seemed to be chasing that ball forever, and the batsmen were able to rush through for 2 runs.
In terms of the overs, we have about 45 overs plus I think the final 15. In terms of the overs, I wonder how many overs they are trying to,
Give the
target as
Leeward
well.
Islands.
Yeah,
So we watch as here is this delivery going down the leg side from Sheena Berridge, starting offline and just carrying through to wicketkeeper Munson Hodge. Does a better job, just skips across and takes that one, and there is no run. So
But going back to Hayden Walsh, in a situation like this, where you're trying to contain, and Hayden Walsh is a West Indies one-day ODI T20 bowler, and in a situation like this, and he can't get an opportunity to bowl, you really have to wonder what's his purpose out there.
correct, and here's this delivery just caressed away out to the offside. Fielder coming back for a second run, and they get it easily in the end. So the fielder down there, that looks to be
Casey
Carty, was a little bit slow in getting to the ball. That allowed the batsman to touch and sprint back for the second run. Good running again between Bravo and Mohammed. Good presence of mind as well, just to notice that that ball was traveling ever so slowly to Casey Carty, and they were able to rush back for 2 runs. 209, the lead goes up as the score is now 93 for 2.
Oh, this seems like a long way as well.
Yes,
so
it
they're
seems
good.
like a long way, a good 70 meters out to where Casey Carty is posted. And that one was to his right as well, which gave them ever more an opportunity to come for that second run. Here is Berridge in, and the batsman is driving but straight to the fielder, posted at that short extra cover position, and there is no run. So just looking at the trees, the breeze seems a little bit less than it was early on. We saw the flags were flying a lot stiffer, so the breeze has just died down slightly. It's that time of the year when we have the strong trade winds, we would call them strong winds coming in, from now heading into March and April, when we have the Easter kite flying time. Here is this delivery that is turned away down into the onside, and there is no run. The golfers, Sylvester Joseph, would be pretty happy today, maybe with the sunshine. Now, how do you guys handle the wind? Is it difficult? It's windy, this windy?
Yeah, it definitely is. You have to know how to hit the ball. You got to try and hit it under the wind. Sometimes when it's windy, I have a problem because I like hitting the balls in the air. So you have to have that skill. It's different skills. Yeah, when you're playing into the wind. When you're playing into the wind, you have to hit it under. But when you're playing, when the wind is like at your back, then then I am good because I hit
You
the ball
let
and
it
the
fly,
wind.
yeah.
Yeah, let it fly. You know, so it's all the dynamics, yeah, and understanding, and yeah, your skill set have to be good as well, you know. So
But the only thing I understand about golf is the commentators whisper. I don't know why, but here we watch as Raheem Cornwall starts a new over to Bravo, who is driving pleasantly out into the cover region for another run. One more to the total, one more to Bravo. He's under 61, 94 for 2. We look over and Sylvester Joseph, not sure why, our producer is not smiling. So we're just watching as Cornwall is in, and this delivery is played away by the right-handed Mohammed into the offside field, and there is no run. Cornwall just walks in, breaks into a run, and this one is tugged away, and falling almost is Munson Hodge, just falling down and stopping that one effectively, and the batsmen are unable to score. So they've just decided to just have a touch of the glove and just probably a word of encouragement. Just a reminder as to what the plan is. Cornwall walks in and bowls, and Mohammed is trying to turn this one on the inside. Again, Kofi James is alert, comes in quickly, whips a throw back into wicketkeeper. No run.
young legs, young legs.
Yep, young legs. Cornwall with the number 93 on his back is this one, and he's striking him on the pad. It has an appeal as the cross-batted shot was played by Jason Mohammed. Stifled appeal though. Cornwall didn't seem as excited as we would have seen him last week. He was really excited in his appeal. Here is the batsman just giving himself room and playing this one late, and it's running down. It's going to be cut off by the fielder down at that backward point position, coming around from conventional point into more of a wide third man position, and the batsmen were able to cross for 2 runs. So 2 more to the total. Jason Mohammed goes on to 3. Bravo is on 62. That brings up the end of another Cornwall over, 97 for 2. We see our co-commentators standing by, Sylvester Joseph. We'll just do one more, give them the opportunity to breathe. Maybe they can look at the producer and understand his signals. We didn't. He was pointing to his eyes and then pointing to the field and then looking at us with that groan on his face. But we understand that that is not means that he's angry at us. It's just his mannerisms. We watch as we will just do one more. Jeremiah Louis is going to come back into the attack. So Captain Jamal Hamilton just making a change. Jeremiah Louis is going to come back from the Secretly Ambrose end. So we're just going to have some seam bowling to go with the spin of Raheem Cornwall. We have a couple of spectators on the far side taking in some of the sunshine, having a sun bath. As also we want to say good afternoon to the regulars. You know, the regulars are over there in the stand. Those folks that come to all our matches, as we see Jeremiah Louis just trying to get his rhythm back, get his rhythm right. We look into the distance. We see a little bit of cloud cover overhead. Nothing immediate to worry about, or we don't see the groundsmen looking concerned. They are more in tune with where the rain comes from up in these parts. So if they don't look worried, we're good. Here is Jeremiah Louis in now, and he's bowling to the left-handed Bravo. Bravo gets a good delivery that he's just covering up, playing into the offside field, and there is no run. So 97 for 2. They're approaching the 100 mark, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. And of course, they'll still be hoping that they could provide a declaration at some point and give the Leeward Islands something to chase. This is on the line of the leg stump. He's just clipping it away down to a backward square position. It comes through for an easy run.
But in case of Darren Bravo, you would happy to see that he's getting some runs, getting into farms, because I still believe that he has something to offer to West Indies batting at the moment. And
I still think our middle order is brittle in the West Indies and could take some new fresh faces to give it a little bit of
impetus.
Yeah,
so
impetus.
So when you say new fresh faces,
I think somebody like a Devon Thomas needs an opportunity, needs a run. We need to get a couple more batsmen in. Here is this delivery that is driven out into the offside field. And this is where I'm saying that some of the youngsters in the Caribbean need to continue to step up to the plate. People like Alec Athenes, people like we've seen even a new name in Nando, somebody like Kimani Melius. Even Darren Bravo and others need to start to raise their hands, step up their game, and start to compete for the spots. I feel that one or two of the players in the West Indies team, they're too comfortable because nobody's really forcing them out. Nobody's pushing, nobody's breaking down the door to say, look, I am ready, so you better do your best at all times. So a lot of them are comfortable being in the position because nobody's really pushing them out. Who is pushing out Jermaine Blackwood out of that position? And he's been in that position for a while and has really not contributed, consistently in that position. So I'm just saying that, we see that they've tried back with Chase and he looks out of touch lately again and so on. So other players need to start to break down the door and force their way in. Here is this delivery. Just steer the way down to a third man. They run for one. They wanted a second. Not on. So just a single they have. At the end of this over, we'll allow Vernon Springer and Terry Laraji to continue the discussion. The 100 has come up for Trinidad and Tobago. They're 101 for 2. So 101 for 2, which means that they have a lead of 217 runs. The Leeward Islands, they've just tried to stem the free flow of runs by the Trinidad and Tobago batsmen. They were looking all busy and positive right after lunch, especially Darren Bravo and Salzana. They came out almost with a sense of purpose. Full toss, delivery is driven down the ground, but just for a single. One more to the total. 102. It goes up to 102 for 2. So the end of the over has come up at the end of it. 102 for 2. We've had 25 overs. Jason Mohammed is on 6. Darren Bravo is on 64. We're going to have a double change in our commentary. TNT Red Force, they lead by 218 runs as we welcome back Vernon Springer and Terry Laraji.
Thank you very much, Denmore, as Trinidad and Tobago Red Force lead by 218. Cornwall starting his 9th over from the Surrender Robbers end. Bravo back and punching that out to the sweeper, Louis on the offside. And the score goes up to 103 for 2. Rain is spoiling the party in St. George's Grenada.
Yes,
Guyana need 171 more runs. They're 123 for 3. And Denmore has been calling for some batsmen to step up. Matthew Nando is stepping up. He's 46 not out. Mohammed just turning this into the leg side area. Kofi James coming around. Feels quite easily. So I think it's a game on there in Grenada. Chandapal Hamridge retired hurt for 3. Bravo back and just knocking this. He's upset with Mohammed to really not come to for that single.
I think it was on too, Vernon. It was a long single there to Coffee James at backward point.
Tevin Imla, 25. Camille Savory, 7. Leon Johnson got out for 40 at a critical time. Here's Bravo just working this into the leg side area, coming around very quickly. Looks like it's Casey Carty, and they can't get a single. Wicket takers so far for Windward Islands. We've seen Preston McSween 1 for 28, Darius Martin 1 for 29, and Kenneth Demba 1 for 24. The main wicket taker in the first innings, Justin Graves, is not to pick up a wicket yet. Dot ball to Jason Mohammed. Some 3 singles out of this over here so far. Over number 26, Cornwall getting through his overs. Flatter faster. Here's Jason Mohammed just using the pace of delivery, steering this down to third man boundary. Casey Carty flying around, but he'll only get a couple of runs. In the meantime, return to Jamal Hamilton. 5 runs out of the Cornwall's over, and Cornwall looks a dejected man to 21 because Trinidad and Tobago, they have not allowed him to get any wickets at all in this game.
No, he still remains wicketless. Not that he's bowled badly, and he's bowled very economical as well, but wicketless. How things can change around in just a week. 10 in the match last week.
But there's
None so far.
There's a ploy around the Caribbean, whether you like it or not. And if you're a head coach, that's what you tend to look for. And you would say to yourself, you say to your batman, to your team, Cornwall is not to get any wickets. It's just as simple as that. And so now you have to give the management team of the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, they now have to, somebody else has to step up. You got Hayden Walsh here, who's not yet bowled in this innings, bowled less overs in the first innings, and Trinidad and Tobago scored 418. I'm also begin to question, very much concerned as to why Damian Williams has not played yet for the Leeward Islands. And he's been considered to be the fastest bowler in the camp. It's kind of bemusing me.
Very bemusing, some of the decisions.
Kofi James, he starts round the wicket. So, as Bongson likes to remind me, spring, this is a new norm. Once you come on and the left-hander is batting,
You go around,
we go around the wicket.
no matter what.
Doesn't matter. Just bowl around the wicket. Here is Bravo just getting a nice, easy single.
I just hear Denmo talk about the West Indies middle order. I thoroughly agree, but if you're just concentrating on the middle order as it stands at the moment, I think they all but at least one position out of whack.
Is there a
For
middle
me-
order, Terry?
Well, not at the moment.
We have a set of all-rounders. We don't have a middle order. We have people who are all-rounders who are just in the team.
Right.
Here is Mohammed having a swipe, more or less. His head went up into the air there. Couldn't understand where he wanted to hit that one.
Well, they have to push on a bit because 224, if we're saying 250, or 225 now is the lead. And it's approaching the hour after lunch, isn't it? So
225. One thing I can say, Terry, and I'm sure you maybe never looked at this opportunity. I'll get back after this delivery. Bravo is driving inside out over cover. Carty has some work to do. Coming around the sweeping on the area. He'll only get 1 run. Kofi James just flighting that, giving it some flight. Still would like to see him bowl around over the wicket. He's not interested. And somebody might tell me that's what they're comfortable to. It's almost like you're playing for the coach. But you're the man of the day. You're out there bowling. You have to understand the cricket.
But you talk about telegraphing your punches, though. I mean, it doesn't matter who the left-hander is, where he bats in the order. They all do it. They automatically go around the wicket. And as I was saying, that was what was disappointing about that balancing it. Take nothing away from the guy. He batted the situation. He batted well. He ended up not out. But not once did they try going over the wicket to him.
So single on the onside to Jason Mohammed. Score at the end of over number 27. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force large and in control here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. They are 111 for 2. A lead of 227 runs. 4 runs out of that over. Darren Bravo is uniquely setting up himself. And it's a long time that we haven't seen a batsman score 2 centuries in the same game. And Bravo, I think, he's 68 now and will be eyeing another 100.
Definitely. He'll be eyeing his 100, and also, I think if they've got any intentions, which they seem to have it from the start of this second innings, the declaration might not be too far away. Once it gets another 20 runs or so and they get to 250.
2 off spinners on now for the Leewards Hurricanes. Jason Mohammed is not going to stop bringing out that broom. Couple of tourists on the western side here enjoying. We almost just need a beach right here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, but the sun is so hot going down the onside. Cornwall going up for an appeal. Umpire Christopher Taylor says not out. Flatter, faster delivery. And I think Jason just not using the depth of the crease. He started to square him up. He turned right around. Just needed to just get deep and just work it to the left or right of the square leg. He's undriving now. Flighted delivery from Cornwall. Hayden Walsh coming off with a long on boundary. Still no Hayden Walsh. 28. This is a 28 over.
Yeah, he's been used very sparsely, to say the least, as Hayden Walsh. But that was what was refreshing about just watching Mohammed.
Here is Bravo looking to get another single.
That's what was refreshing, Van Roy, about Imran Khan's innings. Although he looked in the pink of form, he was manipulating the ball into the gaps with soft hands, and so Mohammed tends to go very hard at the ball.
Yes, he does. Even Dorish. I mean, Dorish scored a half century in the game against Jamaica Scorpions. Latter part of his innings tend to go hard. If you're forward, you're forward. You can be forward and still trying to score. Single of Cornwall. And so nobody likes runs coming off of you. Score in the meantime goes up to 113 for 2. Bravo goes to 70. And the lead is mounting here. Trinidad and Tobago really putting the pressure back on the Leeward Islands Hurricanes.
Yeah, 229 it's up to now. And I say it will depend on how quickly they get these next 30-odd runs.
Trinidad and Tobago. James around the wicket to Bravo. Bravo is defending. Mohammed 12 on the non-striker's end. Flat, fast. Bravo can just easy on the eyes, just play it out to the cover area. Ward can't stop the single. No Ward, no Walsh. Maybe the W's not in the conversation here for Captain Jamal Hamilton and Vice Captain Rakeem Cornwall. Flighted. Here's Jason Mohammed having a poor scoop shot. Just sliced that one into the air. Never got to the pitch of the ball. And was eventually caught by the wicketkeeper, Jamal Hamilton. The third wicket goes down for Trinidad and Tobago. He was never in position for that shot.
No, second time he tried it, and both times he was never in position, but obviously looking for quick runs. But he goes, and this little period of play, Vernon, Leewards could save themselves a lot of work. If they can just keep it tight here for the next half an hour or so, it may change, maybe enough to change Trinidad and Tobago's plans. They might not feel they've got enough of a lead. Obviously, the longer they keep batting, the easier it should be for the Leewards to bat out whatever they give them, if they give them anything.
Well, if you want quick runs, you send for Tion Webster.
You send for
And if you want more quick runs, you send for Terrence Hines.
Oh, it is Webster.
So they have decided to send for Hurricane Webster.
Against the
114 for
Hurricane.
3. Well, the way he hits the ball is almost like a hurricane. No ground in the Caribbean, and Surviv is big. And for what I saw on the highlights, he really took a liking to some of the Leeward Islands bowlers. He hit the ball out of the ground. It was huge on Tian Webster. I think that's his third half century of the series so far. Let me see what his approach will be. Bravo is having a discussion with him. I don't even think he's listening to Bravo. Because to be honest with you,
See ball, hit ball.
Yeah, he plays one way, Tian Webster. And Bravo maybe just saying, he's maybe said to Bravo, listen here, Skip, we're leading by 230. In the next 5 overs, if I'm here, we get up to 270. He backs himself, Tian Webster. Kofi James would have other ideas. 1 for 8, James. 114 for 3 is in to bowl to Webster. Webster is back and punching that down the ground too easy. Kofi James has to stop that. You can't bowl that ball, get the batsman to play it into that area and don't feel it. Webster 1, Bravo 70, comes into strike. 115 for 3. Long on, long off. Mid-wicket, deep backward square. Cover, Bravo driving down the ground. Berridge comes off the boundary, long off. And they get another single. He goes up to 71. If I didn't know any better, I would have thought that I was looking at a funeral procession. One today, one tomorrow. Short. Webster back and punch it into the offside.
Too
More
easy.
to in as it is Munson Hodge. Another single. So Kofi James, four runs off that over, including a wicket, the wicket of Jason Mohammed. Bravo in his Trinidad and Tobago Red Force hat. And Cornwall, who seems that he just wants to bowl from the Sandy Roberts end today. Only. The lead, 233.
10 overs, no wicket for 29 now, still, as we say. Very economical by Cornwall, even though he has gone wicketless in the match thus far.
Keep him out.
So
No
you have to
wicket in
do
the-
it because Hamilton has got no plan B, that's for sure.
Well, the plan B has to be Hayden Walsh,
Right,
Jr.
but-
Terrence Ward, he has more than plan B. Is he interested in plan B?
He has many options. Whether he uses them or not,
Big Jim.
another story.
Want to say good afternoon to Kadim Phillip. Wish him all the best. He wasn't doing too well. Comes quietly forward there. Big Jim rolling his arms over, and he's going to get through his overs very quickly. $117 for 3. Cornwall. Taylor looks like a gentle giant standing next to Cornwall. Back and turning that. Can't score. Getting some purchase here. Cornwall. 3 dot balls so far. Slip go down.
Oi.
Hines survives.
Could he got down on that one?
That's okay. He's back and across. All he's saying to Hamilton, anytime he flights, I'm going. Very confident player is Terrence Hines. Hitting this down the ground. Bravo says no. I want a piece of Cornwall. 1-1 of the 5 deliveries so far. Not for 30. Cornwall into his 11th over.
Good bowling by Cornwall though, just keeping them in check. They'll need a bit of a flurry though if they're serious about this declaration. Or maybe Bravo's decided he'll just pick up his century and you got to remember next 3 rounds are all in Trinidad. So they're yet to get a win in the competition, but keep picking up the points, they'll back themselves to have more success at home, I presume.
I would love to see in the next 3 rounds of matches in St. Lucia. Yeah, I want to see our batsmen stand up on the Darwin Salmon National Stadium.
Would they last 4 days, though?
I don't know. I don't know. I want to see them. Because I don't want us to just pick people just because we want to pick players. I want us to pick players where the selectors can be able to look and say, okay, we think you can play fast bowling. Not we wondering if you can.
Be tested again soon. The South Africa tour looming.
James, it looks like he's going to pick up another wicket right here.
Catch.
Yes, easy catch down to Louis. Terence Hines has a go. Caught the toeing of the bat.
Tion Webster.
Kofi James strikes here. Tion Webster goes back for 3. Hines will be coming out next, most likely. There's a water break here in the process. And the Leewards Islands fighting back. Trinidad losing their 4th wicket. 118 for 4. The lead is 234. Wicket to Kofi James.
Yes, well done to Kofi James. He picks up his 2nd. 2 for 11 into his 4th over. But the Leewards have done well, though, since lunch of war. Every time the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force are looking to push on as quickly as possible, they've been able to contain them. So it'll be interesting to see what Bravo's plans are. Of course, personally, he's 29 away from what would be his 2nd century of the match, whether that's in his mind or not. But at the moment, with the lead 230 odd, he probably feels that he's about 20 runs short at this stage. We've had an hour into the 2nd session of play, so we've got a session and a half left. Is that enough time? Does he think his spin attack can run through the Leewards in the time remaining, Vernon?
Well, Leewards might also feel that they can challenge the score. You never know if they get off to a good start.
True.
But just to let you know, rain has stopped play in Grenada, with Ghana needing another 171 runs. They're 123. In fact, I think it should be 123 for 4 because I think, if I'm not mistaken, Leon Johnson got out for 40. So I'll give you an update on the scorecard here in terms of honey. But here on our small Lucasade break, we can tell you that Trinidad and Tobago are 118 for 4. They lead by 234. Bravo, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force captain. He's on 71 from 100 deliveries. So his approach in the 2nd innings has been completely different as compared to his 1st innings knock.
Yeah. Well, different circumstances, though, too, because he came out in the 1st innings with the loss of the openers quickly. They were 8 for 2 on the 1st day.
They have started back play in Grenada.
Game still on.
Yeah, Ghana 131 for 3. Machu Nando is on 54 not out, 114 balls with 7 boundaries. Guess who's come to the crease?
Tell me.
Anthony Bramble.
But there you go.
Game on.
Game on for sure.
If he stays there.
Well.
So they need another 163 runs. It's the 4th day, and Bramble has come out. In fact, the rain is playing cat and mouse game there. So they're gone back off. In the meantime, Johnson, he was caught World Cup Bowl Martin for 40. Savory 7, Imla 25, and Shandapal Hemorrhage retired. I really think he should be retired maybe from all formats based on what is happening. He's certainly not keeping himself on the park at all. We
the
saw him here.
Guyanese won't like that, but
Yeah, but he's not staying on the
they've
park.
been calling for him. No, very true.
He's been calling for him to what, play in the West Indies team?
Yeah, calling him back.
But we can call for everybody.
Yeah, we can.
The big question is if they're capable of staying on the park.
Right.
At least Raheem Cornwall stays on the
Stays
park.
on the park. He's there all day, every day.
So that's
doing more work than anyone.
More than anyone else. And it's unfair, that you have a gentleman who is playing in a competition with let's say another 140 cricketers from around the region. He's outperforming them. But somebody feels that this is almost like a Queen show, so we have
so
to
your
pick Queen
fitness.
We have to pick queen contestants.
Right. So your
'cause that's what it
fitness
is.
comes into play.
I don't
and
have a
nobody
problem.
else's does.
I don't have a problem if you're telling me that Cornwall has fitness standards to meet. I don't have a problem with that. But when you don't pick him, you have an obligation to tell the general public why Cornwall was not picked. And I just find that there's that deafening silence with not only Cornwall, but a number of the West Indian players when they don't get selected. We're back with the cricket action. Long on, long off, mid-wicket, deep backward square, sweep on the offside.
Now it's high.
Terence Hines is off the mark straight away as he punches that out to Archibald, who's sweeping on the offside. Hamilton still persisting with the slip, and he has to because Kofi James has picked up 2 wickets in the process. The name of the game is about angles, Terry, and you have to get your angles right as a captain. Very, 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 very important. And depending on the context and who's the bowler. Down the onside.
Yeah.
That's gone for 4 byes. What is Kofi James trying? I will never know.
Still coming round.
You got to make your mind up that you can get Bravo out. So trying to hide the ball is not helping.
It's not working at all. The man's on 71. In good time, too, off 101.
123 for 4. Bravo remains on 71. Waits for Kofi James. Flatter, faster, easy for Bravo. On the back foot, he can do that, can score every day. Powell coming around from backward point deep. And they get 1 run. Bravo, in the meantime, goes up to 72. Hines 1.
That's the other thing with when you're talking about stats, and I know you love your stats, Vernon, but when it's a wide delivery, should that be counted against the batsman? Like, for example, that ball that went for 4 byes, if Bravo had 2 bats in his hand, he wouldn't have reached that, right? But he's now 72 off 101. Should it be still?
Well,
he's called a wide, so therefore...
But he faced the delivery.
He faced it, yes.
Yeah.
I know, but...
You
know what I mean?
I'm going to come back to your logic, Terry. Meantime, flatter, faster delivery outside the line of the off stump, and Hines just steering this down to the third man area and picking up a couple of runs. So 4 runs off the bat plus 5 wides in a Kofi James' over in which he picked up the wicket. There, very important. The score in the meantime, motoring on. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, 242 and 126 for 4 in the second innings. 31 overs bowled here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. As I say, good afternoon to all of the Basils in Montserrat, including Basil Morgan, Basil Chambers, Basil whoever. Good afternoon. Montserrat team getting ready for the Leeward Islands. I think in St. Kitts and Nevis today. In fact, at Connery, there's a warm-up to the practice game being played, St. Kitts and Nevis. Let's hope that we'll have many more of those games. You know, there's one thing I'll tell you, Terry. Ross Donato always used to tell me all the time, he could just never understand why St. Kitts and Nevis never played more cricket. I can't understand why Montserrat and Antigua's never played even more cricket either. In fact, I also feel that Montserrat should be playing in the local competition here in Antigua. I think it would do well for Leeward Islands cricket.
Definitely. I had a couple of players, didn't they, that were playing, but not as a team.
With the loss of the ferry now, and then more just hinted me it's about money, but with the loss of the ferry, that in itself is another problem, because what actually happened before, when you had people like Joshua Grant and Damon Williams and those guys coming over and playing for local clubs, the Montserrat government subsidized that cost. Just what you would have in Nevis also, with the Nevis Island Administration government would pay for those guys to come down on, whether it be MVC Hustler, Mark Twain, or whichever ferry, because you have ferries now moving between islands. There's also a big ferry, Terry, moving between Anguilla and St. Martin now.
Okay.
They got a big ferry. In fact, Montserrat is going down on a ferry from St. Kitts. One of the ferries is going to come over to Montserrat to pick them up and take them down for the tournament.
And they've still got the one, haven't they, that runs between It runs between Guadeloupe and St. Lucia, but it goes through Dominica, St. Lucia, back again.
Sabre is also, I think the folks on Statia, they also have a ferry too.
Everybody's
There's a
got
link
ferry.
there's a link
We're
that
in the
goes
wrong
from
game.
Statia to St. Kitts.
We're in the wrong game, Vernon.
Back and across and defending nicely.
Or by a boat.
Well, over comes to an end. 32 overs bowl, 127 for 4. The catch about the boat, especially for cricketers, mainly is that you can take, not only that, but the amount of gear that you can take. Because with the airlines, you're not sure that your gear might reach.
I'm going to reach somewhere, but maybe not your destination. Good point, Vernon. Good point. At least you can sit next to your bag on the ferry. We're talking about so many Basils. That reminds me of a joke, a husband and wife, and the wife's nagging the husband about naming their newborn child that's not born yet. And he says, plenty of time. She said, no, I'm sitting you down tonight aboard a book. So she starts, hey, Aaron. He says, sorry, what was that? Aaron, that'll do.
Game over. Bravo 73, 127 for 4. James to Bravo. Down the onside.
Boy.
They appealed for a leg before, but Hamilton was already moving down the leg side.
No.
You can see that.
It's right down the leg side, that one.
James, 2 for 15. No Hayden Walsh, no Terrence Ward.
But if they're going to go, they'd have to start seriously thinking about it, Bravo and company. It's getting later and later into this session. Of course, it'd be the mandatory 10-minute swap over of innings. They eat a bit more time out of the clock, so interesting. They still haven't got enough, obviously.
Bravo is eyeing 100 here. You could see his body language, his intent, and he wants to send a statement. Still feel, I really support Sylvester Bunks and Joseph, that Bravo is still good enough.
Yes.
In fact, to get into the West Indies team.
Definitely, especially at this moment in time.
I don't know how hungry he is. That's another question.
Yeah, that's the thing, is how much he wants it, Vernon.
And not only want it, I think over the years he's had a problem with the short ball. He's going to have to go to into the nets and work on that.
He could get his friend Shannon to bowl at him.
Here's Bravo slashing that
Shot.
down to the boundary for 4. You have to get your angles right. There's no way that delivery is supposed to beat. Is that no? In fact,
Kyle Lou.
Kyle Lou, who is on the field right there, simply because he just needs to be more square.
Yeah, out of position, but poor delivery all the same. Short, wide, got the treatment. 247. So here we go, Vernon.
I think we've got a loss of power here. Terry, air condition is off. There's no power in the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. But cricket continues. 131 for 4. We have to applaud the 360 crew.
They've done excellent job.
They're on a powered
Great company. They're all sitting on the edge of their seat, though, because they want Trinidad to win.
turning into the onside.
They have a better trip home then, Bill.
No, they will have a better trip anyhow. They're not about Trinidad and Tobago winning. 360,
But they have been all week.
360 is a winning crew. No power here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Hopefully that will be restored. Somebody can find Wayne.
Good thing it's not day-night match.
There's a appeal for a leg before.
That was going down late.
By Christopher Taylor. Cornwall coming on the wicket, not interested. 132 for 4. The lead is 248. Flighted comes forward. Can't score.
Play spin well though, does Darren Bravo.
He is. I think he comes back into international cricket. He'll be muzzled by a number of sharp balls. They'll be targeting him.
Yeah, true.
Here's Cornwall delivery just worked into the square leg area. And Bravo gets another single quite easily.
77 now.
I think he should be 78.
78, yeah. 249 the lead.
Tony and Grant and Damien, very dejected Damien Williams walking around the boundary. Still yet to get an opportunity to play for the Leeward Islands.
Yeah. Of course, Calvin Pittman was drafted into the squad also.
Stranger things have happened and will continue to happen in West Indies, Leeward Islands cricket, Windward Islands, Guyana cricket. You realize everybody is having some issue. Here's Cornwall being paddled around here by Terence Hines, and they get a couple of runs quite easily. So
League goes over 250.
yes, 251 is now the lead. And the score goes up to 135 for 4 with Hines on 6 and Bravo on 78.
They're having a discussion. There's Bravo and Hines. Of course, he's only 22 away from, which will be second century of the match. So far, they're staying put. The lead 251. No signs of declaring at the moment. Coffee James will continue from this to Sir Curtly Ambrose into the ground. He comes in now to bowl to Darren Bravo. That one's flighted, turned off his pads to the short fine leg, and there's no run. Oh, we got power back.
Thanks to Denmore, the power man.
Ha! You can always rely on Denmore.
You certainly can. I wish the football
Don't mention
team
the don't mention
belief
the
in Denmore, that they could believe in Denmore too.
don't mention the war, Vernon.
I really wish the football team had the same concept.
Defending champion.
Still, you never know. They can catch up still.
Yeah, plenty of time.
Couple of wins. You never know.
What they got this week? Sweets, isn't it?
Anything is possible. They'll get a couple of points from that game. Hopefully. All Saints on a roll for sure.
Yes, playing very well.
Playing some excellent ball. Say good afternoon to President Doris James and her executive.
Boy,
Here's a heave from
gonna
Terence
go
Hines.
too.
Is racing down to the fine leg boundary. Hits the rope now, 4 runs.
oh, French cut runner.
Well, and,
Doesn't matter how they come.
You ever seen a Frenchman
No.
play cricket?
Certainly never see him cut anything.
140 for 4. Hines goes to 10. Bravo 79. Kofi James working away here.
I did see the irony, though, in and nothing against the guy. I'm not saying anything.
Here is Terence
That's
Hines.
huge.
That's gone into the stand.
Oh, here we go.
He got under delivery. Solid base, low base, and he hit through the line of it. He's a strong lad, Terence Hines, into the stand here on the Curtly Ambrose end where we're broadcasting from, just below us for a maximum. And the score in the meantime just changes focus
10
very
off.
quickly.
10 off
The
2
lead
deliveries.
goes to 200 up.
Well, he's gone again.
He's going. Somebody's going
Should
to
be
catch
caught.
this one.
Mikhail Louis.
Yes. Mikhail Louis takes his first catch for the Leeward Island Hurricane.
And
Kofi James gets his 3rd wicket.
Bravo still doesn't believe he's got enough, though. So they will bat on by the look of it. He's not moving. No, I was going to say, do you see the irony in Gary Balance? And this is nothing against the guy, but I'm just saying. Gary Balance going back to play for Zimbabwe after he was fined, reprimanded, all that business for racism allegations in Yorkshire cricket. And he's going, so he goes back to Zimbabwe to play for a predominantly black team. No one says anything about that, though, do they?
But you're in the media, so you were saying something.
Well,
Come on, Terry.
it just struck me as,
It
you
just
know.
struck you.
Yeah.
146
How
for
does
5.
those things, how are they allowed to happen? I don't know. So, new batsman at the crease is Amir Jungle. He's joined his captain in Darren Bravo. The lead is 262. We've got 5 wickets left. Bravo is on 79. So they obviously feel that they need a bit more. They, as much as they would like to push for victory, they certainly don't want to leave the door too wide open and have the Leewards a chance of chasing it down and end up winning the match outright themselves.
Bravo needs 21. Amir Django, who has been very busy so far with the Super 50 to this competition, he gets a delivery, bang on target. But originally, Django would have played for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes for a couple of seasons. Over number 35 comes to an end. And Trinidad and Tobago Red Force are 146 for 5. The lead is 262. James picks up another wicket again.
Yes, he's done well, and he's looked the part since he's been given the opportunity at the first-class level. He looks like he belongs. And let's hope that the Leeward Islands Hurricanes stick with him. Very confident young man, very energetic, and puts his whole heart and soul into everything he does. He had that successful Super 50 Cup. Here a bit different with a 4-day cricket. Batsmen aren't playing as many shots, but he's still done well. He's still been economical, if not picking up the wickets, as Cornwall just says to Django, don't go too far out of your crease or I'll man-cut you.
I think what has actually happened is that Hamilton was still setting the theme while Cornwall was coming into bowl. Still making an adjustment with Louis and an Archibald.
Okay.
And so Cornwall had to stop. Dead ball signaled by Taylor. Quicker, faster delivery by Cornwall to Bravo. Bravo, 79. He needs 21 for back-to-back centuries in the same game, and he will be eyeing that target. He'd also be eyeing the mid-wicket area. He comes quietly forward and thought that he could have put some pressure on Sheena Berger, who was on his heel there for a moment. But I don't think that Amir Django responded quickly enough. Cornwall to Bravo. Bravo is sweeping beautifully behind square. Michael Louis, who's on for someone, fires a return right over the top.
Brilliant return.
Jama Hamilton, who takes it with his right hand.
Shows good energy, Macau Louis.
Can't wait to see him get an opportunity to play for the Leeward Islands. I think he's been around the setup now for some time. He's a young man and really should be given that opportunity. Anders Namadan is another name, should be in the conversation. Callum Boehm Tuckett also, maybe in a couple of years' time, he too will be in the conversation. Django is getting a couple of runs right here. Good flighty delivery there. I guess coming up soon. We're going to have a double change. Denmore is having some lunch very quickly. But as soon as Denmore gets himself organized, we'll be batting. 265 is the lead, 149 for 5. Not for 38 is Cornwall. Django driving but can't beat Monsnaj at cover. Over comes to an end. Christopher Taylor calls over.
I'm going to call it, Vernon. I think the Leewards have done well enough to contain the flow of runs here by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. They've also picked up 4 wickets so far this session. And I think Trinidad now have lost the interest of trying to set a target and go for the outright. I think they'll play out the rest of the match, or as long as the innings goes for, and look to see if Bravo can pick up the 23's second 100 of the match.
So Cornwall goes off the field. Hayden Walsh comes into the attack for the first time And Kofi James automatically maybe might be bowling from the Sandy Roberts end as there's a switch. 265 is the lead. Bravo eyeing 100. If he gets it, it will be a well-deserved 100. And I think that is maybe what is prompting the declaration. If he gets 20, that's 285. That's more than enough.
It is more than enough, but the time he takes to get the 20.
They're
As we
bowling well.
approach tee.
So
They are bowling well.
At the same time, he just can't just, get reckless. Hayden Walsh, starting from the circle, Lee Ambrose end. Goes past umpire Patrick Gustard. Hamilton's still making some changes. Taking a long time to get the field placing right and setting. Walsh bang on target. Good first up delivery. Really, that came out of the hand. Lovely. So good afternoon to the folks in Trinidad and Tobago who are glued to this coverage. Beautiful delivery. It's coming out nice. I think Hayden Walsh is up for this challenge here to Bravo. And Bravo respecting a very good delivery there so far.
Which is great to see from Walsh Jr. if he's only getting minimal opportunities.
But Hayden Walsh is somebody that he has to bowl a
Consistently.
lot of overs.
Yeah, exactly. Or
Here's
any
Bravo
wrist spinner, really.
driving out to Louis. Louis gliding across like a deer. Fires a return. Brought some energy to this Leeward Islands Hurricanes team. So you can imagine you have Louis, Walsh, Carty, Archibald on the field. Wow. Even Jeremiah Louis, he's not a bad fielder either. Conversation taking place. Walsh maybe he's going to bowl a flipper. So he's gone over to Munson Hodge.
Get ready.
Get ready. I'm going to get Django to flick one to you. Be on the alert. Walsh to Django. Flatter faster. Django is opening the face of the bat, staying it onto the offside. Kofi James comes around. He can't stop the single. Backed up by Casey Carty. And this has been a good over so far by Hayden Walsh Jr. 151 for 5. The lead is 267. Bravo 81 comes back into strike. Walsh to Bravo. Bravo is driving ferociously down the ground for 4. That would have ripped his hand away. Bravo hit that real hard. And it was about chest height, just above. Had to get out of the way very quickly. It would have damaged him.
That was a killer ball.
So Bravo on the go here. He goes to 85 and Louis down a long on. Couldn't get around. Just feel that Louis needs to be a little straighter. He's gone a little wider. Just needs to be straighter. Because Bravo tends to hit the ball down the V consistently. Walsh to Bravo. Down the onside. He's sweeping that 4 more.
Bad ball, that one.
So, Bravo 89. Walsh first overs cost him 10 runs. Score in the meantime goes to 159 for 5. The lead is 275. We have a double change. It will be the former West Indies captain Sylvester Bouncing Joseph and the councilman from the councilman. Notice what I said, not mayor. No. Denmo doesn't want to be a general. If Denmo is a general, a lot of people are going to get fired.
So Amir Django and Darren Bravo approaching what would be a second century in this game. He's on 89-11 away from that feat, 159 for 5. Trinidad and Tobago, I think they probably would have given up winning this game. Bravo now playing for that milestone. Django gets a single as he works Kofi James' delivery out to the long on position. So the lead is 276. Sylvester Joseph is of the opinion that the Trinidadians would have had enough, but now that Bravo is so close to a century, it would be foolhardy for him to declare himself short of back-to-back centuries. So I believe that once he gets to that milestone, we might see the declaration and maybe just see what the Leeward has after the tea interval. He gets a delivery from Kofi James that he's playing into the offside field, and there is no run. So we are 7 minutes after 2 p.m. We watch as here is a delivery from Kofi James, and Bravo just watches it as it bounces pretty close to that off stump. Just guides it away with his boot to make sure.
He has Michael, what is it? Michael Bravo and Michael Jordan.
I don't know. Michael is on his shirt. Probably wearing someone. Here is he dropped at that slip position. Looks to have been an edge. Did it carry? We'll see on the
Of course it did.
replay. And that one was edged, carried into the chest region. Is that Ward again?
Yeah, that's Ward.
Terrence Ward.
Terrence
You
Ward.
guys called him an ornament at that slip position.
No, I didn't. I guess it is Terry or Springer.
We
I
heard
don't know.
Terry and Springer. They were referring to some of the slip fielders as ornament, and Terrence Ward drops them so often. We wonder
You wonder if he's a regular
if he
slipper.
really is a regular slipper. He's going to really need to get some work in with the coach. Here is Bravo. He's going to pick up another run as he gets this one square of the wicket on the offside out to a deep point. One more to him. He's on now to 90, and the total on to 161 for 5. Lead 277 runs. Amir Django is there. He's on 4 not out. So Cornwall is off the field, and we see that he went straight into the dressing room area. So maybe he's gone for relief break, as they would say, or probably just gone to see the physio for a few minutes or something of that sort. So Hayden Walsh Jr. is in tandem with Kofi James. Here is he with this delivery that the left-handed batsman Bravo was able to just work on the inside again for a single. Hayden Walsh started with a couple of good deliveries the last over, and then once Bravo hit one powerfully back past him for 4, he seemed to have just lost his confidence. Here is he flighting, and this delivery is worked away again into the mid-wicket region. Colin Archibald is there as a left-handed throw. Back to Hayden Walsh Jr. at the non-strikers end. Just one more to the total. So now the total is pretty much academic. I tend to think that the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they're just waiting for either Darren Bravo to get to that century or probably to out Hayden Walsh Jr. bowling from well behind the popping crease. Didn't even get up to the crease when he delivered that one. And the batsman Bravo just turned it into the onside, can't score. Walsh walks in again, bowling from very, not even getting up to the crease. Here they're coming back for a second run, and they get it easily in the end as the fielder, who is that? Is that Carty, who's down in that position?
Yeah, yes, that Carty.
Casey Carty not being able to get the throw back in. The ball slipped from his grasp as he was looking to throw. And Bravo was able to rush back for 2. He's under 93. The lead now 281, 165 for 5. Walsh Jr. starts and stops. Signal of dead ball as something was just not right as he was approaching on that one. Walsh's body language looks a little bit negative to me. Maybe I'm just reading too much here. He's just trying to make sure that his fielders are in the right place. Hayden Walsh Jr. is in his second over, 14 runs so far from his bowling, so been pretty expensive. Here is he comes in and bowls to. Here's a loud appeal as that one seemed to have been the wrong one, and Bravo misread it. The ball seemed to have taken him on the pad and bubbled away into the offside. They rushed back for 2 runs, but Sylvester Joseph would like to see that one again. Here is this one.
That one looked pretty adjacent.
Pitching in line. Hitting just about the knee roll. That was a good shout. Sylvester Joseph. Seen it again. That was a good shout from Hayden Walsh Jr. I would be disappointed. Having seen it again, not getting that one. He completely deceived Bravo. Ball pitching in line, went on to hit him just about the knee roll or even below. And I tend to think that he was lucky not to be given out on that occasion.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with that. I mean, that looked pretty adjacent to me. I don't know if it's the inconsistency of Hayden Walsh and then he get one good one, caught the umpire off guard, but that one was pretty adjacent to me.
That one
and
was.
Bravo, as I said, was very fortunate.
He's changed his line of attack, and this delivery is guided away. It runs down to the final leg region, and that's 4 runs, 4 byes. So changing his line of attack, going around the wicket, and then getting it all wrong. And the ball going past the wicket keeper and down to the boundary for 4. Just lost sight of the ball slightly there on that occasion, as that one just went past wicket keeper Hamilton and down to the boundary for 4. So tourists on the western side, looks as if they're having a beer at this stage. They're baking in the sunshine and they're really taking it in. Some others a little further up also having a little bit of a sun bath, but they're a little closer to some shade. As we watch, as Kofi James will start a new over. First delivery is steered away by Amir Django into the onside field, and they're able to get another run. So you tend to think, Sylvester Joseph, that once Darren Bravo gets to that century mark, if he does, that the Trinidad and Tobago team might declare the 288 the lead. You think that they have enough to not load. Here is that delivery driven back at Kofi James. Shouts of catch it. It went past him pretty much on the full. James was taking evasive action, and the batsmen are able to come for a run. So hit pretty hard back. He got both hands to it. Didn't hold on to that return catch from Bravo. As Bravo just looking to up the ante, hit that one pretty hard.
I don't know what they're planning with Bravo, but it's the same situation with Khan yesterday morning. They're allowing them to make centuries. This is the problem, I think, with West Indies cricket.
Outside the line of the off stump, just reaching for that one and hitting it away into the offside field. Finish your point.
Yeah, I think this is the thing with West Indies cricket. Everybody's looking for themselves. Instead of putting the team in a situation or position to, vie for a victory. He's playing out batting for a century, and he's not even showing any added
value, added aggression
to because he wants.
He's actually taking more risk now, I think, than ever. If he's playing for the century, might as well get there safely. Here he's going to get another run. Gets his 95th run as he hits this one out into the cover region. The throw back to Kofi James is strong. He's shaking his arms as that one was fired into him, probably just hitting him somewhere in the fingers, and the batsmen are able to cross for a run. Brings up the end of another over. The lead is 291, 175 for 5. We've had 40 overs bowl so far in this innings. Let's have a look and see what the scoreboard says as is remaining in the display. We'll get that shortly. 27 overs. Yep,
plus the 15 in the final hour.
27 plus the final hour. So we would say we have just about 42 overs or so left.
You know what, you get a quick shot ball.
A bouncer, literally. A bouncer from a leg spinner.
Yeah, I think he's still upset about that. that
That
dismissal.
LBW decision, yes,
Yeah.
he seems to still. Here we see bowling pretty fast. That one was quick. That was a faster delivery there from Hayden Walsh Jr. The umpire signaling one for the one over the shoulder from a spinner, Sylvester Joseph. So Hayden Walsh Jr. just showing a bit of anger, a bit of aggression.
Bravo
That's
call for
forced
the
Bravo
helmet.
to call for the helmet. So
But I don't know.
here.
I don't understand the ploy. I mean, they came out after they bowl out the Leeward Islands and they look positive, trying to achieve a certain objective. But as they reach, 275, maybe total is 300 as you had said. But you don't see the interest anymore. It's like Bravo playing for that century, and then the plans of the team, gone out of the window and just having the game just drifting along without any
Bravo
purpose.
gets run number 96 as he works one into the mid-wicket region. So just 4 more for his century in Darren Bravo for the milestone of having a century in each innings. Hayden Walsh Jr. is in and Amir Django is working this one into the onside field again for another run. Yes.
But if he gets, I think, if he gets there, I think this is a more attractive one than even the first one. I think he had more intent. He played a few more shots. He looked positive, the one in between the wickets and so on. Really, really good. So he's showing his good touch. But,
He's on strike now as Hayden Walsh Jr. is about to bowl to him. Here is he getting a short of a length delivery and he works it backward of square. The fielder is on the boundary, comes in, looks to be Powell, who throws this delivery back to the ball back to the wicket keeper's end, and he gets another run. He's on to 97, so that's 3 away from what would be a well-played century. He's 97 so far, coming off of 142 deliveries. Django is driving and hustling across is Hayden Walsh Jr., feeling well to his own bowling and is threatening to throw the stumps down as Django had taken some exploratory steps. No damage done in the end, and there's no run. So Bravo is on 97. Amir Django is on 8 with him. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they're 178 for 5. The lead is 294 runs. So the century for Bravo, if he gets to it, would bring that lead ever so closely to 300, and you tend to think that there might be a declaration and Trinidad and Tobago probably just trying to have an afternoon burst at the Leeward Island batsmen for the last 40 or maybe 30 plus overs or so of the day. Maybe just that burst after the tea interval. By my watch, we're just about 20 minutes away from the tea interval. Kofi James is in and Bravo is just playing defensively with the bat. Just take a very short step forward and just putting the bat and blocking the ball back along the pitch for James. Here we see again, and outside the line of the off stump, trying to force it away and not making contact into the gloves of wicketkeeper Hamilton. So Kofi James again, he's in. Outside the line of the off stump, no shot offered by Bravo. So nervous 90s. He made 100 even in the first innings, and he's on 97. This delivery, he's just steering it into the offside field on the bounce.
He has been dropped. He has been dropped twice in the 90s. One by Terence Ward that slip on Kofi James, a return catch. Even though it was a difficult one.
But it was a chance because it came to him
chest
full, chest high. He's going to get run number 98 as he's driving out to the long off region. So comfortable run for him. One more to his total. And one more to the Trinidad and Tobago cause. 179 for 5. The lead is 295. Kofi James is in and Django plays defensively. to end Kofi James's over. 37 runs have come off of his three wickets in his 9 overs. Kofi James so far, so he has 3 for 37 off 9. Hayden Walsh Jr. is bowling in tandem with him, and so 229 deliveries he took to make his 100 in the first innings, did Darren Bravo. He's only faced 147 so far for his 98 runs, so a lot more positive in this second innings. Just approaching what would be a well-played second century. Came out to open the batting in the second innings. Came out to open the batting with Keegan Simmons, and here is he getting this one, scrape the wicket. He's going to want 2, but gets 1 as Mikael Lewis quickly around, limiting Darren Bravo to just a run. So he now goes on by 1 to 99, and the lead is 296 runs, 180 for 5. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Here is Walsh in a flighted delivery that is driven by Amir Django out to the long off region. 1 more to the total. So Bravo on 99, and Captain Hamilton now calling in all the fielders to just add that little bit of pressure to Bravo. See fielders still raising their arms, just asking. He's just trying to put a little pressure on Darren Bravo, who's on 99. Faces up now. Here is Hayden Walsh Jr. into him. Quick delivery again. That one bounced high over the top of Bravo. You're going to see that signal from the umpire. Hayden Walsh looks as if he could be a fast bowler. Really working up some pace like his uncle Hungry Walsh.
He has an uncle that was very fast.
Yes,
indeed, and the same stature.
Same stature. His
but
uncle,
the keeper Hamilton took that one really good.
Really well. He did, because that was fast. And a bouncer here is Hayden Walsh Jr. in a flighted delivery to Bravo. Bravo plays defensively back along the pitch. Walsh fields his own ball in, no run. So just keeping the interest. Hayden Walsh Jr.
Hayden Walsh has a bit of fire in him when he gets upset.
When he gets upset, he's really a hard cricketer. You must give him that he plays his game hard, and he would be upset that he would have what he thought trapped. Was it Amir Django he had? Or was it Bravo? Bravo in front. Yes, he had deceived Bravo with that googly, and having a look at it again on the replays. DRS would have come into play if it was an international game. And I thought Bravo was fortunate. But he's still there on 99. Hayden Walsh Jr. just waits as Bravo taps his bat away. Now he just spins the bat in his hand. Walsh letting him wait. Still not ready. Begins to move in now. Hayden Walsh is in and bowls to Bravo, who is playing defensively back along the pitch for the bowler to field his own bowling. And there's no run. Ends another over. So Bravo remains on 99 of 152 deliveries. The total is now 181 for 5. The lead, 297 runs. And the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, they're just still in the field. Many would have thought that by now the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force would have declared for their second innings. But they're still there, still batting. And no doubt we're thinking that they're waiting for that milestone for Darren Bravo. It would be a good milestone for him to get a century in both innings. Kofi James starts a new over, and this delivery is hit away square, but straight finds the fielder at point, and there is no run. 3 wickets so far for Kofi James, 37 runs. He's into his 10th over. Here is he in, and a drive in again is Amir Django. No run. So Kofi James, new to regional cricket in terms of playing for the Leeward Islands, plays domestically for the Liberta Blackhawks. Is the son of the late Hardy James, a cricketer who would have played for eons here in Antigua and Barbuda before he lost what many thought is a battle with COVID. He died during the COVID era when we had all the lockdowns and all the other stuff. Kofi James lost his dad in at that time, Hardy James. Starts and stops, young and upcoming cricketer. I personally feel that he needs to concentrate a lot more on his batting, more so than his bowling, or not let his bowling cause his batting to drop off, because he's a decent young batsman. Could work on some areas, but I think that he has what it takes to be a top regional and possibly an international cricketer. Here is Kofi James in. This delivery, they're coming through for the run. There is a loud appeal, not out, says the umpire. So Bravo gets his 100. 100 for Darren Bravo. He raises his bat in the air, and he's on 100, not out of 153 deliveries, and looks as if he's going to walk off. Is it? And he's walking off. The declaration has been made. No. We saw both players walk in, and there's a signal now to the dressing room. Not sure what the signal is, but Bravo just trying to signal something to the dressing room. Thought they were going to walk off, and they're going to declare, and they have declared. So Darren Bravo just indicating to the umpire that the declaration has been made, and he's been congratulated by the Leeward Islands players. 100 not out in the second innings to go with 100. He made a square 100 in the first innings, so 100 in both innings for Darren Bravo. Well played, young man, getting back into the thick of things after he had gone off the boil for a little bit. So Darren Bravo, 100 of 153 deliveries as he walks off, declaring the TNT Red Force 183 for 5 declared, which means the Leeward Islands Hurricanes would need 300 runs for victory, and they probably would just have to do it after the tea interval.
Yeah, I believe so, and a very well played there by Bravo in terms of getting to his milestone. You know, two centuries in one game is always a rare feat by anyone, and you know, in a first class setting like this, and he does it. You know, kudos to him. But I still think that the situation of the game, you know, would should have afforded him to, you know, even do it a little quicker, so you can, you know, stick with the plans and have that declaration before tea, maybe maybe an hour 45 minutes before tea, so you can insert the opposition and try to get some early inroads and push for a victory. But albeit that he and his team decided, like in the first innings with Khan, that's what I thought. The personal milestone overshadows, I think, the objectives of the team.
Right.
You know, and we need to get away from that in the Caribbean, and it is far-fetched at the moment, you know, when you're looking at the game. But albeit now they have 300 runs, I think, in one session.
One session, yeah.
That they're going to take some doing. It has to be a horrible performance
by the Leeward Islands
for them to get a victory.
To lose from here. Let me just give you the scorecard for Trinidad and Tobago. Keegan Simmons, he made 1. He was bowled by Sheena Berridge. Darren Bravo, not out 100 of 153 deliveries in 175 minutes, and he had 10 fours in his innings. Jeremy Salzano was caught Gemma Hamilton of Sheena Berridge for 26. Jason Mohammed was caught Hamilton of Kofi James for 12. Tian Webster was caught Jeremiah Louis of Kofi James for 3. Terence Hines was caught the substitute, which was Mikael Louis of Kofi James for 16. Amir Django was left not out on 10. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 183 for 5, which means that Leeward Islands would need 300 for victory. Bowling for the Leewards, Louis 5 overs, no maidens, 19 runs, no wicket. Sheena Berridge 7 overs, 37 runs, 2 wickets. Colin Archibald 4 overs for 20 runs. Raheem Cornwall 14 overs, 1 maiden, 38 runs, no wicket, which means that he went wicketless in this game Kofi James, 9.4 overs, no maidens, 39 runs, 3 wickets, and Hayden Walsh Jr. had 4 overs for 19 runs. We're going to take a break, and when we rejoin you after the tea interval, Leeward Islands Hurricanes will have to come out to bat. They need 300 for victory, or they would have to bat time to save this game here this afternoon. So we will be back in a short while. And we're back at the Sir Vivian Richards cricket grounds here in Antigua and Barbuda. Still bright sunshine in the afternoon. The umpires are walking out. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes, they require 300 runs to win, and they have 38 overs to survive this afternoon, a minimum of 38 overs, 23 overs before the final hour of play today. So they have 23 overs and then the final 15 overs in the hour to survive. Trinidad and Tobago, of course, would be hoping that they can get 10 wickets in that time. The two Leeward Islands batsmen are already at the crease. Looks to be Kieran Powell and Munson Hodge. They are on the field, the Trinidad and Tobago fielders, as we've seen with their batsmen coming after a break. They're now huddling down in that far end, probably going to have the prayer and all the other talk, and then before they take the field this afternoon. Pretty much, Sylvester Joseph should be an academic afternoon, but you never know. In this funny game called cricket, a couple of early wickets for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team, and we could have a little bit of nerves in the part of the Leeward Islands. However, you would tend to think that the Leeward Islands players, in the batsmen in Hodge and Powell, would want to see off this afternoon and probably get to safety unscathed. They're going to have to bat sensibly. You tend to think that you're going to see a lot of spin coming from the Trinidad and Tobago team in the last 2 hours or so that we have left of play here this afternoon. So the Trinidad and Tobago players are now out on the field, just looking to get into position. The umpires are back out. They've been out for a while, and we're just waiting to have play. Darren Bravo would have gotten to a personal milestone, having scored 100 even in the first innings and the same in the second, 100 even before he declared. And there was some talk that some folks felt that the personal milestone took over what should have really been a team situation. And Sylvester, just want to engage, I want to ask you, who makes these kind of decisions? Are these left up to the captain in the end? Is it something that is discussed with the coaches? Who makes these kind of decisions?
I think it's a combination. Good afternoon to the viewers again. I think it's a combination, and the captain himself was the one in that situation, so he took the he took the initiative and carried on. But for me, as I said, I just think that the team's objective, should have taken precedent. We all know the capabilities, but the situation in which the game that was required for an outright push, is for them to get to the target and declare as quickly as possible. But they opted to.
Brian Charles is in. There's already some excitement with the second delivery. Munson Hodge turning that one into the square leg region.
If it's a case at the end, say with 30 overs, and the Leeward Islands are 5-6 wickets down, the Trinidad rue the fact that they batted for too long.
They're going to get a boundary here, as it should be buys, as that one was angled down the leg side for Hodge, and Hodge raising the bat, was going after it and then just allowing it. It went past the wicket keeper and down to the boundary for 4 runs. So Charles is in, and Hodge again in an ultra defensive mode just plays this one quietly back along the pitch for no run. Charles is in, and Hodge again just allowing a ball that is angled down the leg side to take him on the pads and fall away into the onside field. And there's no run. So there's a slip and a leg slip in place, and a man at short leg. Heavy leg side field for Brian Charles. And again, this ball turning sharply but again, not offering any shutters. Picking it up early and just seeing the turn was Bunsen Hodge. The ball comes off the side pad or the pad region and went into the leg side region. The end of the first over, 4 byes, all that came from it, as Leeward Islands, they are on their way, 4 without loss, requiring another 296 for victory.
Yeah, I think it's quite academic now that the game is heading towards a stalemate in a draw. But these two Leeward Island batters, they would want to be there at the end, looking at their performances so far to the competition, if another failure now will, I guess, give the selection panel some work to do. And especially that there is a Leeward Islands tournament coming up in between. You may have some more players.
Some other
who,
players
find,
that would have.
Yeah,
Yep.
put their names in the hat. So
Correct.
it's important that these players, for their personal, as we see some personal milestone, so for the personal sake, so to speak, that they, get a good total, come out not out at the end of the day.
Hines has started to run in, but Kieran Powell just not quite settled, so he just backed away long before Hines had gotten up to the stumps. And so just a false start as we're about to see Terence Hines from Sir Curtly Ambrose end here at the Sir Vivian Richards Cricket Grounds. Hines, short man, but he's bounding in now. Slingy sort of action, and his delivery's worked away into the inside, into the mid-on region for a single. So Powell's off the mark with his first delivery. Brings Bunsen Hodge into strike.
Nice working the ball there to mid-wicket. Good balance, steady head and nice shot. But when you look at the Trinidad and Tobago field placement for Powell, they have 2 men on the sweep, and I don't see how the Leeward Islands going to go after 300 runs in one session, and you still have men out like you're defending 100 runs instead of
a delivery that is play defensive. That was going to be my comment. I found the field placement strange because I thought that they would have a lot more fielders in closer positions.
Yeah.
But seeing boundary riders and so on for Powell just now, I'm saying I wonder if the Trinidadians did the same math that we did. that the Leeward Islands are going to need 300 runs in one session, which is virtually impossible. Here we watch as Hines is outside the line of the off stump, raising the bat is Munson Hodge into the gloves, and there's no one. If he's somebody that you want at a time like this to be batting when nothing is in the game, is somebody like a Munson Hodge.
Yeah.
Doesn't
definitely.
necessarily show a lot of interest in
runs.
runs or even in aggression, in aggressive type batting. So this type of
Situation.
environment or
yes.
situation is suited for his style of play. Here is he facing up now. From Hines, and just squaring up and playing this one square of the wicket on the offside. Again, not interested in any run as the ball rolls to that fielder at backward point. No run. So the breeze has picked up once more. Especially, it's just looking as if it's blowing very hard when you look at those trees in the western side. Hines, short man. Almost a little stutter before he gets up to the crease. And this one worked away by Hodge for a single, bringing the fielder off that wide long leg boundary to do the fielding. One more to the total.
Yeah, I was observing that yesterday when I saw him. If he continue with the momentum to the point of delivery, I think he can bowl a little quicker.
Yeah, 3/4 ways of his run. He
like
just seems to go into a stutter, almost as if he loses momentum
Yeah, he slows down.
and
a
then
bit.
starts again.
But he has strong shoulders, so he still bowl at a steady pace. But I think he can bowl faster.
Delivery outside the line of the off stump. Beating Powell all ends up. Maybe Powell will tell us that I pulled the bat inside the line, allowing it to go into the gloves of wicketkeeper Django. The end of the over, 6 without loss. We've had 2 overs. So the scorer says that we had
25.
23 overs before the final hour. So we've had 2 of those 23, so 21 to go, and then we add 15 to that. And you tend to think that if does it still go these days when we have all the media and the streaming, that captains agree when they're going to call things off. This ball is again just angled into Hodge, and Hodge just allowing it to take him on the body, falling away, no run.
I'm not sure, but if there is nothing in the game, I don't know, maybe you have to bowl about 8 overs in the
Final hour.
final hour.
Here
You
is
know,
Hodge.
I'm not sure though, but if it's just pedestrian, just going through the motion for no reason, I don't know. But you have fast bowling points, so maybe you can continue and pick up a few points.
Certainly. Hodge faces Charles, and he plays defensively back along the pitch. Shouts of ooh from the fielders. No run. So Brian Charles. And this delivery steered away into the offside field. Hodge will get another run as he just steers this one backward of point. Looks to be Carrie Peer who was giving chase there.
I would think they would have a silly point, more men around the bat. You're trying, you're trying to put pressure. Obviously, that they're not trying even to go after the run. So the more men on the bat, just applying some pressure and seeing that.
Let's put that element of doubt in the
yeah,
minds of the
yeah.
batsmen, but we haven't seen that so far. I was about to say that there's a silly point, but he's now gone across to the short leg position for.
Long off and long on.
And then you've pushed the men back, long off, long on, and you also have a man at deep backward square. Coming down the track and driving is Powell, the left-handed Powell, out to the man at that long on position. So he gets a run. The field changes over as the left and right hand combination for the Leeward Islands in the right-handed Munson Hodge and the left-handed Kewan Powell. 8 without loss. We win over number 3. Brian Charles is coming around the wicket to the right-handed Munson Hodge. Outside the line of the leg stump. Hodge doesn't have to play at that one. And the ball is taken by Django. The end of another over has come up. At the end of it, Leeward Islands Hurricanes 8 without loss in the second innings. Remember, they need 300 for victory. That is pretty much academic at this stage. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they are in the field, and Brian Charles and of course the Terence Hines are the 2 bowlers in tandem. So Leeward Islands tournament comes up from the 18th of February, and that is going to be played in the break from this 4-day tournament. Here is this delivery played away into the offside field. There is no run. They get a single. Why is there a break, Sylvester Joseph, in the 4-day competition? Do you know?
No, I'm not sure. I'm not sure why there is a break in between there. I don't know if any cricket will be playing, if the tour of Zimbabwe will finish and a touring team will be here. I'm not sure.
I don't know. I've always wondered why, when I heard of the break after the first 2 rounds, I was wondering what was the reason. Some sort of reason should have been given, though, outside the line of the off stump. Maybe they gave it and I missed it. Don't know. Maybe somebody on our live or somebody who is listening knows the reason. They can, of course, send the information. And let us know what is the real situation, why they're having the break.
And then at the end, when the 5 rounds are finished, they're going to select, I think, the best players, and they have 3 teams.
3 teams.
Yeah, I think.
So
they have the names out. I can't remember the names though.
I remember hearing about that. We will investigate. Here is Hodge steering this one past the Bannett, pointing to the backward point boundary for 4. So it was a short delivery outside the line of the off stump. He stood up on the back foot and steered it clear of that fielder at that point position and raced over the outfield into the backward point boundary and picking up himself a boundary. Good shot from Munson Hodge.
Yeah, good balance. It was in area for a moment. The bowler thought that the fielder had a chance, but it was well placed. And good power, good timing there by Munson Hodge.
Are you in agreement with the 3 teams selected at the end? And the objective, I'm told, is to allow the best players to play against each other to improve the quality of play? What's your thought on that?
Well, seeing as they don't have the 2 rounds, I think it's a good initiative in order for the players to be, continue to play competitive cricket. I hope that they have, some sort of incentive.
Why don't they have the 2 rounds? I'm asking. I'm just asking.
I understand,
question.
but I guess they think that when you pick the best players, if you balance the team, you will have a better competition. I think India does it when there is an off season in India, where they have the East and West and North and South or whatever. But I think they're looking at a concept like that to get a better quality.
That's when you have 1 billion cricketers to choose from. The Indians, but in our situation, do you think that is an admission that we need to improve on the quality of our game in the Caribbean?
I think we need to. It's not. I don't think it's a quality, because it's the same players are playing against each other if you play the two round, But it's a combined. But is the importance of the positivity? What's the objective? What are you playing for? That also will bring out the best. Your competitive nature. If you're going there, some people want to do well, and whatever. But when you're playing for your territory, it brings a different level of competitiveness, because you have bragging rights and you have this and so forth. But everybody's not going to play for West Indies. when you have that combined team, the 3 teams, everybody's not going to play. So some people may fail in the first game or first innings and they get dejected or whatever. But when you have something to play for, I think it will bring out a more competitiveness from the player. But I guess they will try it out and see how it.
Well, of course, try it, see how it goes, see what the take is, see how the players approach it. Brian Charles is going to continue, and Powell is looking to sweep, not getting a lot of baton to it. The ball falling away into the short.
But it's similarly
final leg region.
It's
leg
similar
by
to
signal.
Sorry, it's similar to the when they have the under-19 Flamingos and the 4 different teams in that competition. It's a similar situation. So we saw some youngsters came out of that. Even Nandu and
Matthew
guys,
Nandu,
and Melios. These guys were
correct.
I think Mackenzie was there as well. So it's just something that we can look at. The guy Justin Amazon from the Leeward Islands, he got some runs in that. Anaji from Nevis as well. Yeah, he bowled well. So you saw some good talent. So I guess they're trying to achieve similar from something like that.
We'll see how it works as Brian Charles continue. And a delivery that is cut away through the offside should get a boundary here in Munson Hodge. It was short of a length outside the line of the off. So we just rocked back and cut it square of the wicket to the vacant point boundary for 4. So 4 more to him. Total is on to 18 without loss. Munson Hodge moves on to 10. Kieran Powell on to 3. So somebody like Darren Bravo would have already put his name in the selection hat for that team. You would think that Raheem Cornwall, based on his bat and ball so far, is he edging past the slip field and down to the third man boundary for 4. So a false stroke, you would say. He was flashing outside the off stump, Munson Hodge, uncharacteristically, and that one edged and flew past Pear, who was standing at the lone slip fielder, and it came down to the third man boundary for 4. Somebody like Amaju Nandu, I think, too, who is doing well so far for Guyana. And some others would have already been putting their names in the mouths of the selectors. And I did see the chief selector, Desmond Haynes, here in Antigua last weekend up at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds. So we know the selectors are around. 22 without loss at the end of that over. 5 overs gone. Munson Hodge is on 14. Kieran Powell is on 3.
Yeah, and just the game is just going along, and both teams are there waiting for the time to elapse so they can, have a shower and relax after a game. And Trinidad, I guess, looking forward to go home to eat some of those that curry that they have down there. So, you just
you don't see any real urgency
on
the part of any of the team. No one really trying to make anything happen. Trinidad and Tobago team just seemingly sitting back, waiting for the Leewards and batsman to make a mistake. There is Hines, this delivery. He's now coming around the wicket, just slinging action, taking that ball down the leg side, and comfortably taken by Amir Django behind the stumps.
And Powell just watched it, go down. He thought about a pull shot, but he just watched it in the end passes to the wicket keeper. But I think Trinidad had taken this thing out of this game, and only the Leeward Islands, I think, can give them back, something, so they have a bit of urgency.
Powell is cutting at a short of a length delivery, and he gets it over the backward point region for 4.
That looked like 6.
We'll wait for the signal. It carried all the way. He really got good bat onto that one. It was short and wide outside the line of the off stump. He helped it on his way. I thought it might have just fallen short of the boundary rope, but it did carry all the way and signaled 6 by the umpire. So he goes on to 9, and the total is on to 28 without loss. We're in the 6th over.
And on the 4th afternoon, the pitch still has some pace and bounce.
Yep, still has some pace and bounce. Powell is pulling, short of a length delivery once more from Hines, and the ball is going into the square leg region. The fielder, who is at that deep square position, has a throw at the non-striker's end, just to cause Powell to just speed up his entrance into the crease. And one more to the total, 29 without loss. This is the kind of pitches that you want to see, a pitch that on a 4th day still looks solid. It looks solid from this distance, looks nice and hard, looks a good track. And we've criticized Mr. Merritt quite a bit, so when he has what we want, we should also recognize that. So it seems to be a good pitch being prepared here by Mr. Anthony Merrick and his crew.
Yes, indeed, and we haven't really seen any delivery really kept anything kind of low. Last week we saw a few in the first game. We saw a few at Coolidge where squat down a bit, but it seems like
Terrence Hines, he would have pulled something. He ran in and stopped halfway through, almost as if he had pulled, and he's limping.
He's going off.
Oh, he's going off, so he's heading off, limping. Terrence Hines seemed to have pulled probably a hamstring or some sort of muscle there in his leg. He's limping as he goes off. He's just heading straight into the physio. Not the kind of thing that we want to see with any player. Injuries, these are things that we hope that players can avoid.
Well, the good thing is that he has a break coming up, so he has enough time, I think, that he can rectify whatever.
Rectify whatever the issue is.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. And also, I mean, we can't be picking or counting players yet because I think, if I'm not mistaken, if there isn't any more tour, those guys that are playing the test tour at the moment, they will be back for the third round. So you will have, some different guys who I think after this tour they have to come and perform in order to get regain selection again, man, and the West Indies team. So the third and fourth and fifth round should be very competitive as well.
Correct. Here is a livery
Tion Webster.
that
Finishing
Webster is finishing the over for Hines. As that first delivery, just bowling within himself as Munson Hodge played it defensively. How are we going to get the fans back out though, Sylvester Joseph? We've seen 2 matches now and we've just had a sprinkling of spectators. Do you think it's going to be marketing? Do you think it's going to be, that some new youngster bursting onto the scene that excites people to bring them back out? How are we going to get the fans back out?
Maybe if you have a exciting youngster, maybe his family will come out. But I don't think that we're going to get back any fans anytime soon. Because when I watch some, I watch some of the first class cricket in England, county cricket, even in India.
That is devoid of fans these
Yeah,
days.
even in India. When you watch in India as well, there isn't any fans coming into the ground when it comes to
The longer
version.
Right.
So it's not just a West Indian problem. It's holistic. It has to be something really compelling. Even the test matches now depends on who is playing. You have some teams playing and there isn't any fans in the ground. You have some games with India and Australia. The Indian fans. But when you talk about these type of games, you always have a packed stadium. But some grounds that you go to, you still see a lot of empty spaces. But when it comes to the Ashes, there is no if but now maybe about the fans.
No. Fans don't miss.
Don't miss that.
Don't miss the Ashes for any reason, and especially when they have the Boxing Day test match and so on. Those are events in itself, and the folks try as best as possible to make sure that they are a part of that. We are hoping that in the Caribbean that we can attract back. I'm not thinking that we're going to ever get full stadiums, but I think though we need to start to get some more fans out, maybe from the domestic level. Get people to start to watch their village team again, to watch their home club, and then that might spill over into a few more fans coming to watch, a 4-day game. Yannick Correa is going to come in to bowl Powell, and Powell gets one that hustles onto him, keeping a tad low as well.
Yeah,
Got caught with both feet on the crease, Powell, but he survives. So he's a slip in place and a man at short leg as Yannick Correa tosses the ball from hand to hand, and this delivery is worked away. And when we talk about strange decisions, Correa was a strange decision in the recent T20 World Cup, having not been playing T20 cricket. He was selected into that squad, and everybody's eyebrows rose up into the air.
I saw he was bowling to Hayden Ward Jr. yesterday, so I was saying that maybe Hayden Ward is still upset that he took his place. And
Yes.
he was very kind of positive or aggressive against Yannick and Yannick Correa, but Terry told me, no, I can't be thinking that way. Or said. So he don't think that he will be thinking that way, but just the gamesmanship, and obviously if someone took your place, you want to
destroy them.
Destroy them if you have the power to. Yeah.
If you have the opportunity to really, let them pay. A single, though, to Munson Hodge.
But he didn't, to be honest, Yannick Correa, he didn't do himself any harm, though. He gave a good account of himself.
No, he did not do himself any harm. And as he would say, that he didn't pick himself.
Yeah.
Right? He was given the opportunity, and that's what you're supposed to do when you're given these opportunities. You grab them.
Indeed.
With both hands. He's somebody though that I thought that would have blossomed a lot more, a lot faster, because when he was coming through as a youngster in the Trinidad setup, especially at the under 19 stage, he was very effective, I thought, and touted as an excellent player. But just for some reason, as he made the transition into the senior ranks, he didn't blossom as quickly as some thought that he might have. Powell gets a delivery that he's this time coming forward, playing defensively, was showing the full face of the bat right forward, and there is no run. The end of the over. Leeward Islands, they're 31 without loss. Powell on 11, Munson Hodge on 15.
Yeah, he showed good promise early on, and as you said, I thought also that he was even further in his career in terms of on the West Indies circuit. But nevertheless, he's still there battling. He's been a true ambassador for the Trinidad Red Force. When he gets the opportunity, especially when the Red Force is in any spot of banner, he normally comes out and give a good train of himself, give a good account of himself. So he's been a good steward of the Trinidad and Tobago.
Thean Webster starts a new over for himself. This first delivery outside the line of the off stump, and there is no run.
If they can, nick out a few, especially with the pacer, Thean Webster, that would be
So
a
added
bonus
points.
to
Yep.
bonus to them. So
Outside the line of the off stump from Webster. Again, just bowling through to wicket-keeper Django. No run. Webster looks as if he's bowling within himself, though. Not looking as if he's trying to be express pace. Or I tend to think that he can bowl a lot faster.
yeah, both bowlers. I mean, Hines and Webster. You look at them and you think that they can bowl a little faster, but you can speak for most of the fast bowlers that we have seen on show so far. They have this tendency of bowling within themselves, and allow like they conserving energy to bowl long spells, or maybe they don't think that the pitch has enough assistance. You're not really, putting the back into it. You're not really giving themselves that opportunity to run in and put in that effort. But the opportunity is always there, and as we can see that the pitches can give you assistance if you put in the hard work.
Certainly. And I would think that this delivery steered away. I would think as a young fast bowler, I know when I went to school and I was testing out I just wanted to bowl fast.
Yeah.
I wanted to bowl fast, and any opportunity I got, I tried to bowl as fast as I could. At the time, I just felt that if I'm not bowling fast, it's best you take me off.
But you think he has to do something with the T20 game and the T10, because he seems to be like if you can do a little batting and a little bowling and you can feel like an all-rounder kind of thing, you can stand a chance of getting into a 2020
And
team.
it has a lot to do with that. A lot of the time because of the opportunity. So right now the tear away fast bowlers have to almost reinvent themselves in order to get into the leagues and the other stuff. We don't see any league really just picking a tear away fast bowler just because he can bowl.
Yeah.
You must be able. So what you find happen is that a lot of these bowlers tend to cut their pace and try and improve a little bit on the batting to get into the all-round realm. Here's Webster in and flicking it away out to the square leg region is Munson Hodge, and it beats the fielder coming around into the square leg boundary, and he picked up 4 runs.
That was a very good shot there by Munson. I see that is his strong area. When you bowl in middle and leg, he has this tendency where he whips the ball to the inside like those guys from India or Pakistan, and that's his scoring area, and he capitalized on that one. Most times when the ball is bowled in those areas, he normally capitalizes and gets some nice ones. But that was a very good shot.
It was a very good shot, and he timed it well too. The fielder coming around on that square leg boundary, thought that he had a chance, but the ball just kept traveling, and it traveled quickly into that square leg boundary, and he picked up 4 runs. So, yet to see any disturbance, any situation where the Leeward Islands batsmen have been in any sort of trouble. Karaya is going to try again, and he's bowling to the left-handed Powell. And Powell again on the back foot, almost tying himself up in a knot, but he's able to squeeze this one out into the forward square leg region and picked up another run.
Yeah, he has to be careful because Karaya has a bit of pace on his delivery. You know, he's not one of those slow flighting leg spinner. He one that, you know, the ball skids on and he get a little turn now and then, but you have to be mindful of the fact that you have to be careful when you're going on your back foot.
Yannick Karaya, and this time Munson Hodge it is that plays this one back into the offside, no run.
But Yannick will be happy to get an opportunity like this. You know, you can see he's one that excited to have the ball in his hand. He's, you know,
Gets an opportunity to bowl, probably bowl without any pressure on him. This one is squeezed away down to a third man position, and do you get a single?
Substitute fielder. He's
Yes,
on
substitute.
Terrence Hines. When you look at a fast bowler like Fidel Edwards, and I know my good friend Tino Bess. If given an opportunity now, he will be bowling
Still bowling fast.
faster than these guys. I'm telling you, Tino will be bowling faster than these guys.
And that is what you must see, you must like about somebody like a Tino Best. That he liked to bowl fast, and he tried to bowl fast every opportunity that he got. Never seen Tino Best looking as if he's bowling within himself.
Never. From he has the ball, he's out and out, 100%.
He's almost like a Ricky Christopher. Ricky Christopher does,
Bangladesh,
and the Bangladesh Western, they don't know what is called bowling within themselves. That doesn't exist.
Yeah, if they're not bowling fast, they're not playing any cricket.
Certainly. It's certainly true. Yannick Karaya is bowling, and Powell, he's on 14 of 21, 20 of 31 is Munson Hodge. He's looked a lot more positive in this innings, Munson Hodge. It's not just gone there and blocked into oblivion. He's been just trying to be positive, just trying to get himself a score.
But you see where we're going back to what you just said. Going back, these guys, like they do the opposite. You know, when he's supposed to be playing in this manner, and now is the time where he's supposed to nothing in it. He looks more positive.
Yes.
Now is the time he's supposed to be defending and make sure he's flowing like.
Yeah. Because
we
if
can
you
get
look
the
at
ones.
20 of 31, his strike rate is up. Yes.
So sometimes when you look at these guys, you wonder if the thought process is on the. You have to reverse the thought process.
Seems that might have to be the way to go. However, they're still batting 39, 40 correction.
They're
40.
doing a great job. They're doing a great job
They
for
are
the
doing
Leeward.
a great job for the Leeward Islands so far. Here is Powell driving off the back foot, just trying to punch this one through the offside field. No run. So,
Because
and a gully.
they were the more vulnerable team in terms of losing the game. You know, so I think Trinidad played right in their hands in batting for that long period, and now, you know, on a good pitch, where if you apply your skills that you can maneuver.
Here we watch as a delivery that is right up to the left-handed Powell. He just with a check shot stroke, just pushes it out into the deep point position. There's a sweeper on the boundary, and he's able to walk through for a single. His shirt says JFS. Don't know what that stands for. That Springer is wearing. It's probably a free shirt that he got from someone. His sweater says JFS. Don't know. He'll tell us.
Springs has a lot of contacts.
Yeah, he has a lot of. He has a lot of
that
contacts.
I know that represents something.
Yeah,
of
the man on the
significance.
street. He's called here, but he still does that show. The man on the street.
He has a show named The Man on the Street.
You're still the man on the street, huh? Oh, point
Point on the street.
point on the street.
Oh, he's a creative.
He speaks to everybody on the streets. Tut, Mun, Sam, and Bagay.
I guess he never saw me on the street because I didn't even know that
You don't leave your house, Mr. Joseph. You stay home and then you go to golf. We find you at the school.
If I go anywhere, I drive.
Yeah, man, you drive to your coaching and then you don't walk the street, so you wouldn't meet up on Springer. Here we watch as T.N. Webster is in outside the line of the off stump. Ball going through to Amir Django. There is no run. 41 without loss. We went over number 10. Remember, T.N. Webster came on to replace Hines.
Terrence Hines.
Hines, who
Hope he's all right. Hope
he's okay.
It's not too
See,
serious.
He pulled up in the middle of one of his overs and had to go off the field.
We might have to send him to the physio of Jamal Hamilton because he came off. He was looking all banged up, and the next day we saw him. He was good to go. So we might have to send.
Terrence Hines over to whoever is Jamal Hamilton's physio, or you might have to find out what drink Jamal Hamilton had, because that too could help. And we know that if Jamal Hamilton was banged up on a Friday, he might have gone to Hungry Friday out at Liberta, where Kenny Benjamin has a fish water that can get you well.
But he's not here now, so who does that fish water?
They say Kenny Benjamin prepared all the fish before he left.
All the ingredients.
All the ingredients. He cut up and he wrapped up and he has them all there.
So you just tell them what time to take it off.
Tell them what time to take it off, and you can still get his brew. So the end of over number 10 has come. Kieran Powell is on 16 months in Hodge. He's on 20. We have Terry Laraji and Vernon Springer standing by. We'll do another one, and then we'll invite them to come and join us on the commentary. 259 runs required, but that's just academic. The current run rate is a whopping 4.10. Sylvester Joseph, these people are going like a hurricane.
I'm telling you, they're going after the runs.
I'm telling you that a whopping 4.10. And these are not known to be the aggressive type batsman. Here is first delivery of Karai's new over. Powell just reaching forward, almost half-heartedly, but
I think that's the way to go in terms of batting Yannick Karai. You got to be on that front foot because he skids the ball.
Yes.
He's more dangerous.
If you're on the back foot,
yeah.
We watch as he's in, and
Sure.
Powell pulls out the sweep shot. He's getting it down to the final. He's going to beat the fielder into the boundary. That's 4 runs. He started outside of his legs, and he just helped it on his way. Got good bat onto it as well with that sweep stroke, and he was able to pick up himself a boundary. Powell.
Yeah, and these two candidates do a fine job on the Leeward Island perspective. You know, in a situation you don't want to be losing wickets, and these guys are not only batting confidently, they are scoring. So it all goes good and well from a Leeward Island perspective.
Karaya is in, and this time on the back foot and playing it into the cover region is Powell. He had it under control. That stroke. There's a slip and a man still at short leg. Short extra cover. As Karaya starts and stops, just looking around, not sure what is the problem. Something probably just fell from his person. He's with the ball in hand at the Sir Andy Roberts end, the southern end. And Powell gets one that he's just working up to the long on region, calls for the single and gets it easily. In the end, the throw is wayward, so they get an easy single, 46 without loss. 84 fours. They say that have been struck already in this match. So quite a number of them. Yannick Karaya is in. And here is this delivery just peeling off the edge of Munson Hodges' bat and runs down to a third man. The fielder giving chase. Is that the substitute?
Yeah,
Looks to be the substitute fielder with the number 11 on his back. And the batsmen were able to cross for 2.
That Munson is on 22 and
He said Gooley.
Kyle.
Maybe that's Jit Gooley. There on for Trinidad and Tobago. So the fall stroke there from Munson Hodge has prompted the captain, Darren Bravo, just to have a second slip in place. Just a little bit of positivity we see now here from Captain Bravo. This is Karaya in to Hodge, and Hodge is hitting this one through the backward point region for 4. Stood up and hit it hard past that between the point, the cover and backward point fielder, and it raced over the outfield into the point boundary, and he got 4 runs.
a beautiful shot.
50 partnership has come up, and as we look at it again, just timing that one well is Munson Hodge. He's on 26. Powell is on 21 and 52 without loss. We're going to have a double change. You're going to hear the voice of Terry Leraji and, of course, Vernon Springer.
Partnership coming up in 11 overs for Leeward Islands Hurricanes. So they're going at a good clip. And of course, in no danger here. 300 was the target, but that was never on in one session of 38 overs left in the remainder of the day. We've had that's 23 plus the mandatory 15 in the last hour. So we've had 11 of those 23. Good afternoon, Vern.
Good afternoon to you, Terry. How are you doing?
I'm good.
I have a long list in front of me here from since 2014 to 2022. I don't see Sylvester's name on it because he told me he retired like almost 10 years ago. It's like a long time. So he didn't get a chance.
he's
He's out
gone.
caught at slip. Powell goes. Loose shot. No feet movement at all from Kyron Powell. He played a nothing shot there and caught at first slip. The Leewards lose their first wicket after setting up a lovely start. And I don't know if we brought something different here, but then on bouncing, they were batting well. And wickets now started to go down.
Yeah, loose shot there by Kieran Pallaby. Disappointed with that after getting a start. Short of runs. A good sharp catch taken.
So,
52 for 1.
positive start.
You got the new ball there as well.
Yes,
God,
I do.
You got
And
everything.
Tion Webster, I was just trying to just work out there, working on a certain line here. And it's just interesting to listen to the debate downstairs in the media center with Denmore and Sylvester. Because if Munson is approaching this second innings this way, then why he didn't bat like that at the Coolidge Cricket Ground? It leaves you kind of wondering. And Munson is not a young chicken. He's been around for some time. Before the series, 48 matches, 90 innings, 2,889 runs, 421 half centuries, highest score of 58, an average of 34.39. So he's been around for some time, at least over 15 years.
That's a long time.
It is. Certainly a long time.
But if you can bat like that with positive intent,
Well, you hope he can bat like that.
right? But why don't you apply yourself all the time?
Well, you see, I don't have a problem in if you can bat like that. It's how you reassess and look at the context of the game and how you have prepared yourself Because if you prepared yourself mentally for this tournament where you would have put in the yards, you would have trained hard when you come here, knowing that you're going to be the man, that the batting is going to be formed around, nothing is wrong with that. But, you know, you can't bat all those balls and don't get 100. If you're batting balls, then you have to have more than 4 centuries at this level.
Definitely. Well, you can see that by the conversion rate. Was it 4 centuries and how many half centuries?
21.
21.
Carty comes in. He missed out. Before this series, Carty would have played 32 games, 1,419 runs, highest score of 114, 2 centuries, and 10 half centuries, with an average of 25.34. So by his standards, he missed out. And, you know, when you get these opportunities with everybody scoring hundreds, you realize that Dan Bravo scored back-to-back hundreds. Every chance you get, you have to be able to remind the Desmond Haynes, Roland Butcher selection panel that you've scored 100. Here is Carty playing this into the mid-wicket area and getting a quite comfortable runs. No, I don't think they're interested in that.
No, Carty was.
The intensity there was certainly not good enough. So as I continue to start Terry, Jeremiah Louis is up there, 37 matches, over 1,000 runs. He's also got 100 wickets to Jeremiah Louis, so he's in among the runs here. High score of 75. He's got 3 half centuries. So on the easy scale, Louis has scored some runs consistently. Nobody's paying attention to that. You know, Nkrumah Bonner would have played some 20 matches for us, over 1,000 runs, never scored 100 for us anyhow. I'll get back to that. Bang on target. Yeah. Then we slide down the list and we see Terence Ward. 22 matches, 910 runs, 4 half centuries. Akeem Saunders, 24 matches, 777 runs with 1 century and 1 half century. High score of 101 not out. Chesney Hughes, 16 matches, 772 runs. Gavin Tongue, from some 34 matches, 673 runs, high score of 59. And Orlando Peters, 671 runs from 19 matches. On drive, looking for a single, certainly not on. Maybe they could have made it if they thought about it, because it was going to the left of Karaya. And he had to run across into the mid-on area. Orlando Peters had 3 half centuries and 100. And I'll continue to go to the list for you, Terry, so that you will understand what we're talking about. Sherwin Peters, 458 runs. Jace Taylor, 457 runs. Still don't see Sylvester's name. Driven up to cover. I'll have to go and look in the old log to find Sylvester's name in first-class cricket. No, he didn't play in the professional league. I know, I'm just teasing you. You know I'm doing that, Sylvester. Azari Joseph, 22 matches, 423 runs, high score of 89, 2 half centuries. So, I was talking to you this morning, Terry, and I was telling you about the percentage rate of the Leeward Island players scoring centuries. Is really down the pecking order.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It was only 19 centuries in total.
Yeah, we got to do way better than that. But they're playing for a draw here, more or less that we can say.
Yep.
I think the man of the moment of this game would have been someone. Cruikshank also played for the Leeward Islands, some 8 matches. Lyndall Richardson also played some 8 matches. Quite a lot of people play for the Leeward Islands. Austin Richards Jr., 7 matches, 525 runs, high score 64. Bang on target. Munson Hodge, who is on 26 from 37.
He's on fire.
Don't talk too fast, Terry. He might get back into the pavilion. He had 52 without loss. Powell is back in the hut already. We don't want to make sure that we send Munson Hodge back in the hut as well, too. He's defending nicely. Now, this is a good length delivery. Karaya, I just want to see him just entice Hodge. A little bit more flight. Make him use his feet. Make him look to hit that ball down the V. The mid-order and the mid-off is right up. Good captaincy here by Darren Bravo. Flatter faster. I was looking through the list, and I have to ask some questions, Terry. Django is certainly not keeping well. So Trinidad and Tobago needs to find a keeper. And find a wicket-keeper very fast.
Do they have options?
Of course they do. They must have. They have to have some young keepers in Trinidad. You can't tell me they don't. Doesn't matter. You can make the team as a batsman. You certainly need to find a keeper. That's all. You can make a half century, Sylvester, and get dropped. It's not 100.
You can make 100 and get dropped. Ask Mr.
No.
Boycott.
You know how that goes.
And you know what else he got dropped for and sent home from India? For playing golf when he was supposed to be practicing.
Was that so? Steve Labber's name
Boycott.
I see on this list too. 238 runs from 8 matches. Former captain. Excuse me. Shane Jeffers. He played some 5 matches during this setup. He's also part of the selection panel right now. Comes quietly forward. Shane played 5 matches, 196 runs, high score of 61 at the time when he came into the mix. Made an over, and the score continues to be 54 for 1. Folks might be wondering, what is Terry and Vernon Springer speaking about? Yeah, I'm just going through the list of players who would have represented the Leeward Islands at this setup in a very long time. You know, before this, Hayden Walsh would have played some 8 games for the Leeward Islands before going on to play for Barbados. Shane Burton also played 3 matches. Got a half century also, 53. Mervyn Matthew from Dominica. You remember that name, Terry?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, medium pacer. He also graced his presence here, playing for us too. Damien Jacobs from Jamaica. He also played. In fact, he played in the last Leeward Islands tournament for Montserrat. Good afternoon, Damien. He's now living in the United States of America. Damien Jacobs. Anthony Iroots Martin. He played some matches as well too. Only played 6. Here is a delivery from Carty. Wide. But the right foot, he's now rehearsing that he should have got his right foot across and looked to find the gap. He didn't on that occasion. Colin Archibald just moving into his own, making a name for himself. He'll be hoping to go one better. Devon Thomas, you know, would have played for 2 franchises, Jamaica Scorpions and also the Leeward Island Hurricane. In fact, he came to St. Kitts. I don't know if you remember, Terry, on drive, down the ground. I think that will race away for 4. Don't think he will get there. 4 runs, hits the rope now. Beautiful shot by Casey Carty. Balance and poise. You remember when Brandon King hit 192 at Warner Park?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh. I don't know who troubled Devon Thomas that day. Denmore Roberts. But the Leewards were all over his ear. And Devon decided, well, he's going to make them pay that day. He and Brandon King, they went to war. It was a blistering knock. I mean, Brandon King hit the ball to all parts of Warner Park. The only thing he didn't do is hit it into the prism. Pitched up, Carty driving. So look at a lot balance on the front foot there when he came forward there. So in a nutshell, you know, when you look at the concept of the professional setup, I think really, and this is something Denmore and company have been talking about, Seth Burton, even Vinod Manchan, we now need to start to look at our investment in this program and what we're getting out of the professional setup. And really start to tick the boxes to understand how we can improve and what is happening. These cricketers are getting paid. And I'm saying it's like a job. So if it's like a job, then the assessment card needs to be changed. And changed quickly.
Most definitely. But it is a job, not like a job. It is their profession. They need to be up for it each and every match. And each and every day of the match. And we're not really seeing that so far this season with the Leeward Island. It must be said. Webster continues into Carty, who just chops it to Muhammad at point, and there's no run. So 58 for 1. And we're just playing out time here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
Kyron Powell, before this series, would have played some 28 matches, 1,162 runs, and really forcing his way into the conversation. Again, leaving on Lenke Kati. So, Tion Webster, outside of that full toss, where he was hit down the ground on drive for 4, has come back nicely, 58 for 1. And an interesting start here. Hodge 26, Carty 6.
Yeah, Webster 1 for 11 off 4.5 overs. He completed the over for Terence Hines, who pulled up short in his delivery stride in one of the overs that he bowled. But I think Vernon Trinidad would be the happier team out of this from the start of this match.
I mean, Darren Bravo is the happier
Well,
of the two.
Definitely
the two
Darren
of
Bravo, the two captains. But
He's got 2 back-to-back
overall,
hundreds.
2 back-to-back hundreds. Very rare these days in first-class cricket.
Well, maybe we have a revolution in West Indies cricket because Bravo is making a statement.
Well, let's hope so.
But in the present, they're set up. In fact, he's selecting himself. And this is what you want. You want to push the selectors. I just wish that Cornwall can push down the door. But I want Cornwall to score 100. I don't want Cornwall to come and get another 20, 30 wickets. We know he can take 30 wickets. I want him for the remaining 3 matches that he sets himself up and says, listen, I'm going to get 200s, 2 big hundreds.
Well, he's batted himself into form. He's got 2 half-centuries so far in 2 matches, back-to-back half-centuries, because the first one was scored in the second innings of the first round. The first innings of the second round.
Saw a half-century yesterday from young Kirk McKenzie. I still feel he's a work-in-progress candidate. He was also part of the academies, but I saw a lot of flaws, a lot of, if you're around the system, some of the things that I saw at his age, they got to cut out those things very, very, very early, because when you get at the next level,
You get found out quick.
Kevin Wickham, I feel, is going to be an exciting all-rounder. I feel I got some time for that young man, Kevin Wickham. I think maybe in another 3-4 years' time, he could really be a dynamic player. So the future is there. It's just to get the right personnel around these young cricketers. Got to get some mentors.
Matthew Nandu today, 60.
Yeah, another half century.
60, yep. And both teams were still in with a chance, even though it rained. They got to tea with Guyana requiring a further 113 runs. And the Volcanoes, another 5 wickets. So if it doesn't rain again, they get a full session in. Could come down to the wire, but either way.
Well, you got people like Sinclair and Permal and company
Yes,
behind there.
That's right. Yeah.
Ghana also has to begin to examine their cricket. Leon Johnson certainly is one that they're going to have to address. The captaincy, Anthony Bramble, is
Hit
Carty.
straight to him. On the bounce, though.
Needed to find a gap there with that delivery.
We made it to drinks in the last session. 59 for 1. We've had 15 overs bowled. So there's 8 overs remaining before the mandatory 15 overs in the last hour, which they may or may not bother with.
And so we'll take our Lucas Aid and altitude break right here as well.
Altitude.
Yeah. You didn't know there was a drink called altitude?
I know, I thought you were talking about...
Look at our producer. Let him show you the bottle.
I thought you were talking about high.
No, we have a drink called...
High up we are.
We have a drink called altitude, Terry.
Okay, right, I must get
Terry,
myself some.
I gave you one this morning.
Yeah,
you didn't
I
look at the
kept
bottle?
it specially. No, I don't read.
didn't?
I don't read
Oh,
labels.
gosh. Let's take an altitude and Lucas Aid
Small
break.
print.
We're good to go.
Yep.
And here we go. 59 for 1. Leeward Islands fighting back, more or less. I wouldn't say fighting back. Maybe almost just
Well, they did good
playing for
containing
pride.
job.
Carried prayer.
Stifled any thoughts of declaration, and then with Lara Bravo getting closer and closer to his 100.
Yeah, but I think Bravo initiated that. There was just one mission that Bravo wanted to get a back-to-back 100. I don't know if I think the victory or the declaration would have been secondary.
Well, just looking at it from both sides, you could say that, and I'm quite sure you're right, Vernon. But on the other hand, they did pick up 4 wickets in that post-lunch session. So, any thoughts? They weren't able to get the momentum, is what I'm trying to say.
I thought some of the shots that were played with some of the batsmen, they never really got to the pitch of the ball.
No.
They just really even though they were told to kind of step it up, sort of gave their wickets away.
Yeah.
Something which I find rarity in this competition here so far. You can't feel all day and come out and then just give away your hit. And that's something I find happening constantly here in this series. The catching is not being good at all. The feeling, I don't know who's been the best fielding team so far. I have to search my mind around. Thought Barbados caught well against Jamaica Scorpions.
You said you saw a blinder, no?
Yeah, from Shamar Springer.
Right.
It was beauty. Here is Munson Hodge just casually playing out a maiden over. So he's 27 from 53. So his strike rate, which Denmore Bouncing said that he was on a quick trail, as he's certainly shot sharp up now. And he's maybe just batting for time here, Munson Hodge. Is this Imran Khan's time? Yes, it is.
To be.
What a servant he is to Trinidad and Tobago's cricket.
Played a lovely knock in the first innings.
Was he dropped any time?
Oh, they were all dropped.
You
None
said
more than Bravo, though, actually.
Not more than?
Bravo.
Yeah, well, I saw one.
Bravo was dropped 3 times.
I saw one off of Archibald. I saw Raheem dropping one off of Archibald, I think, on 70-something just before close of play. I think I saw that. I was looking at that time.
Well, Archibald should have had him twice, and twice Sheeno Berridge dropped him. And the second one, lollipop to backward point, and he never laid a glove on it.
Can to Carty. Carty pushes this down the ground, mid-off, gets an easy single. You know, there's a history, and Bouncing will be able to tell you when he came into the Leeward Islands team first. You're coming with the likes of Wanaka, Morton and company. You always told that if somebody makes 100 against the Leeward Islands, that you know their name is going to call. And so you got to make sure that you grab and you take all of your catches. That's something, especially players from Barbados or Guyana. And you realize if you follow the history of West Indies cricket, a lot of people who have scored runs against the Leeward Islands attack have always gone on to represent the West Indies.
True.
I could remember Phil Wallace came at Antigua Recreation Ground. First time we saw him, nobody knew anything about Phil Wallace, and he climbed into a blinder, got a big one. And there's so many players who would have done that. I'll also tell you too that Dr. Sir Andy Roberts, he also studied this game, and there was a period of time Denmore, where I don't know if you remember Denmore, Mark Nita and Herbert Chang were making a lot of runs. And Otter was coming around about the same time. They were playing in St. Kitts, Leeward Islands versus Jamaica. Well, I don't have to tell you what happened Denmore. You know what happened, right? Herbert Chang got his hand broke, and Mark Nita was hit in the head by Sir Andy Roberts. Oh, yes. He had to rough them up.
The hitman.
And they said this was competition.
What do you expect?
So they came out of the conversation. Things were opened up a little more. But they were making runs at that time, and they were hot on the heels because everybody was saying Herbert Chang and, Matt Nita and all of these players there. So Andy Roberts had those ideas. Something we don't see today. Much happening. 61 for 1.
Why?
Beauty of a
That
delivery.
bounced.
That squared up Casey Carty. But the most important thing is he played with nice soft hands.
Yeah.
So he wasn't able to carry.
Had it covered. You know, he's looked very good in this match. Casey Carty.
Only thing missing is 100.
Exactly. And he had it there for the taking.
Well, he will learn. He will keep learning. You got to put a price on your wicket. When you feel all day, you have to make 100. Somebody has to pay. There are 3 rounds to go. All of those matches will be in Trinidad and Tobago. And that is going to be a spinning, what do we call it, a spinning web?
Spinning frenzy.
Maybe not, you know. It depends on where you play. Because if you go down Brian Lara
Stadium, yeah.
That's a good cricket wicket there. So it'll be interesting to see where they play. Queen's Park for sure. I know they will play some games there. But I think it's going to be
They've got 3,
nicely.
haven't they? They got Diego Martin as well.
Yeah, they got options. They really have options in Trinidad and Tobago. Elections are also coming up in March.
Carnival.
Today's Peter Lashley's birthday, one of the legends out of Barbados, making him 86 years old. This gentleman would have been part of the tied test match, West Indies versus Australia. Patrick Gustard is now saying to Carrie Peer, you are encroaching. And he's just making sure. He says, listen here, please, get off. You think those things matter, Terry?
Not at this stage of the game. There are a few players that used to try and do it deliberately, though, wasn't it?
Did you think it
The
was?
fast bowlers, yeah, if they had a couple of spinners in their team.
Did you try that, Terry?
No.
Oh, okay.
I always played it gentleman-like.
You did?
Yes.
Yeah, you're not from Australia then,
No.
if you're a gentleman. I never met a gentleman from Australia.
Yes.
You're the first,
You
you're
can
the
say
first
that
one.
again.
They always, when it comes to cricket, they're ruthless. But they're getting a torrid
They're
beating
getting a thumping.
India. It's not the first
They
time,
can't
Terry,
play in India, though.
it's not the first time, Terry, that they've failed to make 100 in a test match.
No, not at all.
So I want people to understand that. You know, if that was the West Indies team, we would hear that all over
Oh,
social
yeah.
media, right?
Yeah, of course.
Australia got bowled out for under 100. Nobody's saying anything.
No, look, we took the first test against Australia down to T. Oh, dropped straight through him.
Down to the boundary for 4. Looks like Brian Charles. He looked like he was sleeping.
Yeah, I don't think he was watching.
And in fact, he's trying to say the ball dropped in front of him. But again, we're talking about, let's look at the replay. If you're in first slip, you're in first slip. He looked a little bit
And he
like
moved,
he was wide.
and he was moving backwards.
We've got to see that
Holy-
again. Our producer will pull up that for us again. Let's make sure, let's slow that down. I want to see that. If that's gone down as a drop chance, let's look at it. He wasn't low enough. Look at his hands.
Yeah, hands
Look at his
apart.
reaction.
Nah,
Dropped in front of him.
almost hit him on the boot.
Yeah, but he should
But he
have
was leaning back anyway. He
yeah,
wasn't
but
coming forward.
So he should have been able to stop that. 65 for 1. 18 overs bowled here. Hodge 32 and Carty 7.
But what you were saying about, and you never hear, you don't hear anything about Australia failing to make 3 figures or anything. It's the same in that the first test we played against Australia late last year, took it to the 5th day, to tea on the 5th day. Good fighting performance, even though they got beat. They were rubbished. South Africa come, number 2 in the world, 1 and 2, can't wait, all this business. South Africa didn't even last 2 days for it. And nobody said anything apart from the fact, they'll fight back. Did they? They got walloped.
All I will tell you is that Australia are going to get wiped in India. They're going to get 4-0.
Definitely.
65 for 1. I don't know how they're going to deal with that one. But
They'll blame the pitch.
we'll wait and see. Both teams are playing on the same pitch.
Mm-hmm.
And they've brought some spinners because Todd Murphy on debut,
Took
he was
7 or something.
yeah, he was excellent. But you know that's going to happen second test. Khan to Carty. Carty could do no more but just defend. Mid on, mid off, very close. So it means that Bravo is attacking. He's got a slip, a back pad. Feel out onto the offside. Carty's sweeping down
Good sweep
to
shot.
the feeler. Gets 1 run. Looks like it's Karaya. Goes up to 8, and the score goes up to 66 for 1. Leeward Islands require 235 more runs. I would have loved to see maybe this Bravo got 100, maybe even just 30 minutes after lunch, and see if they would have maybe opened the game.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying though. I think the Leewards did well in that respect of keeping them in check.
Hodge comes forward.
Go on, Sharky. Fight for one, yeah, Sharky.
5 for 1. Go Sharky.
66 for
That's
1.
the call.
Normally in cricket you get 1, you get 2, you get 3. You never know what is going to happen. All gates are open. Flatter, faster delivery. And Django takes 66 for 1. 19 overs bowled. It's almost like a roller coaster here in this encounter. Don't want to say they're going through the motions, but
They're going through the motion.
gotta wait and see what the West Indies one-day squad is going to be like. Carty most likely will be in that conversation heading down to South Africa.
I think Carty should be permanent in the one-day team.
He's all well being permanent, Terry, but you have to play and bat in the right position.
Well, that's what I was saying about the test team. They're all in the wrong position. By the way, the second test, don't forget, first ball, 4 a.m. in the morning.
Are you going to get up, Terry?
I never miss a first ball of a test match. It's against my religion.
I hear you. Wish you the best of luck. Tomorrow is Sunday. I'll be going to church.
Oh, well, there you go. I'll give you a call, let you know what the score is.
Yeah, and you could just message me. That'll be all right. It comes up on my timeline, so that's not a problem. Carty is back and just turning this into the short mid-wicket area. I want to thank the 360 television crew. Those guys have done an excellent job here.
Brilliant job.
At
And
Coolidge.
good company, too.
And also at Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
Oh, that kept a bit low.
And I want to be able to make sure that I get this clear. The 360 crew is only in Antigua. They're not in Grenada.
So who's doing it in Grenada?
You know, they're doing their own thing. So you have to understand what is happening. 66 for 1. Because there's a little myth going around. The owner, Vinod Manchan, folks want to know what is happening. Why is the quality so high in Antigua and it is not high in Grenada? So he had to assert himself and said, listen, it's
Set
only in
him
Antigua
straight.
and Barbuda that 360 is located. 67 for 1. I think the Trinities, they can't wait to get off the field. They want to be celebrating with their captain, who scored back-to-back hundreds. 407, 307 in Jamaica.
I think they'll play just the 23 overs. I don't think they'll worry about the
Now, if I know
last hour.
if I know these umpires, they're not going anywhere. So this can go maybe they'll
so
start the first 15. I can tell you, Patrick
You think?
Gustard, please, he ain't playing that game there. Nobody.
And before you ask, I'm not betting your Vitamol.
Ask Sylvester the last time that he tried to bet. What happened?
You know, I tell you, you got inside information, and then you come back and make these outlandish comments, and we fall for it all the time. And it costs us a drink.
67 for 1. A lot of moving
Oh,
parts
they're all
taking
coming
place.
round now. 2 slips, leg slip, short leg.
Somebody else is coming up also.
Yeah.
Short mid-wicket. So Bravo is attacking. Come, he says. Very close. So pressure on Monson Hodge.
Oh.
Somebody was sleeping.
Bravo not very happy.
No, he wasn't. And that sort of...
Should have been playing forward to that, though.
I was just about to say that. I mean, the length there, Monson can afford to come forward to carry Pear, and Pear is getting the ball to grip here on the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. I'm very much impressed with how Pear is bowling the red ball.
He bowled very well in the first innings.
Yeah,
And very consistent
look
line.
at it. Very much impressed now that I've seen him live and in living color. So Carrie Pears is look good control. Bravo trying to make something happen here. Casey Carty. It seems so strange, Terry, that we were here for the Antigua and Barbuda Cricket Association and Dream 11 10-10 competition where it was white ball. Now we are broadcasting red ball. Seems like a little strange fixture.
Few in today, though, too, which is good to see. Apart from the stalwarts. Good afternoon, Mr. Gore and company.
You reckon? A few is in.
There's at least an extra, what, 10?
You're doing good. You're doing good. Amir Django says if you want to fight a malt. You know, it's just amazing that, you know, we've been able to have the outside microphone so we could hear all of the chatter.
It was great.
That's going on. Sometimes I think, right, about the late Ronaldo Morton. If he was playing in this competition, oh my. I could see Sylvester. I don't think anybody would have got Sylvester out on these tracks here. Carty just looking a little lazy there. He's going to have to be tight and positive. I know nothing is in the game, but you still got to look positive. Show some intent. Can't go to sleep.
Yeah, nice little not out.
Yeah,
Doesn't do the average any harm.
will certainly help. It's back and across. Not really that to it. Spend some time at the crease. This is a good opportunity to get in a good knock before he heads out to South Africa, providing that his name is on the team sheet. Inside source. Be careful.
See, I told you.
69 for 1. 231. Leeward Islands Hurricanes require. So, summarized scores: 418 for 9 declared, 302 the Leeward Islands, and then in the second innings, Trinidad and Tobago again declaring. So it's been declaration time by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, and now looks as if we will feature out into a drawn game. Trinidad most likely will be setting themselves up, knowing that they have 3 final games at home with all to play for.
Yeah, that's why I thought the attitude from ball 1 in this match was just make sure we don't lose the match, accumulate the points, and then we've got 3 matches at home to do something about chasing the championship after hanging on for the draw against the Windward Islands last week.
I want to talk a little bit, Terry, because the selectors are going to have a headache now. We just had a Super 50 win.
November or so.
All right. So the West Indies have to pick that squad from that Super 50, Sylvester, to go to South Africa.
Yeah, almost 6 months later.
You see the headache, what we're talking about here. So scheduling, we have to start really planning up. So, and those players have not played any sort of white ball cricket. So we like to start him from behind the 8 ball.
They've all been playing white ball, yeah, true.
They're playing 10-10 cricket.
Yeah, well, I said white ball. They got booted out, though, too, didn't they? Yesterday? Purin and Pollard and company.
Yeah.
They got beat in the qualifier or something, so Hitmeyer's team made the final and Rutherford's on the opposition, but he pulled up with a hamstring.
I hope that Hetmai is going to South Africa. I think if he's going, we'll stand a good chance. We want to say, wish Alzari Joseph all the best. He's got to be certainly on that. Well, he'll be staying back, more or less.
Yeah.
Quite a lot of players
Fly next door.
we feel that will be in that mix. Carl Mayers, Jason Holder. Of course he's gonna be in Denmark. 71 for 1. You don't understand the politics. I learned from you, Denmark. You don't understand the politics? You have to understand what's happening around here. 71 for 1. 22 overs bowled. You're the first person, Denmark, that always told me about the politics and everything. The politics in sport. It just wasn't down to cricket. It was in sport. Football, refereeing, everything.
See what I say? Now he's bringing almost the entire team round the bat because he believes that there's only an over to go.
An over? It's 4:15. You're trying to put some pressure on Monsnodge.
Before the 15.
Before the 15. Pierre coming between the
Two
umpire and the
slips,
stuns.
2 leg slips, short leg, short extra cover.
I almost thought for a moment that it was El Camino Willett bowling. You know, this year, March 9th, is 50 years. We'll turn 50 since El Camino Willett made his debut for the West Indies from the island of Nevis as a 19-year-old. Clarion a call for him to be elevated, Terry, to be a national hero in St. Kitts and Nevis. We don't have any sportsmen who are national heroes.
No. And you could. Look at Kim Collins, 100-yard
All politicians.
champion.
Yeah. I mean, in fact, it's 2 names, but I'm starting with Elko first. Elko Midawellet, and then I will deal with the Kim Collins issue on another day. But right now, I'm fighting for Elko.
What about Vernon Springer?
I'll be done and dusted by the time that happens. Carty comes quietly forward.
I'll have a bite him out on that.
Sylvester will quicker get that one before me. Forward again. Carty going hard at that one there. The short leg. Maybe we might see Darren Bravo bowl a couple
I was going to say, it looks like he's warming up.
71 for 1. This game just meet in. Yeah. Spark and just working that. And they get another easy single. Carty goes to the non-strikers end. Who always learned from Sunil Gavaskar. He says the best place to look at the cricket, the best position is to the non-strikers end. I remember Sylvester Joseph one time trying to tell some youngsters that, some batters, and they looked at Sylvester like as if he was a madman. One guy said, "No, coach, I have to be facing." Poor little youngster didn't understand what Sylvester was talking about. Best place to look at the game. There's Monsnodge getting one just outside the leg stump. That's why Gavaskar was so good. He always found a way to get a single, get off strike. Hustling Monsnodge. I think Hodge is going to have to be very careful. He needs to get onto that front foot because if one just keeps low, could be in some trouble. Another over completed.
23 down. And what's going to happen? They look like they're shaking hands. I should have had that bet, Vernon.
You should have, but you didn't. he's now saying he should have. So
You tell me umpire good stand going to stand out there all night. You're joking.
well, finally, it's called a day. It's been a long
gentlemen.
4 days here. And indeed a pleasure in working with the 360 crew here. Indeed, on behalf of the entire team, Seth Burton, Denmore Roberts, Terry Raja, Sylvester Bouncing Joseph, Vinod Manchan, Joel Manning, Mally Richards. Yeah.
What a
all of-
team.
all of the scorers.
We get a few runs out of that, wouldn't we?
Well, Sylvester and Mally opens and nobody has need to bat.
There we go.
All I would do is go and feel. So 72-1. The game has been, as we would say, called off. It's a drawn game. And we just want to be able to just thank everyone for tuning in to the West Indies Cricket YouTube channel. It's done and dusted. We'll now take a break. And when we come back, the final 3 rounds of matches will take place in Trinidad and Tobago.
Yes, from
Terry,
March 15.
Oh, you got the dates, Terry? Because I
Yeah.
think I had my fixture somewhere around there. Just to
I'm
let
sure
the
you
folks
do,
know.
but I'm pretty sure it commences March 15,
You're doing a good job, Terry.
the 3rd round.
You sound like you sound like the scorer. You got your fixtures out in terms of what's going to be happening. But I think I do have the sheet. Just let me get my folder files out and give the folks an idea in terms of what's going to be happening. But in the meantime, local cricket will be starting in Antigua and Barbuda. While we're talking about local cricket, Leeward Islands cricket also will be starting on the 18th of February in St. Kitts and Nevis. So, yes, we will have a resumption. No, how come I don't have? No, this is just for the 2 rounds, so I have to get my other fixture. But we know for sure that the final 3 rounds will start back in Trinidad and Tobago. Leeward Islands cricket will be bouncing off in St. Kitts and Nevis. And the 2-day competition, I think, organized by the Antigua and Barbuda Cricket Association, also will be starting here in Antigua and Barbuda. So a lot of cricket action taking place. There's also a Barbados team that is winding its way down. It's been led by, I think, Joshua Bishop. They'll be going to Dominica to play a couple of 3-day games and some 50-over games. So cricket moving around the region in a very big way.
And, of course, internationally, the second test against Zimbabwe, 4 a.m. Eastern Caribbean time. That's 3 a.m. in Jamaica. And the West Indies women who went down to England, women in their opening match of the ICC Women's T20 World Cup today, will play their next match on Wednesday morning against India women, and that bowls off 9 a.m. Eastern Caribbean time, or 8 a.m. if you're in Jamaica.
And so check out Denmore's Sports Show and also Terry Laraja's Sports Show and for all of the information all around. On behalf of us here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, the entire crew, Seth Burton, Denmore Roberts, Terry Laraja, Sylvester Bouncing Joseph, Mally Richards, Joel Manning, I'm your host, Vernon A. Springer, along with the 360 television crew who are based in Antigua and Barbuda only. The entire team, I want to say thanks to Vinod Manchan for providing this opportunity for us through Cricket West Indies to bring live television coverage, and also to all the folks all over the world who listen to us. Richard Berridge and company, we thank you very much. And for the folks who supported us in a very big way, those of you who gave us some altitude and some Lucasade, yeah, we say thanks also in a very big way. And we'll be back with you sometime soon in the not too distant future. Make sure that you follow the 360 team. I'm Vernon A. Springer, signing out from the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
Hi everybody, well, we're at the end of round 2 action here in the regional championship. This is Antigua. Let me go quickly over to Grenada where action is heating up. Guyana Harpy Eagles 212 for 9, needing a further 82 runs. The Windward Islands there on the verge of a victory there, so you just never know. Can Guyana hold out, or will the Windward Islands take their first win of this championship? Let's fly back over now to Antigua. We're here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. The match ended in a draw. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they batted first, got 418 for 9 and then 183 for 5. The big news is that Darren Bravo, 100 in the first innings, 100 not out in his second innings. That certainly is a statement from the very experienced campaigner. Well, the Leeward Islands, they were 302 all out and 71 for 2 when the teams decided to shake hands here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. And over at Coolidge, well, play ended yesterday between Barbados Pride and Jamaica Scorpions. Jamaica Scorpions won the toss and scored 140 in their first innings and 151. Then Barbados Pride 215 and 78 for 4. Akeem Jordan over there, the man of the match, he picked up 7 wickets in that encounter. So 2 matches completed here in Antigua. 1 match is on the brink of ending over in Grenada. It's been phenomenal action these 2 rounds of the West Indies Championship. So you still have time to hop over to that stream over there in Grenada. But from us here in Antigua, it's been an amazing time bringing you this action. 3 more rounds to come over in Trinidad in about a couple weeks' time. Calendar tells me sometime in the middle of March we should be over there. But it's been amazing having you. My name is Joel Manning. On behalf of the 360 production crew and everybody else that has joined us, it's been wonderful. Until next time, goodbye.